Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the formal kickoff of the 15th anniversary Aspen Security Forum. We are so grateful to have all of you with us here. Many of you already joined us last night in a Greenwald Pavilion for a great conversation on China, both from the American perspective and from a Singaporean perspective. And we're just happy to see all of you. We are meeting here, as Joe Nye, our chairman, already said yesterday, in incredibly turbulent times. On the positive side, this year more than 4 billion citizens in over 60 countries are eligible to vote. I think that's a record for most ever voting in one year. Yet at the same time, conflicts and war are consuming Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, and others. We'll hear about all of those conflicts here on these stages. And we're seeing the very ugly rise of political violence, both here in the United States and elsewhere around the world. In chaotic times like this, people seek security. And so around the world, you hear people shouting about their grievances, and thunderous voices of self-importance are in danger of drowning out what we're trying to do here, which is to be the calmer voices of the majority and of the center. Some people celebrate strongmen, they're calling for the survival of the fittest and the strongest, and they're stirring up hatred against each other instead of listening to learn. This is really personal to me. My grandfathers fought on opposite sides of World War II, a conflict which was instigated and fueled by dangerous populists in Europe. And it was actually the last time that we saw tanks rolling across the steppes of Ukraine. And my father died while serving as a diplomat in Pakistan during the rise of ideologues in South Asia. So the mission of this forum is deeply personal to me, as it is to all of you, which is why you've flown from around the world to gather here. So instead of shouting our grievances, over the next 3 days, we're not about the survival of the strongest or the fittest. We're about collaboration. We're about doing better because we're going to create new, innovative, interesting partnerships to actually solve some of these really thorny issues that the world is dealing with today. Our most enduring successes as a nation and as a world have always come from collaboration, although we tend to celebrate individuals. Look at the creation of NATO, the strongest alliance ever seen on the face of this earth. We have Secure General Cavoli with us later today. The creation of the United Nations, the teamwork that made America's moon landing possible. We have a panel on space coming up right after this. And the cooperation between the universities, private companies, and government during the Cold War that made the United States an unstoppable technology superpower. So this year, we're celebrating teamwork. And as Joe always reminds us, we're going to listen to each other to jointly come up with solutions that would perhaps have eluded each of us alone. You must all believe in this mission too, because we have been happily overwhelmed by all of your response, by our speakers, who are cabinet level and senior officials who flew in from over a dozen countries around the world and who hail from NATO, the EU, and other international institutions, who represent at the highest level and on a bipartisan basis the U.S. Defense Department and the Armed Services, the State Department, Homeland Security, Justice, Commerce, the National Security Council, and the U.S. Senate. And we have with us numerous iconic nonprofit leaders, U.S. business leaders, young innovative startups, and most importantly, last but not least, our rising leaders who are the new generation who are going to lead this world into a more positive future. So we're grateful to all of you who braved heat waves around the country, worldwide elections, and thunderstorms yesterday and the day before to be here with us. So working creatively and together is the mission for all of us here for the next few days, and not just those of us on stage. So I want all of us to ask ourselves, what person are you going to meet this week that you didn't know before? Who's going to help you see your world a little bit differently? What creative partnership are you going to create to solve a problem? I'm asking all of us here, in the formal sessions, but also in the breakouts, at the lunches, at the meetings, to use the backdrop of these stunning Rocky Mountains to take a step back, remind ourselves why we each chose these noble professions, whether it's diplomacy, military service, being an innovator, being a journalist. Why did we choose these professions? I think it's to work together and to envision and create a more positive world. Thank you to all of you for being here. Let me now say, none of this would happen without the important support of our sponsors, and we're grateful to them. We have great partnerships with each of them. And so I want to tell you on behalf of our chairs, Condi Rice and Joe Nye, and on behalf of Dan Porterfield, Margot Pritzker, Elliot Gerson, the leaders of the Aspen Institute, thank you to all of you sponsors who make this possible. Google, MasterCard, McKinsey, Microsoft, MITRE, the Walton Family Foundation, AWS, the Financial Times, Lockheed Martin, the Rockefeller Foundation, Govini, Intel, American Airlines, Anduril, Beacon Global Strategies, Boeing, Gecko, Pyron, Citi, Mayer Brown, and Zscaler. We are grateful to you. Make sure to check out the Google Pavilion, where there will be a lot of additional programming, and the Lockheed Martin Zero Gravity photo booth, where I think there's an upside-down cat. I saw that this morning. You can ask the senior leadership of Lockheed about that in a minute. And of course, none of this would happen without the unbelievable Aspen team that makes this all possible. From the Aspen Institute, we have Dulcie, Morgan Walsh, Jordan, Matt, our comms team, John Permis, and everyone else. We couldn't do without you and our fabulous volunteers, and please hold your applause. Last but not least, I would love our Aspen Strategy Group Dream Team to please all stand up and be recognized, because you do amazing work for months getting this ready. Neve King, Leah Batunis, Anna, Deb, Alana, Emily, Karina, Matilda, and Chris. Please stand up. Come on, guys. Great. We have one change in programming today, and that is that the Ukrainian defense minister really wanted to be with us. So instead of Andriy Yermak at 10:30, please stay tuned, and we're going to hear from the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Umarov, directly about what's going on in the battlefield there. And it is now my pleasure to introduce a really important panel on space, called The Final Frontier. But frankly, it has become the next frontier in geostrategic competition and risks. Threats to our critically important satellite communications infrastructure, anti-satellite weapons, the threat of nuclear weapons in space, the list goes on. There's no better panel to talk about this than our representatives from across the government and private industry. We have General Jeff Kruse, the Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. We have Robert Lightfoot, the president of Lockheed Martin Space and former associate administrator of NASA. We have General Stephen Whiting, the commander of U.S. Space Command. And to bring it all together and interview everyone, we have Lauren Grush from Bloomberg. Thank you. Please join us on stage.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. As she said, my name is Lauren Grush. I'm the space reporter for Bloomberg. It's a great beat, and I would say that probably most in the general public, when they think of space, they think of civil space exploration. But the truth is that space has increasingly become a war-fighting domain, as we are often reminded, and more unique threats in the space environment and around the world have been emerging in recent years. And I have a great panel of speakers to talk to me about this specific topic. So, Lieutenant Kruse, I'd like to start with you. Can you start us off with maybe just kind of a higher view of what are the biggest concerns around the world right now when it comes to the space environment.
Okay, well, let me start by saying it is really a thrill to be here on this topic and to start Aspen this year with this topic really does stay with us as a message of how important the topic is. But it is an area of just dramatic change, I think, perhaps only exceeded by artificial intelligence. I would say the technology that we see in space, the change in how space is being used and the impact that space can have on ground and ground can have in space is really at a new place that we all need to address. So thank you for letting us have this panel at the beginning of this week, this glorious week. So a couple of high-level trends I think that I would offer. One would be, and then I'm going to get into some specifics if you don't mind, but at the high level, I think the two big trends that I would see as an intelligence professional and national security practitioner would be the number of partnerships that we see in the space community, both formal and informal. That might be industry with government, that might be government to government, and some of the informal relationships that some countries are starting to work together in ways that we have not seen in the past. And what does that look like? And so the partnerships, there's tremendous goodness. There's the only way we're going to be able to be as effective as we need to be in space is through those partnerships. But with that comes, because of the threats in space, some additional considerations that we have to keep at the forefront. The other piece, I think, at the macro level would be about the impacts that space can have. Our economies, our diplomatic capabilities, our military capabilities are all dependent to some degree on space. And so this domain becomes more and more important every day. And I'll get into a couple of specifics, but I would say from a military perspective, one of the trends that probably over the last couple of years is something I would highlight for this forum is the increasing amount and intent to use counter space capabilities to threaten space as we see it today. I'll just touch on Russia and China very briefly and can always come back to those. So if I were to talk about China, I would say, if I were to describe it at a very nice way, is that they absolutely intend to be a broad-based, fully capable space power, both economically and militarily. And we see that in the amount of research and development that they're doing. We see that in the increase of launch capability. We see that in what they're doing, we'll say lunar and other places. They're in multiple orbits that they did not used to be before. For this crowd, though, I hope you don't mind me being very precise when you talk national security. China aims to displace the United States as the global leader in space and to exploit space in a way that is to our detriment, and it counts on what they perceive as a U.S. over-reliance on space, and it intends to hold that capability at risk. And where we see that taking place is just the tremendous increase in directed energy weapons, in electronic warfare, in anti-satellite capabilities. Their on-orbit technology demonstrators are demonstrating some capability and intent that really does have military applications. And so what I would offer is, as we talk about space, we need to really think about how do we defend space, and I can't wait for General Whiting to tell us how he's going to solve that. The other piece on China that I would offer, and why we're able to make those kind of assessments and those kinds of statements, is China is the one country that more so even than the United States has a space doctrine, a space strategy, and they train and exercise the use of space and counter space capabilities in a way that we just don't see elsewhere other than what we're trying to do in the United States to defend our own capabilities. Quickly pivoting to Russia, just to get that on the table for you, I would offer, you're all aware of Russia's lack of conventional superiority. We see that today play out on the battlefield in Ukraine. And then we also see their work to reinvigorate their defense industrial base and what that looks like for reconstitution and vis-a-vis NATO. Because of that lack of conventional superiority, they are very much focused on space capabilities as an asymmetric capability. They're focused on all opportunities for asymmetric opportunities, space being one of those. And very much so, they consider space a warfighting domain. We see them active in the space domain in Ukraine today. And what I would offer is both Russia and China view the use of space early on, even ahead of conflict, as important capabilities to deter or to compel behaviors, and we just need to be ready for those. I don't want to make anyone 10 feet tall. I would certainly tell you that Russia, you're all aware, is probably having troubles with launch capabilities. They have trouble maintaining health of constellations in ways that we have not seen in the past. But they have reached out to others. And what I would offer is they've reached out to China. So just as we see in other domains, as a result of the conflict in Ukraine, we see Russia working with others, and really for the first time, some historical friction points between those two countries are being set aside, and in one of those areas, space, we see some cooperation that we have not seen in the past. So with that, of trends and threat, good luck.
Ooh, yeah. I was going to say, it's a shame we only have 40 minutes for this panel, because I'm sure we could go many, many hours talking about this topic. But I do want to transition to you now, General. So, yeah, you mentioned how you're going to help the DIA when it comes to addressing these threats. Operationally, I'd love to know what are the strategies that Space Command is using when it comes to addressing all of the threats that Lieutenant Cruz just talked about.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Lauren. It's great to be here. Thank you to Aspen, and great to be here with Jeff and Robert. You know, this is how space has changed over the last, really, 15 years. Yeah, there were threats from the Soviet Union going back into the 70s and 80s, but now, since the Chinese ASAT test of 2007, where they put us on notice that they could shoot down a satellite, it was their satellite because it was a test, but at a relatively high altitude in low Earth orbit, we have only seen their development of counter-space weapons just rapidly, breathtakingly increase. So the nation in 2019 finally said we can't stand that threat and how we're organized for it. And so in August of 2019, U.S. Space Command, the 11th Combatant Command of the United States, was created to oversee military operations in the space area of responsibility. And then in December of 2019, the nation stood up U.S. Space Force, an armed service solely focused on organizing, training, and equipping forces for the space domain as well. And so now it's about having, you know, professionals laser focused on this problem. How do we defend against these threats? And to your question, Lauren, it's a whole host of strategies. It's making our current constellations more resilient. You know, you see now the development of proliferated low Earth orbit constellations and the success that they've had in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, because those are more difficult to target, and we could talk about that. And we're seeing a whole host of our constellations now heading in a direction of being more disaggregated, more distributed, having built-in defensive capabilities against these threats. But resilience is not going to get us there solely by itself. We're going to continue to operate many of the legacy constellations that we operate today, which were either built or the requirements were laid down prior to this new threat era that we live in. And so we've got to defend those constellations because they're going to be with us for a much longer period, even as we replace them. And then we have to help the joint force be protected against the space-enabled militaries of China and Russia. China is building a kill web, if you will, in space, tailor-built to find, fix, track, target, and help provide engagement vectors for over-the-horizon fires against U.S. and allied forces throughout the Indo-Pacific area of responsibility. And so we have a role there to help defend those U.S. forces from China's more precise, more lethal, and more far-ranging terrestrial Army, Navy, and Air Force. And then finally, we've got to build a test and training infrastructure in this country that convinces us that all these new capabilities will work, because we're planning for and hoping to deter a war that has never happened. And we don't want that war to happen. It's not inevitable. But unlike in the air, the maritime, and the ground domains, where we have hundreds of years of history and we have very robust training infrastructures, We don't have that in space at the level that we need. So we've got to do all four of those things I just mentioned to really ensure that America continue to access space against these threats we now see.
You mentioned making the constellations more resilient. I did want to touch on our launch procurement and our launch providers at the moment. Just last week, one of the main Space Force launch providers, SpaceX, suffered a very rare in-flight failure of its Falcon 9 rocket. I'm wondering if you can take a moment to comment on what you know about that issue. Do you feel confident that we have a resilient launch capability at the moment, and how quickly can we get back to flying?
It just so happened that last Friday morning, I was in Seattle, Washington, visiting SpaceX Starlink. And so, we showed up, and some of their senior leaders were there, and they were very transparent, giving us insight into what had happened. So I personally have full confidence in SpaceX working with the FAA, working with NASA, working with the Space Force to figure out what happened and continue launching. They've launched the Falcon 9 hundreds of times, and I'm sure they'll figure this out quickly. But it also speaks to the wisdom of our national space transportation policy that says we as a nation need two independent families of launch rockets to get to all of our orbital regimes. And certainly SpaceX is providing one of those, and we have another one through United Launch Alliance. That's a great thing for the nation that we can continue to launch even while these investigations go forward.
Absolutely. Robert, I'd like to turn to you now. So, as I mentioned, when it comes to civil space, you have quite a great deal of experience there, but now you're on the contracting side of things. I'd love to learn more about how Lockheed is working with the various agencies to help, provide the technologies that they are looking for. And then also, when it comes to launch as well, you are on the board for ULA, which provides a really important service for the Space Force. I'm curious how Lockheed, goes about strategizing and making sure that you are addressing all the ways that the government needs, these technologies and to address these threats.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to start at a little bit higher level, and I'll work my way down to your question. I think from my civil background, what I see now that I'm on the industry side, but also supporting these two gentlemen and their missions, it's really an interesting situation where space has become, I think, one of our strategic sectors that we need to talk about. Anya and Eric Schmidt talked last night about strategic sectors, and I think space is one of those, and I think we take it for granted. I think we take a lot of things for granted when it comes to space, especially associated with, when you flew here, I bet you had Wi-Fi on your plane. When you drove here, I bet you used GPS. And last night when the storms came through, I bet you looked at the radar, all on your phone. And I don't want anybody in this room to be those people that I've had people tell me, hey, why do I need those satellites? I get it all on my phone, right? So I'm glad I got laughter. If you didn't laugh, see me afterwards and we'll talk about that. But our daily reliance, if you did an ATM transaction yesterday, or any time in the last week, right, that is all based on space assets. Not just what these gentlemen are trying to protect from a national security perspective militarily, but financially, economically, space is absolutely critical to the day-to-day things that we're doing. So from my civil perspective, when I was at NASA, we also have an opportunity in space sometimes to maybe, a word used last night I thought was very important was the word engage. Space gives us an opportunity to engage some of our adversaries at times. Go back to the Cold War, 1970s, Apollo-Soyuz, right? We used that opportunity to come together in space. I personally experienced when Russia invaded Crimea. We had all the sanctions against each other. The space teams were the only ones that were allowed to be in Russia because of the shared capability on the International Space Station. So we got all of that going on. There's opportunity. But to your question, Lauren, I think what we're doing, what we're seeing because of the threat that these two gentlemen talked about is it's speed. It's about speed. How can we get there faster? And so what we're doing from a Lockheed Martin perspective, and I think a lot of our partners are doing this too, is I have no doubt my team can develop every capability we need. The question is, do I have time for them to develop that? And so what we're doing is we're looking, there's so many people in this country developing and innovating and bringing things forward, and we're part of that. We're doing it as well with some of the things we're doing. But there's also opportunity for us to leverage those folks, partner with them in a way that we can bring mission kit to our warfighters faster. right? And then protect, our ability to use space, right? If you look at history, just a quick history lesson, I got to look is history starts with exploration, right? Or any big event starts with exploration. We explore, right? Whether it's when people came to the United States, when we went from the East Coast to the West Coast, all of a sudden you find some economic benefit. So there's a commercial application, which we're now starting to see in space. It's a little slower because space is a little bit harder to get into. But as soon as you find that an economic or business application, you got conflict. And that's what these two gentlemen are trying to help us, and we're trying to help them with our systems to really allow us to still have the commercial applications in space, as well as protect our nation and protect our warfighters who are beyond line of sight in that battle. As far as ULA goes, we obviously co-chair that. The ULA board, Lockheed and Boeing, it's a joint venture between us from several years ago. We're building a Vulcan rocket right now. It's got one more flight, and it'll be certified to be part of the kit that these gentlemen have to get the satellites on orbit. And I think we made that investment several years ago to go to this particular rocket, and I think the first mission was right down the middle. And we expect the second one to be the same way. So pretty excited about the opportunity there.
Just to follow up on that real quickly, there has been concern about ULA being able to ramp up the Vulcan rocket and, being able to, meet the needs of the Space Force. I also wanted to ask about Lockheed's, commitment to ULA as well. There's been rumors of a potential sale. Just wanted to give you a moment to comment on that and whether Lockheed is still very committed to United Launch Alliance moving forward.
Yeah, we won't comment on any of those rumors that you've heard. That's not our policy to do that, but we're committed. I mean, I hold a board meeting every quarter. I'm at the launches when they have them, and so definitely committed all in. I need them to be successful too, because I build the satellites that fly on top of that, just like everybody else does.
Okay, great. Speaking of satellites, you mentioned earlier that you were at Starlink when the news of the Falcon 9 failure reached you, and obviously, low Earth orbit has become a very enticing place for satellite operators. I'd love to talk about, how you guys view this domain, especially with the rise of mega constellations. Is that something that the Space Force and the Pentagon are eager to capitalize on as well? Maybe we can start with you, Lieutenant Cruz.
I would say low Earth orbit is probably one of the most important orbits that we have for some of our capabilities that we need for warfighting, but it is also just absolutely instrumental to the economic engine that is the United States. Our strength actually is our economic base, our innovation as a nation, and we need to protect that as much as possible, and a lot of that resides in low Earth orbit. It's also where a lot of the partnerships are, and so as we think through what are the threats in low Earth orbit, it is about defending the broad swath of U.S. capability, the U.S. economic engine. There needs to be a profit model for our companies to stay in business. And so how do we ensure that there is a foreseeable, predictable, risk-acceptable path forward? Then when we think about the threat regimes and the orbital regimes that some of our adversaries are looking at, they started in low Earth orbit, which is where it's easiest to reach, easiest to create effects. Several of our potential future adversaries, competitors today, are certainly looking at how do they reach into other domains, other orbital structures as well, and we'll see what they're able to produce in each of those. But I would offer the ability to maintain operations in LEO is a crucial thing for all of us to focus on, whether that's resiliency, whether that's defense. For our commercial partners, and the only way we're going to be where we need to be is with our industry and commercial partners. We need to think through how do you respond, as Starlink did, when a nation state such as Russia is not targeting me or General Whiting's assets, but actually targeting those kind of capabilities that are provided directly. How do you respond? And Starlink has just been fabulous in how it has responded, and it's been interesting to watch. I would offer, before I hand it over, I think one of the lessons learned out of the entire Ukraine conflict, and there are many, and we'll see what really survives over time and is applicable in other theaters, but one of them is Russia actively targeting through electronic warfare the low Earth orbit domain, and having minimal repercussions. So in this conflict, we're not escalatory actions, and we need to make sure we understand what lessons Russia might be drawing from that, and then how do we want to change the environment so that we understand and can message that there may be repercussions for those kind of activities going forward.
Giving you a chance to comment on that.
Yeah, your question about the importance of low Earth orbit. Let me first start by giving kudos to U.S. commercial space industry. If you were to make a list of what our advantages are in the United States right now as we sit here in July of 2024 looking forward, on that list, I would include the U.S. commercial space industry, period, dot, not just for the space community, but for the nation writ large. It is a massive strategic advantage for us, and it is an advantage that has widened over the last few years. Now, I don't want to sit on our laurels. Certainly, the Chinese are investing a lot into their commercial sectors, which is always a dual-use sector, it seems to us. But we want to make sure on the defense side that we are leveraging the innovation that we see in the U.S. commercial defense sector. And PLEO, proliferated low Earth orbit, that's really been driven by commercial industry, creating whole new form factors of satellites, figuring out how to produce satellites at volume where you're producing dozens, if not hundreds, a week, which is a very different model than we've had in the past. And so we want to make sure that we're leveraging onto that. Of course, we're starting to see that now in satellite communications. We're seeing that in ISR. We're even seeing with the Space Development Agency that we're going to start using those kind of orbits and those kind of technologies for missile warning and missile track. So we think there's a host of constellations and missions that can be moved into low Earth orbit. Now, we want to be smart about it, and there is still value in being in medium Earth orbit and geosynchronous orbit. And then when we start to distribute our missions across all of those orbits, that really starts to build in resiliency for us across our mission sets.
Yeah, if I could comment, I think the last point is really important. Low Earth orbit is critical to what we're trying to do, and all of us, even in industry, have adapted to that as opposed to the one satellite every 7 years. You're going to multiple per year that we have to do. The real key to the multiple orbitology, the low Earth orbit, medium Earth orbit, geo, and even cislunar, is interoperability. And we didn't build these, as General Whiting said, we didn't build these things thinking interoperability when we built some of them. And now we're trying to make sure everything we fly can somehow be interoperable with all the others. So you can data custody can go from low Earth orbit to medium Earth orbit. How can we make sure we've got that so that if anything does occur, we can handle that threat?
I'm wondering if we could be slightly more specific. You mentioned leveraging the commercial capabilities that are out there right now. I know there's been a lot of buzz around things like Starlink, Starshield. I'm curious, what kinds of capabilities do these constellations, what are you specifically looking for, and how is the Space Force leveraging them?
Yeah, and of course, it's how the whole joint force leverages them to enable all of our capabilities. But for example, in satellite communications, the ability to get fiber quality throughput bandwidth rates anywhere on the planet at any time. Boy, that's incredible for a global military superpower who wants to operate untethered from terrestrial networks, because we don't know where we might need to operate in any ocean, potentially on any continent. And so that gives us incredible capability with that kind of satellite communications. Additionally, we've seen value in the ISR arena as well. Certainly that's more Jeff's remit than mine, although I am a consumer of that intelligence. But the ability to constantly be watching what's happening around the world and do change detection so you can see, oh, that airfield has gotten way more active in the last 12 hours. Why is that? And that can be an indication and warning to some activity that becomes very important to our geographic combatant commanders around the world or U.S. Space Command. So I think there's a host of missionaries, and we could walk each of them through. Maybe I'll mention missile warning, missile track. We traditionally think of ballistic missiles as exactly that. They launch, and you can, once they're through their boost phase, you can very precisely measure exactly where they're going to hit. Well, now that's not the threat we really face anymore. Yes, they're ballistic in boost, but then they're maneuvering and highly dynamic as they're now entering into their descent phase. And so going to a lower orbit with a proliferated missile warning, missile track architecture is going to allow us to track those warheads much better to give better attack indications and attack warning, which will be important for our terrestrial forces.
And just let me double down on a couple of those pieces. Because data is the coin of the realm, and the ability to push in future modern conflict, but even in just today's business environment, large volumes of data around the globe, the low Earth orbit, communication strategy is absolutely crucial, just because of the vulnerability of the small numbers of communication satellites and other regimes. So that's one. On the ISR side, I would also focus different phenomenologies. We often think of it as I'm going to have this electro-optical image or this IR image, but as commercial gets into synthetic aperture radar, so radar imaging, hyperspectral imaging, so we can understand not only visually what's going on, but is there chemical warfare activities ongoing? Is there chemical weapons use? Those kinds of phenomenologies in low Earth orbit become absolutely crucial to what we're thinking about are the needs of the future.
I think the only thing I would like to add is, because we talked about it a little bit last night, is we're going from a time where we had, when we went to the moon, we had less power, less compute power than you have on your iPhone, right? That's the story here. Now, instead of gigabytes of data coming down to these guys, there's flops, right? And so we're going to have to leverage AI to help the decision makers understand the difference and process that data in a way, not human out of the loop, human in the loop, but give them some good intel before they have to go through reams and reams of data. And that's where I think AI is going to make a big difference. We know we're doing some things there with NVIDIA. We talked about them last night. Some ways we can actually help from a joint all-domain operations kind of situation, help the decision maker take that reams and reams of data, and what in there is important, right? What in there is really important.
Let's talk about Russia. You mentioned it earlier, but I think it's worth diving into. There was a recent op-ed in the Wall Street Journal accusing Russia of being a space bully. And just a few of the things that that have come out about their space capability. They've been accused of GPS spoofing, satellite jamming. There was a much criticized anti-satellite test a few years ago, and now there is this mysterious nuke capability that they are supposedly developing. I'm curious from all of you, what is the biggest threat that you guys are tracking from Russia, and how do you plan to respond to those moving forward? Maybe Lieutenant Cruz.
So I'll start there to say, for the first three you mentioned, the answer is just yes. They're doing all of those things and don't intend to slow down, and until there's repercussions, will not slow down. You mentioned the media coverage a little bit earlier in the year about a potential for nuclear weapons in space. I think I would just offer a couple of pieces. None of this is news breaking. It's really just cross-leveling everybody, which is we have been tracking for almost a decade Russia's intent to design the ability to put a nuclear weapon in space. They have progressed down to a point where we think they're getting close, and so that was a lot of the discussion that you saw in the media. To the specific question on what is the threat of that, if they were to detonate a nuclear weapon in space, it is not just going to affect military targets. The issue is everything that's in line of sight at low Earth orbit is going to have immediate effects, and because orbital mechanics still rule, everything else that's going to, within 90 minutes, go through some of those radiation belts. If it is not radiation hardened, it will have effects going down that path. We understand, again, back to their lack of conventional superiority drives them to asymmetric solutions. They see this as a potential pathway that they might want to pursue. The exposure of it will potentially change their path. I am not sure that we know that yet, and that is worth the dialogue going forward.
It's just so disappointing what Russia is doing. Russia is the original space superpower. They launched the first object, the first animal, the first man, the first woman. The young people would say they were the OG space superpower. And look at what they're doing. As you noted, Lauren, 3 months before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, they did the hit-to-kill ASAT test, leaving 1,500 pieces of long-lived debris. On the opening night of the invasion, they did a cyber attack against a commercial SATCOM provider, knocking off tens of thousands of users across Europe, expanding beyond Ukraine. And now we hear about a nuclear weapon potentially being put on orbit. The Soviet Union was the original signer of the Outer Space Treaty, which was signed the year I was born, 1967. My entire life, it has been an expectation for mankind that we will not put a nuclear weapon or weapons of mass destruction in space. And now they're doing that, potentially. And if that were to happen, as Jeff noted, it's a completely indiscriminate weapon. It would affect United States satellites, Chinese satellites, Russian satellites, European satellites, Indian satellites, Japanese satellites. And so it's really holding at risk the entire modern way of life. And it's just an incredibly reckless decision. It is not the action of a responsible space actor. And we hope that Russia returns to its roots as a responsible space actor and living up to its treaty obligations.
Specifically, I want to know, what is the Space Force and Space Command doing to counteract these threats? What kind of capabilities do we have? For instance, what steps are being taken to, stop civilian GPS spoofing, or what are the specific capabilities that we have to address these specific targets that you're talking about?
I'll talk at a high level. I'm not going to get into operational planning details, but over time, for example, in GPS jamming, we have put better capability on board our newest generations of GPS satellites. So now we fly with something called M-code, which is available to military users. It's a military-specific satellite that improves our anti-jam capability. In our SATCOM regime, we're working to move toward hybridized modems, where one user out there with their SATCOM terminal, their SATCOM modem, will be able to leverage multiple constellations across multiple regimes to be able to quickly move. We are constantly working to optimize our ability to respond to jamming and to move users as needed. And then there's always planning within the joint force about how do we respond. And it's not always a space-based solution. It might be a ground-based solution. But it is, again, irresponsible when we read reports of Russian GPS jamming that's affecting commercial aviation, in Eastern Europe. And again, we want Russia to be a responsible space actor and not do those kind of actions.
Let's move on to the other big elephant in the room, which is also China, something you brought up as well. I am curious, it's often said that China is kind of the pacing actor when it comes to space. It's definitely invoked a lot when it comes to the civilian space, or the civil space program, for NASA's Artemis missions, that we need to get to the moon because China is also eyeing the moon. How much of that plays a role into how you guys address the threats from China? What is the biggest concern about their move as they, become more dominant in the space arena? Lieutenant Cruz?
I guess let me start with, again, as we talk about engagement, as we talk about what areas of national security topics are okay to talk to China about, space might be one of those. They are a spacefaring nation. They want to bring power and prestige and pride and profit to the PRC. And they want to do that through the space program. So to some degree, they're going to be very, very active. And we, to some degree, should partner with them, or at least understand what they're doing. I think what I would offer on the partnership side is, because of the dual use nature for as General Whiting mentioned, what they do in their commercial sector will go to the PLA. And so that is just really for us to understand the People's Liberation Army. There is no such thing as purely commercial. So the things that we're doing and the things that we're seeing them do, I believe for them it is about applications in all orbital regimes for what may be peaceful spacefaring reasons, but then move into potential uses that we could envision going forward. And I probably won't get too much more specific than that, and wish you the best of luck in trying to do that in an unclassified environment.
Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, if you do see opportunities for us to have cooperation, okay? They just brought a sample back from the backside of the moon, and that scientific community will share that sample, right? And so at least they've expressed that we're going to share it. So the question isn't, I personally don't see it as a, quote, race as much as it is because of the things these gentlemen are talking about. Why are they there? What are they learning that we're not doing from I kind of call it the space domain awareness, right? Where is the high ground, right? We talk about cislunar, everybody thinks that's around the moon. Really, cislunar is as soon as you get out of geo. It's the whole space between geo and the moon. So for us, what we're doing is we're helping with the technologies we think we need to get there quicker, right? That's the first thing. And then the second thing is we're supporting NASA on their Artemis missions, whether it's the lander that we're working with Blue Origin or whether we're working Orion that goes with SLS. So we're trying to help this country get back there from that perspective, but I don't necessarily think it's a race as much as it's an understanding of what's going on there and recognizing the difference between, say, a NASA mission, which is dictated by the 1958 Space Act Agreement to be for peaceful purposes, right, versus, as you said, their purposes are dual, period, right, from that standpoint.
I'll just note two additional items about the People's Republic of China, since we've been talking about that threat. Number one is, I have to watch their capabilities. And in the last 6 years, they've tripled the number of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance satellites they have on orbit. Hundreds and hundreds of satellites, again, purpose-built and designed to find, fix, track, target, and yes, potentially engage U.S. and allied forces across the Indo-Pacific AOR. So we've got to understand that. We've got to know what it means for our forces, and just spent a week or a few days last week out at Monterey, California, with our Navy and Marine Corps teams talking about that problem, and they fully understand that problem. Secondly, I would note we want China to continue to incorporate responsible behaviors. Just in the last month, we've seen video of one of their space launches putting a satellite on orbit, and then the whole rocket body coming back with propellant, flying out of it, just landing on their territory near a village. That's not how we operate. We want to be safe for our citizens, safe for the rest of the world. And the Chinese, we want to have a way to talk to them about space safety as they put more satellites on orbit and as we do, so that we can operate effectively and don't have any miscommunication or unintended actions that cause a misunderstanding. And so those would be just the two additional items I'd highlight about the PRC.
So I think we have time for probably one more question, and I did want to get to this, and it's probably not answers longer than 3 minutes, but I wanted to talk about in what ways that the Space Force and our military are leveraging space capabilities in international crises on the ground. We have two major wars going on, both in Gaza, the war in Ukraine. There have also been recent attacks by Houthi rebels on ships in the Red Sea. I want to know, what role does the Space Force play in these international conflicts?
Yeah, for U.S. Space Command, I talk in terms of our three moral responsibilities, and our number one moral responsibility is to support the rest of the Joint Force with the space capabilities that they need. So in all the areas you just noted, Lauren, we are supporting U.S. and allied forces in those areas with satellite communications, with missile warning information, and making sure that those geographic combatant commanders who are responsible for U.S. Operations in those areas have all that they need to be able to operate effectively. And that takes deep integration. And so at U.S. Space Command, we've put forward deployed liaison teams that sit in the headquarters of the other combatant commands to do that integration as CENTCOM or EUCOM or INDOPACOM are doing their planning. That space is right there, making sure that it's fully embedded from the beginning. And then taking whatever actions we need to respond to the needs of those combatant commands, given the circumstances on the ground.
Go ahead.
I think the only thing I would sort of close on to wrap that up is the very specific example. You mentioned Israel and Gaza. What I would offer is that when we saw the exchange in early April of more than 300 Iranian ballistic missiles, UAVs, and cruise missiles being launched from the territory of Iran to the territory of Israel, which is a first, and only 7 of those getting through based on a combination of good pre-planning, good international partnerships, and good capabilities. The interception of all of those that were intercepted would not have been possible without the space layer. The integration that General Whiting talks about is mature, and it is only getting better. And as we continue to develop capabilities in all the regimes, all the orbits, and all the phenomenologies we're talking about, that integration becomes just as important, and I think where we would continue to focus with our industry partners.
Robert, I feel bad. I want to give you one last chance to just say, how Lockheed feels like they can leverage these capabilities and help with earthly crises.
Well, we help with everything they just talked about. I was actually, well, anyway, it is hard to go. It is hard to stay in class. Anyway, But yeah, no, I mean, we're part of their team. We take the requirements, and what we're trying to do is get ahead of things for them with the speed and the technologies we're bringing to bear, and that's why we're trying to work with as many people as we can, because sometimes we can move faster than the government can. I know that from my NASA days, and if we can make a deal with somebody and have them on our team, it's quicker than these folks trying to get them, and we can really leverage the capability that we have tied up for a full mission activity. But all the things they talked about, we build most of the hardware that they talked about that they're using. So it's a great partnership. And I think, the one thing that I would close with from our perspective is, for all of you, is we still have to get the workforce to do this. This is a challenge for all of us. We all have this challenge to bring the right workforce to this threat and to this sector, as we call it. And it's tough, right? The whole STEM workforce activity is hard sometimes. But if you give them the right mission, and you give them an exciting thing, we can usually get folks in. But it is still, we all have the same challenge. Everybody out here has the same challenge in attracting the right tech, the right folks to do the right tech that we need.
Well, we are out of time. Thank you so much. This was a fascinating discussion. Thank you all for joining, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Lauren and General Whiting, Robert, and Director Cruz. We'll make sure that one of our quote banners outside says, "Russia, the OG in the space domain" next year. Okay, great. If I could have everyone's attention, please. We'd like to start our next panel. Phishing, fakes, and fraud, tackling transnational crime and enhancing global security. And that phishing is not the kind Joe Nye likes. Come on up on stage. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our panel. We have Nick Schifrin here as our moderator, who's going to start a great discussion today. We've got Undersecretary Brian Nelson, Dr. Jürgen Stock, who's visiting us from Interpol, and Mr. Matt Noyes, who's the head of cyber policy at the U.S. Secret Service. Over to you, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neve, and thank you, everyone. If you guys could just take your seats, those of you who are staying in the room. I'll open this by admitting that when we planned this panel, we planned to talk about organized crime, financial crimes, cyber crimes, and the geopolitical impact they can have, as well as more personal financial attacks like elder fraud and pig butchering, which is not at all what it sounds like. That's when scammers fatten up their victims like pigs and then lead them to the financial slaughter. And I am going to cover quite a bit of that, as much as I can, as much as possible in the time. But given the events of the last few days, you'll forgive me for shifting for a few questions at least. Matt Noyes from the Secret Service. Let me state for the audience up front, Matt is not in any way part of the Secret Service's package of personal protection provided to former President Trump or to any other officials, nor are you involved in the investigation or even cyber threats against the people who the Secret Service protects. But I'm hoping that you could, for this audience, give a little insight into a few of the following questions. How has the Secret Service shifted its resources, or frankly had to shift its resources, since the failed assassination attempt of former President Trump?
Yeah, thank you, and good to be here. I mean, clearly there's several reviews ongoing, as there should be, and so I think it's important to let those reviews get the accurate facts. At the Secret Service, we're charged with two important missions on behalf of the nation, safeguarding the financial systems and also ensuring the security of our protectees. The protection is always urgent, and so we obviously have to shift resources to address that. Neither manpower or budget is as elastic as you would hope when you're responding to events. But that is part of the design of the Secret Service, is that we have a depth so we can shift resources as needed to meet increased requirements, which is the case now.
You describe a depth, but over the years, some Secret Service agents have gone public and said that you guys feel spread too thin. And I'm wondering if you could talk about if there's been any internal discussion about whether you are spread too thin.
Yeah, I think that's long been the case. The Budget Control Act essentially put a harsh limit on civilian agencies, non-defense, non-intelligence community components in terms of hard budget caps. that limited hiring for a number of years. When you're an organization like the Secret Service, just shy of 8,000 people, to not hire for several years in a row has a long tail impact across the careers of those individuals. That was reversed in recent years, and we've been hiring as fast as we can hire, but we have to maintain high standards. Our job requires an incredible workforce that have the commitment and dedication to do it. And so we are limited on how quickly we can grow in any given year. And so that's why that continued growth is essential. And unfortunately, there was a gap in that. And some of that has returned with the Fiscal Responsibility Act, again, returning just hard caps. And when you're dealing with hard fiscal caps, it really constrains the room for strategic planning and thoughtful consideration of how to best allocate resources to meet threats.
Do you believe that limits your ability to provide protection?
Obviously, we are constrained by the resources we have. We do the best we can with the resources we have, but we have been constrained for well over a decade now in terms of resourcing and hiring. And that has a long impact in terms of increasing the staffing to do both of our incredibly important tasks.
And as I introduced you, you're part of the Secret Service's Transnational Crime Division. Is there any indication whatsoever of what you do on a daily basis has anything to do with what we saw in Pennsylvania last weekend?
Again, there's many journalists in the audience. I appreciate the need to make news, but we're just not well served with any kind of speculation at this point. There's ongoing reviews. They are going to be comprehensive in nature. And so let's let those play out, make sure we have an accurate understanding of every element involved here before we do a disservice of speculating on this.
Jürgen Stock, let me expand the conversation here. Whether about Trump, whether about Robert Fico in Slovakia, Jair Bolsonaro, he was stabbed. I did a whole story about how many Mexican candidates have been attacked. Shinzo Abe, of course. Do you believe that violence against politicians is expanding? And what is the threat there? What are you hearing in terms of that threat, whether it's individuals, lone wolves, terrorists, or organized crime?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Great to be here and represent global law enforcement, Interpol, with 196 member countries. I have not been talking to a single police chief around the world who would have said, I'm sufficiently staffed, I have the resources I need to address all the challenges we are facing. And since I took over office in 2014 at the helm of Interpol, the situation definitely has been changing globally in terms of criminality, crime, primarily international terrorism, organized crime, in all its manifestations, cybercrime, increasingly complex, increasingly international, and that is a challenge also in regards to resource. Of course, understanding that any government, any political leader has competing interests, and you will never get it perfect, but at least a shortage of staff, also lack of training, lack of necessary capacity is a topic in almost all jurisdictions. First remark. Second remark regarding violence, I don't have any statistics here, but you have been mentioning prominent examples where political leaders have been targeted. In many of these incidents, investigations are still ongoing. Where we clearly see statistics going up, and there is obviously a rise in violence against political leaders, is at the very local level, rural level. It concerns political leaders, it concerns police officers, it concerns members of the fire brigades, it concerns medical teams who are increasingly being attacked while protecting our communities. So there is obviously an element that is worth looking into it, also from a scientific point of view, what is going on in our communities. And that is a phenomenon in many of our societies, that violence is increasingly be directed against those who are considered, those who are serving our communities and political leaders. Point one. So there is, at the national level, definitely, and we have statistics for that, in many Interpol member countries, clearly an increase. And that obviously also concerns attacks against political leaders. By the way, we also know that organized crime in many parts of the world increasingly is also targeting political leaders. I've been recently visiting Ecuador. We have some examples in South America regarding drug trafficking. We have lots of examples. Interpol is based in Lyon, in Europe. The example, Sweden, Belgium, the Netherlands, in my home country, Germany. In all these states and beyond, we see two types of crime. First of all, organized crime that tries to maneuver under the radar of law enforcement, being silent and infiltrating our societies. That is extremely dangerous. And the second element is violence, open violence against political leaders. So we had the case of the attempted kidnapping of the Belgian Prime Minister, one of the prominent examples. We can clearly see that also the violence of those who are at the end of the drug supply chain, for instance, are increasingly fighting each other, so for territory, and very often, this is shooting, this is bombings, explosions, where we see increasingly a number of victims, not only amongst those groups, but also members of the public who suddenly find themselves in such a fight between two gangs. So the clear answer is, all the indications we have, it's increasingly a problem. It might also have something to do with increased polarization in our societies. But again, that is something where also Interpol is working with the academia, trying to find out what we can do in supporting our countries to prevent these incidents from happening. So what are the early warning indicators that maybe give us room to maneuver and working against something that obviously is a trend in many countries around the world, so a concern.
And Brian Nelson, if that's the trends, can you let us know if there is anything unique about the threat environment because it is 2024, because it is the U.S. election, perhaps before what we saw last weekend, or maybe enhanced because of it?
You know, I don't know that there's anything particularly unique about 2024 from our perspective, but I do think sort of the trends that we're seeing in the context of so much disruption globally, the fact that obviously we're still actively trying to support Ukraine in the context of a hot war, the fact that there is this ongoing conflict in Israel and Gaza, that we see sort of the rise of cyber-enabled criminal activity across the globe. And sort of the work that we're doing at Treasury is to both think about how we can use our limited resources and authorities to manage as best we can and support our national security and the management of these global crises, but also, you know, being pretty hard-nosed about the way we prioritize the use of our sanctions authorities, prioritize how we try to identify those financial trends that are going to be most relevant in the context of these crises, and help identify for law enforcement some of the actors and networks and financial flows that support so much, particularly in the context of organized crime, their capacity to engage in violent activity, engage in the type of trafficking of drugs and people and guns that I think we rightly worry so much about here. And the fact that a lot of this criminal opportunity, frankly, is cyber-enabled, and that is increasingly the case, I think has to give us all a lot of pause and concern about the ways in which we can further, as you noted, identify those networks that are going to be most impactful to our disruptive tools.
And part of what you just described is, you know, what colloquially I would call follow the money. Again, I know you won't be able to engage with anything specific about what happened in Pennsylvania, but in general, are there follow the money questions being asked right now? And again, in general, what are the challenges of following the money, so to speak, when it comes to, apparently, a lone wolf?
Yeah, no, look, lone wolves are very difficult and would largely defer to my FBI colleagues, but oftentimes the transactions that are associated with lone wolf activities are not ones that would necessarily create a suspicious activity report that financial institutions file with our financial crimes enforcement network. they're often low-dollar transactions, and again, would look like a regular transaction. So, of course, in this case, we're working very closely with the FBI on their investigation, and we'll continue to do so. But this is an area where frankly, we have really struggled to send clear guidance to financial institutions about how to look for suspicious activity.
Why is that?
Again, it's just because the types of transactions, low-dollar transactions, are not going to trigger even sort of our currency transaction reports. You have transactions, like purchases, that could be used in a way that involves violent activity, but wouldn't necessarily be obvious on the front end. And of course, suspicious activity actually has to be suspicious in order to generate a report, and sort of buying the types of materials that a person could use, again, for attacks is not necessarily going to trigger those types of reports.
Jürgen Stock, the title of this panel is essentially a call for us to look around the world and to acknowledge that organized crime not only is about drugs or crime itself, right, but it is about political stability. Haiti, for example, it seems to me, brought down a government when it comes to organized crime. And as Brian was just talking about, crime is fueled or accelerated by cyber capabilities. So how are organized crime groups, in fact, undermining societies?
That's the $1 million question, a complex issue, as I indicated earlier, because all these crime developments on an international level, at least, they are linked to what we very often discuss in the context of the so-called megatrends: migration, food security, climate change, and of course not to forget technology, which perhaps is the most impactful game changer in the international criminal landscape. We could clearly see that during the pandemic, where the criminals very quickly shifted to new business models, and that also has been stimulating what we are now discussing in the context of these activities: phishing, scamming, which is, let's say, of course, international by nature, and a kind of industrial scale commitment of crime, which I have never seen in my long career. That you can, of course, you can sit back home wherever you are around the globe, and maybe preferably in those areas where you might have weak law enforcement, where you have political instability, where you have a high level of corruption, where, for instance, these scam centers are settling. An interesting combination, interesting, of course, not in a positive way, but in a negative way, interesting combination between human trafficking, to get victims lure victims into these scam centers. They are very often, again, operating in weak areas after the pandemic, in casinos and hotels that had to close somewhere in Southeast Asia, but not only in Southeast Asia, but meanwhile all around the globe. And we see victims from Asia showing up in scam centers in South America, or from Africa in Southeast Asia. So it's really a global issue. And of course, any investigation has a global dimension. That makes it difficult, because we are still operating based on national jurisdictions. And more than ever, the threats for our communities are coming from outside our own jurisdictions. We know that the fragmented legal framework, and in many of our member countries, there is not a kind of law at all to deal with cyber criminality. It's not a criminal offense in many of our jurisdictions, or some of our jurisdictions, and discussions are now going on at the UN level to find a kind of basic agreement and to make the fight against this crime more effective. And in the future, what we are expecting in the discussion this morning on artificial intelligence, synthetic media, I think in the future we might not need, or the criminals might not need, these scam centers with maybe 5,000 victims of human trafficking any longer, because all these messages are generated automatically with a more efficient business email compromise. So many representatives from the private sector are here. They know what that means. Ransomware attacks, more sophisticated from a technology point of view. So this is what we are expecting, and it's time again to reconsider our classical approach, whether this is enough. And of course we have to build. Anja spoke about the need for collaboration and partnerships this morning to intensify definitely our partnership approach, our preferably global response against these gangs, who, despite all the efforts you might see from the news and the media, drugs, 50 tons seized here, 100 tons there is no impact at the front lines of policing. And you see these criminal groups becoming more dangerous, more impactful, more powerful, more influential in all parts of the world. We are currently, last remark, conducting a study. We try to identify the 10, 15 most dangerous criminal groups in the world. And they are growing because of technology, the new technologies that are now available. They have the resources to invest in these technologies, and they properly monitor where the weak spots in international cooperation are and place their activities in these areas. So we have to reconsider our strategic approach, and again, partnership is key for that. So we need to build bridges instead of walls between our agencies, with the private sector, with the academia, and that also makes such an event like here in Aspen so important.
Matt Noyes, add what the journalists would call color to this and make it a little more personal. Talk about sextortion, talk about pig butchering, talk about elder fraud. What are those things, especially pig butchering? And why is the Secret Service so focused on it? And then make the point, of course, about how it does go well beyond the shores of the U.S., and so that gets to the challenges that Interpol sees.
Yeah, first I'd emphasize everything Jorgen said. It is a transnational criminal problem. I'd say, taking a brief step back, a big picture, finance is not just the sinews of war, it's the sinews of the economy, of organized criminal activity. Following the money goes back to the Roman Empire in terms of an investigative strategy. To whom the benefit? That is where you can have the greatest impact, is who is benefiting from the activity and denying their ability to benefit and enjoy that benefit. And that's where criminal law enforcement's role come in, not just in arrests, but also asset seizures. As to the criminal cases themselves, they're brutal crimes. They're devastating. They are causing victims of these fraud schemes to commit suicide. We are seeing particularly retired individuals be defrauded, lose their entire life savings. The pig butchering, the term comes from the criminals themselves. That is how they describe their scheme, and is typically involves a romance element. They're providing an investment tip, oftentimes involving crypto. Whether or not there's any crypto actually purchased is a separate question. And they entice the victim that they're getting inside information on a market opportunity. They get them to put in more money, take out loans to invest more money. And to the extent these victims are deceived is heartbreaking. They believe they're in a romantic relationship. They believe they're profiting from these investments. It gets to the point where they will go to their banks. Their bank will tell them, we think you're a victim of a fraud scheme. Don't do this. And sometimes they ultimately allow them to conduct the transaction because it's the customer's money, and they are concerned about the civil liability. When law enforcement, even our own agents, talk to them, they're still convinced that they are in a legitimate investment and in a legitimate relationship. And when they finally realize it, they very much need help. Otherwise, we see these tragic suicides. On the sextortion, multiple elements to it, whether it's enticing young people to send nude photographs to them or just other photographs that are then digitally altered. Put pressure on them. We will share this with your social network unless you pay us. Again, isolating that victim from that extortion scheme, from their family, from their loved ones, to have that impact. And so just from the victim level impact, it's extremely important for us to focus on how we focus on it. We can have the most impact going after the financial streams, which has wide-ranging implications. Drug traffickers are using the same money laundering networks. These are poly-criminality things. And I would mention on the cybercrime piece, they're increasingly sophisticated, right? Cybercrime in the US is a fraud violation, Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. It is in most other countries that are signatories to the Budapest Cybercrime Convention. It is a fraud scheme. The interplay of technology and use of the internet in these schemes, deep fakes to make these fraud schemes more convincing, is continue to increase. And it really is imperative for cooperation amongst communications companies, both traditional telecoms, social media, but also financial institutions, payment companies, to protect their customers from these fraud schemes and that conduct to reduce that activity.
And why?
Can I just support that? Because we recently got access to an interview that was made with one of these victims of such a scam center in Malaysia. And we could see how brutally, I mean, you have double victimization. I mean, you have those who are tricked into these scam centers thinking about, oh, a nice job opportunity somewhere in another country, and they find themselves in circumstances that can only be described as modern slavery. So they are in a kind of jail. They get their passports being removed. They get electroshock. They get being punished and treated in that way. They've been provided with 15 or 20 SIM cards and mobile phones, and they have to, through 20 hours a day, they have to do these calls. And I mean, this is industrial scale criminality, where obviously the criminals, based on language skills, they are scanning country by country. Let's say German speaking, English speaking, Spanish speaking, and so on. So industrial scale criminality, which is really a new dimension. And again, that should be considered a national security priority to go against it, and not just, domestic crime where, my grandma is maybe losing 100,000 euro to these scam centers. No, this is organized crime at its worst, and it's destabilizing the trust into those, elements, the internet, applications that are very often used, these dating apps. As you said, the WhatsApp and all these channels are being used by the criminals, and it's step by step eroding trust in those in the infrastructure that we need, and on the other hand, is so beneficial to all of us.
And Matt Noyes, you were briefly referring to this, but why is the solution that Secret Service has found less about arrests and more about stopping the fraudulent financial movements?
Yeah, so it's two pieces. One, it's the right thing to do to make the victims of these fraud schemes whole. So we prevented over $2 billion of fraud loss last year. We returned over $400 million to victims of fraud through asset recovery. So it's the right thing to do for them, alleviate the impact on them. Second, it's a financially motivated crime. Go after the money laundering networks, go after the profitability of it. That's what drives the scale. That's what allows them to invest in the infrastructure. For example, UNODC and both U.S. Institute of Peace just published reports this year on the scam call centers in Southeast Asia, Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia in particular. That's what allows them to scale these and build them into 3,000-person operations and compounds. And so tackling those elements, you can have outsized impact. And we do see the interplay in terms of particularly Chinese organized crime money laundering networks, where they're facilitating asset flight from China. Also fentanyl trafficking, fraud revenue tracking. They are multi-element. And it's, importantly, this is an area of shared interest. Chinese-speaking communities get impacted by these scams. English-speaking communities get impacted. And one of the challenging pieces is technology is allowing broader transnational targeting effectively, because they can automate the translation and using deepfake technology to swap faces and video so they can continue these schemes regardless of what culture or language their victim is.
And Brian Nelson, again, zoom out for us and remind us, drug cartels, international terrorism, these are criminal enterprises. Why are they not only causing the spread of drugs or guns or violence, but actually increasing regional destabilization?
Yeah, no, I think exactly. Going back to my initial point about prioritization, really what we've tried to do, and President Biden has really directed us to do, is think about how corruption drives so much of this criminal activity, and we need to prioritize that as a national security priority here in the United States, and particularly in the context of the illicit finance flows that support all of this activity, recognizing that these bad actors are relying on their opportunity to access those gaps in the U.S. financial system. So doing the work of both closing those gaps, but using our financial institutions to send the trends and typologies and the things that we're seeing in order to hopefully both prevent the victimization and the horrible consequences for those victims, but also to provide meaningful information to law enforcement so that we can actively get after this in a way that relies on partners, and in a way that intensifies, to your point, the partnerships that we have internally. We have a strike force on fentanyl. We see how these drug trafficking organizations are heavily relying on new forms of fraudulent schemes, like timeshare fraud is a big problem. We just on Monday sanctioned a number of individuals, did a joint notice to financial institutions with the FBI and our Office of Foreign Assets Control, because we see that these criminal organizations are really generating quite a lot of financial revenue in support of their trafficking of fentanyl through these schemes. So we have to approach this problem holistically, do the work of closing our own gaps, preventing bad actors from setting up shell companies, for example. And we also have to work with our partners internationally, because it's just not the work that we do domestically through information sharing and events like these.
Very quickly.
I like the sentence. I mean, we are internationally in law enforcement, we are cooperating with the speed of law. The criminals are operating with the speed of the internet. So international cooperation, real-time exchange of information is key. There are some interesting projects nationally, anti-scam centers, where people from law enforcement, regulators, banking sector are sitting desk by desk 24/7. That is a model that we also have to do, would have to do at a global level. Going after the money, one remark, the UN is saying 1.7 trillion US dollar, roundabout, are channeled, illicit proceeds of crime are channeled through the global financial sector every year. The optimists are saying 2 to 3% are tracked, traced, and seized by law enforcement. Maybe the realists might say less than 1%. So we get an idea how rich the most dangerous criminal groups in the world are.
Let me, I only have about 5 or 6 minutes, Jürgen Stock, and I want to ask you something about what a lot of European officials are talking about. There have been public reports about plots to murder a German defense industry executive. There have been attacks on European defense facilities. Now, to help the audience here, you are constitutionally forbidden from talking about any or taking any actions in response to the actions of a state. But, as we know, as we've been talking about, there is a lot of organized crime aspects to the attacks that I just mentioned. There's a long history of the use of organized crime networks by a certain actor that presumably has been targeting these people and these facilities across Europe. So, have threats to European defense industry increased, and what can we do about it?
I mean, thank you for already answering an important part of your question. Interpol was built 100 years ago exactly with the purpose, stay away from politically motivated crime, at that time including terrorism, by the way, which we have changed. Focus on what is called ordinary law crime. So people who are abusing children, who are trafficking drugs, who are trafficking human beings. That is what we try to do. Of course, not always easy. There's I think you say a blurred line, right? But the success of Interpol, that we still have all the 196 member countries at the table, that we still bring them into operations where we collect 60, 70, 80 countries to join in for certain operations, is because we are handling that very strictly, staying away from politics. There are other agencies and organizations who can deal with this. Interpol is focusing on ordinary law crime.
So
nothing else to say on
no increased risk to defense industry that you can even discuss.
I mean, we have been discussing the increasing risks at the beginning of this conversation. There is no doubt that the risks are increasing. But again, it's for our communities regarding organized crime, and particularly cybercrime, where we have to reconsider our business model also in Interpol, in law enforcement, away from the classical just bilateral work or cooperation of the like-minded states.
Yeah.
This is not enough to address these threats.
And then here's another question that you really won't want to answer if you don't want to answer that one. Major technology executives, including Elon Musk, who of course runs X, Peter Thiel, who's still on the board of directors of Facebook, there are others, have come out in the last few days as supporting Trump and Vance. Are you concerned that technology companies who seem to be heading toward the Republican ticket today will provide less assistance if that Republican ticket is elected in November?
I mean, we are in general concerned about technology. Again, those two sides of the coin, let's say, that of course always we know how beneficial all these technologies are for development and fighting poverty and so on and so on. But the question is, how do you use technology? And we see that criminals are increasingly using that. I really believe that AI will be a huge game changer, and we have to be prepared, particularly in terms of prevention, because international cooperation with this fragmented system will remain to be difficult. And I'm very grateful that, for instance, the United States have been setting up, and this for me is a role model, global coalition at that time to defeat against ISIL. A real, 87 states, international organizations, NATO, Interpol, European Union, the Arab League, under one umbrella fighting ISIL. The counter-ransomware initiative that was set up. This is the way we need to go, truly almost global solution. And technology, we are concerned about encryption. That is something where we are very concerned that we are no longer in a position to monitor what I've been doing throughout my career when I was still investigating, is monitoring conversation between criminals. If they increasingly use end-to-end encryption, and we have no chance to legally to intercept, we are having a big problem.
But we've been talking about partnerships. You just mentioned the United States being a leader. Are you worried? Are you concerned about whether the United States will provide that partnership depending on the outcome of the election?
No, again, I'm in this office now for 10 years as Secretary General of Interpol. We always had fantastic support from the United States. We have seconded, detailed officers who are working in Interpol from the FBI, DHS, and so on. They are supporting many of our projects, capacity building, training activities in different parts of the world. And I think together we have been able, that's our mission, making the world a little bit a safer place. For instance, very particularly on mobility of foreign terrorist fighter and so on. And that is the spirit in which we also have to cooperate to mitigate the increasingly relevant cyber risks.
Fair enough. Brian Nelson, we have 30 seconds. I will let you take us home. Phishing, fakes, and fraud, tackling transnational crime, and enhancing global security. How can this audience, how can the people here enhance global security from your perspective?
Look, you all are leaders, global leaders, in thinking about sort of how we can better enhance our partnerships. We are investing in internationalizing a lot of the work that we do. Our financial crime enforcement network, starting to send liaisons out into the world. We're trying to move faster. We have a rapid response program to try to get money back to victims. With international partners, so we recognize that truly forums like this help us get the word out to the stakeholders who are best positioned to be able to take meaningful, disruptive action in this space.
That one was easy.
See? It was. Yeah. I appreciate it.
Brian Nelson, Jürgen Stock, Matt Noyes, thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Stock. Thank you. Good morning again. We're now going to connect live to Ukraine for the next session, which is a conversation with the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Rustem Umerov, and no better person to carry out this conversation than David Sanger, who, as you all know, is the White House and national security correspondent for the New York Times. I can't see the screen. I'll get the signal.
Hi, everybody.
Great. We have him. Thank you very much, Minister. Over to you, David.
Thank you very much, Neve. Thanks to all of you. And thank you, Minister Umerov. You've been in your job now for, about 9 months or so as defense minister. And so it's just about enough time to understand what you've gotten yourself into. And we appreciate your coming and talking to the Aspen Security Forum. So let me start you off with what we saw happen last week. President Zelensky, of course, was in Washington, and he emerged with some relatively big wins. He got the new Ukrainian European Command Center, a NATO representative who's going to be arriving in Kyiv, a more stable funding base, and so forth, and of course, the phraseology that Ukraine would be inevitably a member of NATO, even though there was no date set. I'm wondering if you could give us your evaluation of these, and what did you think you've come up short on? And we'll go into those in a little more detail.
Hi, everyone. Just wanted to acknowledge that what people think of NATO in Ukraine. So NATO means peace, NATO means end of war, and NATO means development for Ukrainian people. So we were fighting to become a NATO member for a long time, and we belong to Europe, and we belong to North Atlantic Treaty Organization. So that's the expectation of people. As the Minister of Defense, of course, I have to focus on to interoperability, and we have shown to the world that we are operating all kinds of weapons and arms, and we're ready to join. That's our focus. Our visit was focused on more deliverables to outcomes as air defense, because we need to protect the skies, to protect people, to protect the national critical infrastructure, and our men and women in uniform. So that was our outcome of the visit. But we appreciate our partners' support, and we will be continuing to win the enemy in our battlefield.
Well, thanks. Let's look a little more thoroughly at those areas where you say you need a bit of work. We've seen Ukraine enter these rolling blackouts in recent times because the Russians have moved from what was initially attacks on transmission systems a year or so ago to the actual generation systems. I think you've lost about half of your generation capacity at this point. And of course, you're suffering through this heat wave where it's particularly hurtful, and you'll have the same issues, I suspect, during the winter. Tell us a little bit about how you plan to protect that generating capacity while you're trying to rebuild it. Do you have enough air defense for that? Are there other options available to you for it?
We always outline that to protect cities like Kyiv, Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Odessa, we need air defense to protect people. Secondly, national critical infrastructure, which includes nuclear power stations, which include hydropower stations, thermal power stations, oil refineries, ports, and it includes many more. So that's why we need air defense and missiles to hit the enemy so that they are not close to us. Because what they focus is to hit the civil infrastructure. They hit the hospitals, they hit the schools, and we need to protect them. That's why it's not something that it's a big country, and we need to deter Russia. We need to stop Russia because it continues the invasion. It continues to get a support from many other countries, which are also are against our democratic values. So that's what we are fighting for.
Mr. Umrov, in the world of power supply, we've heard the Russians say they want to restart part of the Zaporizhia plant, I think one unit of it, but presumably to supply electricity to parts of Russia. Do you have any chance at this point of regaining that plant?
Well, we have a strategic plan and operational plan. I won't be probably addressing the operational plan, but as I said, it's an illegal temporary occupation. We're trying to get more power to regain the territories. And our strategic objective is, of course, 1991 borders. And that's why we're focusing at the moment, to regenerate power and tackle this problem along with partners.
But do you think you could actually regain the Zaporizhia plant as part of your strategic objectives?
it is within our focus.
Let me ask you a little bit about the precision strike capabilities that you need. Obviously, air defense is one part of the plan, but the other part that you've had has been to strike inside Russia, and obviously in parts of occupied Ukraine. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about the launch sites from which Russia's mounted many of these attacks, including in Kharkiv, including in that attack you referenced on the Children's Hospital last week. That originated from a base within Russia that's part of their sanctuary due to the restrictions the U.S. has placed on where you can use the ATACMS. Did you make any progress last week in getting that area that you can actually conduct military operations inside Russia expanded?
Yes, we are asking our partners to lift all bans on targeting military targets inside of Russia because they're targeting our cities, our civilians, and to make sure that they don't come to our borders, we wanted to use long-range missiles against the enemy military targets. We had some discussions with partners. Some made some announcement publicly. Some had discrete discussions, but we are continuing, and we want to say it loudly. We are focusing to the military targets so that they cannot and not able to hit the civilians. So that's a justification, and we are fighting with the rules of engagement. So at the moment, the work is still in progress.
You may have heard President Biden at his press conference last week talk about this briefly, and he said one of the reasons that he did not want to allow too much for a lifting of these restrictions is that he wouldn't want to allow you, for example, to strike Moscow. If there was a legitimate military target inside Moscow, would you strike it?
We're protecting our nation. We're already fighting for 10 years, and full-scale invasion, as you know, have caused us so many internally displaced people that it's up to 15 million people moved from one part of the country to another part of the country and even leaving the country. So we would do everything to stop the enemy. And but at this stage, we address our partners to allow us these missiles to focus on military targets that are hitting our cities. So there are some objects that our partners know, and they are focused only to the military targets.
And those would include, for example, the air bases where they're releasing some of these, the bombers that are releasing the glide bombs and so forth?
Yes, not limited to.
Okay. And has the U.S. shown any greater interest in allowing you to expand the arena? And could you be able to strike those targets, say, with the missiles that Britain has given you, since they are not putting a similar restriction on you?
Look, in Kharkiv, we repelled the enemy, and U.S. and other partners allowed us to use the U.S. and other partner weapons, and that's why we have repelled the attacks, and we have decreased the number of glide bombs and guided air bombs and hitting to our territory. And the limit, there was a limit on the length, and that's why we want to change it from the length to the functional. So as you said, the air bases, for example, if we focus those kind of military objects, it will drive them as what we did in the Black Sea. We drive them out of our territory. So we don't want them to come near to us to hit our civilian targets.
This is, I think, the first day that the new mobilization law goes into effect. So give us a little bit of an update on your troop strength, especially infantry on the front, and maybe some assessment of the Russians. What's your thinking about how much longer they can keep up this furious pace of assaults that they've had underway, given the staggering losses that they've been suffering?
They already lost more than 550,000 soldiers, killed and wounded, but they're keep bringing, contracting from many countries. They're hiring the mercenaries. They're bringing it from Africa. They're using their strengths in Asia and Africa to bring more mercenaries. At the moment, since we are fighting the third year, we passed the law. We made clear who will serve in the military, people that 25 and over, because our population wants the younger population to stay alive and continue developing our country. At the moment, there are more than 4 million people already registered in the databases, those that are willing to serve in the army. We're, of course, tackling the Russian propaganda in the West that say that Ukrainians doesn't want to serve. No, we have passed the law. We have introduced the digital registration of the and open up a recruitment center. So we have, as I said, over 4 million people registered at the moment.
And on the Russian side, do you believe that they will be accelerating these attacks, or do you think they're running out of steam? And do you think there's a way that you can go on the offensive, a new counteroffensive, this year, or would you need to wait until next year to do so?
So at the moment, there are more than 500,000 enemy troops are surrounding us in the temporary occupied territories in the east and northeast in the south. And they want to increase it by 200 to 300,000 more, which means that they're increasing. And they've already have concluded 50% success ratio until the June 1st. So which means that they will be increasing the recruiters and contractors and mercenaries to attack us.
Last question for you, since I know your time is so short. If you believe the polls that we're seeing here in the United States, you may be, by the beginning of next year, dealing with an American administration that has a different view of how to go supply Ukraine, that has said, former President Trump has said that he could end the war in 24 hours. I don't know how you do that without entering something of a forced negotiation with the Russians. As the defense minister, it's your job to come up with plan Bs for things that go wrong. Are you beginning to develop a plan B if there is a new administration that takes a very different view of the American interest in supplying Ukraine?
Well, we believe in American leadership, and we believe that American people want their partners and allies to be strong as well, because that not many countries support the democracy, rule of law, and civilized manners. So at this stage, we are focused to the battlefield. We are focused to increase the capabilities locally. That's why we invest in industry. That's why we make mobilization and focus how to win the Russians on the battlefield. Whatever will be the outcome, we will be working with America, with the U.S., and we want its leadership in it. And I think we partners will always been through the hard times, and we'll find solutions. So we're focused more to partners' decisions, and we'll find the solutions.
And do you believe that NATO could step in for that leadership if the U.S. pulls back some?
As we said, we have to increase the civilized world capabilities against the country's autocrats. So we are civilized and we have a muscle. We are fighting the enemy, which is much bigger than us. But we have shown the world that many were wrong about Ukraine. And as we said, we will continue our struggle. We've been fighting for this for many, many decades, many centuries, to become independent sovereign country. And we have a vision to become EU country and NATO country.
Well, thank you, Minister Umarov. You've been very generous with your time. I know we went, in fact, a little over the time that you had available. So we really appreciate it. We hope that next time we have this discussion, we can do it here in Aspen with you. And thank you very much for joining us and sharing your views.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And also a huge thanks to our colleagues in Aspen, Kyiv. They do amazing work under really difficult circumstances. So to Yulia and their chairwoman, Natalie, who's speaking tonight at our Ukraine panel, thank you very, very much. While we reset the stage, I also want to tell you about something new we have this year at the Aspen Security Forum. We have book talks. We'll have 6 of them. And David Sanger has a fabulous new book out. He'll be in conversation with Mary Brooks, who's a rising leader, and also helped with him on the book, writing it. So over lunch, we have seats and lunch downstairs, so you can go down for 2 book talks. And then this evening, Joe Nye will be on stage to talk about his fantastic new book. But now we'll get everybody up on stage, please, for our panel on the Commission on the National Defense Strategy Report. Jane, do you want to lead the way? Great. So we have a great panel now to go over this. As you can see on stage, Jane Harman, who, amongst her many hats she wears, she is the chair of the Commission on the National Defense Strategy and, of course, a former member of Congress and an outstanding party thrower. We have Eric Edelman, Counselor for the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments and a member of the Commission on the National Defense Strategy. We've got John Jack Keane, the Chairman of the Board of Directors at the Institute for the Study of War and also a member of the Commission. And Mara Rudman, who's the James R. Schlesinger Distinguished Professor at the University of Virginia Miller Center and, unsurprisingly, a member of the Commission. Our wonderful moderator today is Courtney Kuby from NBC. Over to you, Courtney. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much, Niamh. Thank you to our wonderful panel here today. So the FY 2022 National Defense Authorization Act included a provision that called for a commission to examine the 2022 National Defense Strategy. Armed Services Committee selects the members. They selected 8 people. It was bipartisan, so 4 on each side. And we are very fortunate today to have 4 of those members here today. Now, the report's just about done, not quite done, but we're going to get a rare sneak peek at it, including some of the recommendations they have for updating the National Defense Strategy, which we heard a lot about, frankly, at this event just last summer. So I want to start, because we haven't seen the report, we're going to start by each of the members giving a quick sort of 2-minute review, and I'm going to give you a little bit more about their bios while we do that. So we'll start with Jane Harman. As we heard from Niamh, she's the chair of the commission. She served 9 terms in Congress as a representative from California and was the ranking member on the Intelligence Committee for 4 years after 9/11. She's also on the President's Intelligence Advisory Board. And I just want to say, just given the current climate here, she doesn't know I'm going to say this, but when she was on the Intelligence Committee, when she was one of the leaders, I was a young cub producer at Meet the Press. And I can remember her coming in with her colleagues in the Intelligence Committee, the leaders on the committee, both sides, Republicans and Democrats. And still to this day, I was always really struck by how they disagreed on policy, but they all got along. In fact, they were funny together. They almost seemed like they were friends. And just given the climate here, I know. Were you friends? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, now we get it. You heard it here first. But given today's climate, it's just something I want to point out that she was a part of that work. So Jane, if you could just start us off with a little bit of an intro into the Commission's work and I guess the status of where you are.
Well, thank you, Courtney. Not only were we friends back in the day, but the Intel committees, both sides, are probably the only truly bipartisan committees in the Congress. It's a good start, but it's not enough. And on our commission, we're all buddies. I mean, some of us went to Ukraine together on a bipartisan basis, and we have little funny jokes about being in that train car from Poland where there's bunk beds. So our shorthand is we all slept together. Anyway, that was naughty, wasn't it? So a little bit more background on this. We're not the first commission that Congress has set up. There were prior commissions. Eric Edelman, whom you'll hear from, was a co-chair of one of those. He's the vice chair of this one. Jack was on the last one. Back in the day, it was called the Quadrennial Review, but the goal of it is for Congress to appoint people to take a clear-eyed view of how good these NDSs are. And the one in 2022 was the most recent one. Some of you in this audience wrote it. Congratulations, you know who you are. However, just to point out, it was before Russia invaded Ukraine. It was before Israel, Gaza. It was before what happened last weekend and a lot of other things Jack will describe. So we took our own view of this. We traveled around the globe. We went to Wiesbaden, Germany, where there is this amazing strategic center. We went to Honolulu to see Indo-PACOM. We went to a variety of other places, and we had 92 interviews, only 92, with some of you and many others who are extremely knowledgeable. The four of us are going to be introduced by Courtney, but there are four others who are not here. Tom Mankin, Mariah Sixkiller, Alyssa Starzak, who is in the audience someplace. Alyssa, where are you? Yeah, she better be there. That's right. And Roger Zackheim. Our report, this is a key takeaway, is unanimous. Think about that. We're extremely proud of that. And we share the belief that we face threats greater than any time since World War II and more complex than the Cold War. Unlike previous reports, we believe there needs to be fundamental change, we'll describe this, in the way the Pentagon and government agencies do business, plus a robust incorporation of technology and the tech sector and full embrace of the capabilities of our partners and allies. We decry, this is Jane in particular, the broken budgeting process in Congress and the broken Congress, and stress the need for leaders to explain to the public this has not happened, how dire the situation is, and to fully resource how to pay for the fixes. So that's my intro.
Great. Retired General Keane, Jack Keane, served as national security and foreign policy expert to presidents, members of Congress, cabinet officials, CEOs, just about everyone, probably some of you here in this room. He chairs the Institute for the Study of War, as we heard from Neve. He served on prior NDS commissions. And before all that, he somehow managed to serve 37 years on active duty, reaching the rank of 4-star general and serving as chief of staff of the Army.
Vice chief of staff.
Vice chief of staff there. Oh, I elevated you, see? That's what you get to do in retirement. And I, frankly, he has so many awards and assignments that if I were to read them all here, it would take up the rest of the panel. So I'll just say he's got a lot of them, and he's served in a lot of places. So, General Keane, if you could take on the threat piece of this commission, what are the major threats facing the U.S. right now, and how prepared do you see the U.S. for tackling them?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to deal with threats, and some others will pick up with preparedness. But look, several of us were on the 2018 National Defense Strategy Commission. And be quite frank about it, when we got into it, we were alarmed by what we were facing in terms of our threats and just how seriously the United States military had lost its decisive edge. And here we are, 5 years later. The threats are more serious, they're more dangerous, and we have absolutely failed to keep up with it. That's kind of where we are. I agree totally that the global security challenges that the United States are facing today, serious and dangerous, as I mentioned, and I agree with what Jane just said. We haven't seen anything quite like this since World War II, and it includes the potential for near-term war. The partnership of Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea is a major strategic threat that we have yet to account for. It makes each of those countries more effective and stronger militarily, economically, and diplomatically, and it weakens our own tools to deal with it. The 22 NDS identifies China as a pacing challenge based on the strength of its military and obviously its economy, with its intent to dominate regionally and globally. But the Commission finds China is outpacing the United States and has largely negated the United States military advantage in the Western Pacific after 2 decades of China's very focused investment. The United States military, folks, remains the world's global military power. It's able to project military power to any place in the world in a way that no other country has ever achieved it. However, when we get within 1,000 miles or so of the Chinese mainland, the advantage moves decisively to China. We would be challenged to win a war there, and indeed, we could lose one. That's the reality of what we're facing. The other thing, excuse me, my microphone's a little away from me. China, as you know, I mean, their cyber capabilities, their space assets, their long-range fires, their conventional air and maritime capability, and their growing strategic nuclear forces, they're put together first and foremost to deter the United States from ever engaging, and obviously, if necessary, to defeat us. Russia is a chronic threat, committed to absorbing Ukraine and expanding further into Eastern Europe. The China-Russia partnership, the so-called no limits partnership, has deepened, and we've all seen it, the reality of it. And it's expanded to include a military and economic partnership with Iran and North Korea. This newer alignment really does increase the risk and makes it more likely that any future conflict can expand across theaters, and we could find ourselves involved in a global war. And lastly, we are already involved in 2 wars, and we're struggling right now to keep up providing munition and equipment to our allies. If we got involved in a global war, we would be significantly challenged to deal with our adversaries and the capabilities that they have. And our exercises that we've played, have revealed all of that. If we truly want to deter aggression, and I submit we do, and we talk a lot about deterrence, we need to realize how serious and how dangerous the challenge is that we're facing. We've got to move with a sense of urgency and determination now to confront these threats that we're facing. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Mara Rudman, as we heard, is a distinguished professor at the University of Virginia Miller Center. She directs the Ripples of Hope project that identifies approaches to help democratic leaders resolve key challenges. She also serves on the Board of Visitors at Howard University College of Arts and Sciences. And she served in multiple senior national security roles at the White House under Presidents Obama and President Clinton, and positions at the State Department focusing on the Middle East. Mara, we just heard about these threats, which seem to be numerous that the U.S. is facing right now in the world, frankly. The Commission is expected to recommend employing elements of national power, all elements of national power, to address the threats that we just heard about. Can you walk us through some of those recommendations?
Sure, happy to do that. Obviously, as General Keane has laid out, we are facing an extremely challenging situation. And while our mandate is clearly looking at reviewing, making recommendations for the National Defense Strategy, what's very clear is to meet these challenges, the Defense Department, the Pentagon, our military cannot do it alone. And in fact, the National Defense Strategy calls for an integrated deterrence, as does the National Security Strategy, which describes that in some detail. The challenge has been in what that means and how it's understood across government, across society, as well as within the Pentagon and at the White House. And so that's why we talk about all elements of national power. To start to find the solution sets to meet these challenges, we need everyone involved. And that means that for all of government, it is, yes, our diplomats, but not them alone. Yes, those who work on our economic issues and our investment issues, and also those who work on critical infrastructure and supply chains. Critical minerals are absolutely essential at everything that we're talking about, as well as those who are working, and one of the earlier panels talked about workforce challenges. Everyone here is confronting that. who work on labor and workforce and education. So I've pretty much mentioned pretty much every agency across our government, and we need to have a different way of thinking about these things. In addition to that, we need to look across our civil society, and I want to underscore there, we need a civil society, as well as the private sector, to be involved, to be committed, to understand what we're facing in terms of these national security threats, that we all share this national security mission. We need it in terms of technological innovation, we need it in manufacturing, we need it in workforce, we need it in public service, and in increasing our recruitment ability and our retention ability across our military and really across all of public service. And so we need all elements of national power, and that's what we mean by it. We also need to be working, including within how we view all elements of national power, is working with allies and partners. And this administration has made some real gains in terms of strengthening NATO, in terms of the AUKUS agreement, in terms of a lot that we've done in Asia. It is not enough. We need to do more. We need the United States, all elements of the United States, all elements of government and our society. We need to be better partners. And that involves being smarter on how we work on export issues, on technology issues, on information exchange. It also means being able to be relied upon as a stable partner, being seen as reliable throughout the world, regardless of who's in charge of our government and our country. So we have a lot of work to do to get there.
Thanks. Ambassador Eric Edelman served in a number of positions at the Pentagon and the State Department. He was the ambassador to Finland and Turkey, Undersecretary of Defense for Policy at the Pentagon, senior advisor to the Vice President, and on and on. He also co-chaired the National Defense Strategy Commission in 2017 and 18, and now he's the vice chair of the current commission. Mr. Ambassador, you know bureaucracy at the Pentagon very well at this point. You're very familiar with
Sadly.
Yes, you're very familiar with the fact that it's the world's largest bureaucracy. What are some of the changes that need to be made? And then also, to Mara's point about, are there changes that need to be made in the defense industrial base in the civilian sector as well?
So thank you, Courtney. It's great to be with you again. And I'd like to start by actually saluting the leadership of Jane Harman as our commission chair. She made it sound very easy. We got a unanimous bipartisan report out. I'm here to tell you it was actually not that easy. If you don't think we didn't have a lot of very vigorous disagreements among ourselves, we did. But the important point was that we had 8 patriotic Americans who were willing to negotiate out their differences and come to a unanimous report, and a lot of that is credit to Jane. As Jane mentioned, I'm a recidivist. I've served on the 4 previous congressionally mandated reports, and in 2010 our report said that, and General Keane was a member of that group, we said that the accumulating strategic challenges the United States faced and inattention to resources for defense were leading to a potential train wreck. In 2014, we said that we were accumulating strategic risk and that the Budget Control Act was a giant strategic misstep that had undercut the nation's defenses. And in 2018, we said that while the 2018 National Defense Strategy pointed us in the right direction, it lacked a lot of specificity, and in particular lacked operational concepts that would suggest how we could deter and defeat our various adversaries. Now, Mara has enjoined me repeatedly that just yelling this stuff louder doesn't, get you anywhere. But if you listen to General Keane, I think you get the sense of urgency that I think animates all 8 of us, on this commission. And we met with the entire DoD leadership. We met with all the combatant commanders, the service secretaries, service chiefs, the chairman, the vice, lots of other senior leaders. And we found all of them, committed, working very hard to deal with these very complex challenges. But what we also discovered is that there's a very large Pentagon bureaucracy that lacks that sense of urgency. General Keane mentioned that the report, the commission report, but also the strategy identifies China as the pacing strategic challenge. I commend to people a very good RAND paper by Michael Mazar that points out that we've understood that this was a challenge for almost 10 years now. Late Secretary of Defense Ash Carter started talking about great power competition in his last 2 years in office. We've identified many of the challenges that General Keane outlined that we face vis-a-vis China, and yet here we are with very little progress, to show. And part of the answer is, the old Pogo story, we've met the enemy and it is us. We have a very large bureaucracy that's optimized for research and development and procurement of exquisite, expensive, irreplaceable platforms in an era where the conflicts that are underway that General Keane mentioned are showing us that the future is autonomy, AI, robotics, and large numbers of attritable, easily replaceable, and hopefully cheaper systems that we have to be able to deploy. We've got some serious efforts that are underway, like Replicator, like DIU, but what's troubling about all that is that all of these efforts are essentially efforts to work around the system as it exists. We had the same thing with the European Deterrence Initiative and the Pacific Security Initiative. We have to work around our own processes and programming and budgetary bureaucracies in order to try and get results. And I'll close with just one final thought, which is that we identified 5 or 6 years ago in the 2018 report the lack of operational concepts that would allow us to use our technological advantage vis-a-vis China, some of which was discussed yesterday, in a way that will be accessible to the warfighter and allow us to deter, hopefully, conflict, but defeat aggression if we have to. And we discovered in our examination that the 2018 and 2022 strategies, which both say, well, we really have to concentrate on winning one fight and then deterring everybody else with nuclear weapons, is probably insufficient to the challenge that General Keane described, where we've got Russian aggression financed by the PRC, providing precision machining to get Russia's defense industry on a 24/7, 3 shifts a day basis, producing Iranian drones with a factory built by Iran in Russia with munitions supplied by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We have to be present in 3 major theaters. We have to be able to deter aggression in 3 major theaters. We will have to perhaps defeat adversaries. It won't look the same in every theater, but you can't do it with an army that's small, with an army that's going down, with an air force that's the smallest it's been in a very long time, and same with the Navy. We talked about operational concepts. In the Cold War, the late Harold Brown and the then Director of Research and Engineering, Bill Perry, committed the United States to the development of stealth technology and precision-guided munitions, and some very far-sighted military strategists came up with the air-land battle, Salt Breaker, and NATO's follow-on forces attack that allowed us to take those technological advantages and turn them into a powerful deterrent that ultimately ended up contributing to the end of the Cold War. We have not yet done that in the Department of Defense today, and that's, I think, on the agenda for the future.
So I think the big question that we have to ask is, with this, who's going to pay for all this? You've just laid out this idea of a bureaucratic Pentagon that doesn't want to shift. We have Congress that we know doesn't want to agree on the time of day. Where will you get the resources for this, Jane?
So very briefly, let me clarify something I didn't say, which is we are formed by Congress, funded by Congress, but independent of Congress. And some of the things we're saying up here have not been said by Congress, and they have certainly not been said by the Pentagon in any public way. I also want to recognize the enormous valor of David Granis, who's sitting in the front row. if you think it took a lot of work to become unanimous, he was the guy who had to draft all this and change it every hour. But we did it. And on July 30th, we will testify before the Senate Armed Services Committee about our final version of the report. And you've been very good, Courtney, in not outing us, because it's not, it ain't over till it's over. Just a few things on who's going to pay for this. We are not in favor of printing money, unanimously not in favor of printing money. The U.S. defense budget is already $850 billion. China's budget, Russia's budgets are going up. So what are we suggesting here? We are suggesting spending more, and you'll see the recommendations in the report. But we are also suggesting spending smarter. There are lots of ways to save money in the Pentagon where the tooth-to-tail ratio is, tooth meaning warfighting, 30 to 70. That doesn't sound very efficient to me. There's also Congress, which has not passed a defense budget on time since 2011. That's the year I left Congress, so you all understand it was working perfectly until I left. We are also in favor of spending differently. You've heard some of this. We have a much broader lens on what it will take to project national power. It is not just Pentagon-centric. And I would add, as one who was an offender back in the day, representing an aerospace district in Los Angeles, that Congress is addicted to legacy systems, and actually so is the Pentagon. I think Jack would agree. And what we need to do is change that whole mindset, change the business model to one that's much more resembling of the tech sector and risk-taking. This will take a lot of work. Doug Beck is speaking later, and he'll tell us all about it. He's one of the refreshing newbies at the Pentagon. I said we had to spend more, but one of the things we have to understand is that the public is pretty clueless about how serious these threats are. And you heard Jack. They are very serious. And our political leaders need to educate the public about what the risks are. And oh, by the way, I'm going to say this. It was unanimous. We are recommending that we may have to raise revenues, that would be taxes, to pay for some of the new spending. And, get this, listen up, reform entitlement spending.
General Keane, do you want to clap? You can clap. Come on. This is a friendly environment. Go ahead and clap away. General, I do want to just ask one thing that you said in your opening remarks, which was that the U.S. is already involved in 2 wars and struggling to keep up. So I just wonder, does the Commission believe that the U.S. is capable right now of fighting, whether it's a multi-front war on multiple theaters or fighting multiple wars at a time right now?
Well, we'd fight those wars, but we'd be struggling to win those wars. That's the reality of what we're facing. You know, we're resourced to fight one war and then deter all others. But we're already gone past that reality. Let's see, you see it out there yourselves. So that's the issue. We would really struggle. We would struggle against China fighting one war, and we certainly would have major problems. And that's why our adversaries would take advantage of the situation. If Russia expands into Eastern Europe, does that incentivize China to move and take action in the Indo-Pacific region? Does it incentivize Iran to expand and operationalize their proxies once again, even in a more serious way, to finally take Israel down? Our judgment is that, yes, it likely does. And that's why the threat of multi-theater and global war is real. Now, and the administration and the subsequent administration has got to deal with the reality of that and construct a plan to deal with multiple wars or global war itself, despite the fact that we have limited resources to cope with all of that.
Do you want to add something?
Yeah, Courtney, if I might just add to what General Keane just said. So in our 2018 report, we actually drew attention to the fact that our magazine of munitions was actually very shallow, and that in the 2015 counter-ISIL campaign, the Air Force almost ran out of precision munitions. And we drew attention to that, said that Congress should pay attention to this and look at this problem. You can see how effective our report was, because no one paid any attention in the least. But President Putin has done us a service, I think, because the war in Ukraine and the struggles we've had to support Ukraine, and then subsequently after October 7th, Israel, have shown the degree to which our own defense industrial base, and this gets back to an earlier question you raised, has deteriorated because of the shrinkage of the post-Cold War of the industrial base. And it's going to take some very significant investment. But even with a lot of investment, and even if we can get, not just the primes. I mean, I don't want my comments about big, exquisite systems to say we don't need any of those. We do, but we need a lot of the other stuff as well. And we have to find the right balance, as Jane was saying, in spending in smarter, newer ways. But even with the best effort we can make, to crank up our own defense industrial base, we're going to have to, rely on allies, which is why the NATO summit recognized that by, committing itself to a pretty significant enlargement of the European defense industrial base. We'll see whether European politics allows for that. But we're in this together, as Mara was saying, with allies. We're going to have to rely on them as well.
Just one quick add-on that, and my colleagues are used to hearing me say this, it's not only the defense industrial base, it is the industrial base. That's part of all elements of national power, and getting this done, there's so much overlap with the commercial side and the defense side, and things like, there's no better illustration of that than something like critical minerals and supply chains for it.
One thing I was really struck by is that, we're talking about 2 years ago, the National Defense Strategy, 2 years ago, and look at how much has changed in the world since then. And it made me wonder, and I throw this to any of you, is the strategic environment, is the environment just changing so fast at this point that the strategies can't keep up?
I think one thing I think is happening is our adversaries, when they look at us and see all the challenges that we have, I think they see opportunity based on our vulnerabilities. And if you look at just the last 2 to 3 years, our adversaries have become more aggressive. That's the reality of what we're facing, and that's indisputable. So we think the strategy has not kept up, with that reality that we're dealing with, and that's part and parcel of the essence of what we're saying in our report.
I'd just also add that we are very good at fighting the last war. And a lot of what the Pentagon is doing is burnishing how to fight the last war. What we need to think about is cyber, AI, and the amazing change in social media and how people are motivated to act. And just again, think about last weekend and the threats around us, and now this report of the Iranians possibly targeting former President Trump, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, I mean, it's a massive change, and if we don't think differently, we will never get on top of the threats. And as Jack said, first of all, we won't deter them, but then we won't win the wars we have to fight.
I also, the other thing I've been very struck by is we have heard for years that China is the pacing challenge. Some people even called it the pacing threat, although that was frowned upon in the Pentagon in 2022. But now you're saying that China is outpacing the U.S. at this point. How? How and why? And I guess, if it's been something that's been on the radar for all these years, how do you address it now?
Well, dealing with the threat, it's obvious. It's indisputable in terms of outpacing us in terms of they have more long-range missiles, more defensive missiles. In the region, they have more air power. In the region, they have considerably more maritime power. And it goes on and on. You name the platform, except for submarines, and they're outpacing us. They're also outpacing us in terms of space and space technology and how they're going to use that in a conflict situation. We know full well that if we have conflict with China in the Indo-Pacific region, the homeland is going to be involved rather significantly. They're going to come for us with cyber espionage, attacking our oil and distribution systems, our financial systems, our other critical infrastructure that we have. And it's also likely that they would attack us kinetically on the West Coast. These are the realities that we're facing. All that said, we don't have to go platform to platform with these guys. During World War II, during the Cold War, Russia outmanned us, outgunned us dramatically. And as Eric mentioned, we happen to have these brilliant generals coming out of the Vietnam War who realized the growing threat with the Soviet Union, led by Russia, and we had to deal with it. They designed the doctrine around it. They practiced it right in front of the Soviet Union Warsaw Pact, and they demonstrated what deterrence really is all about. One is your capability to impose cost on an adversary, and they got that message. And the second piece in deterrence is you're willing to use it, and we demonstrated our willingness to use that. We can do this. And one of the things that we feel very strongly about is communicating, and our leader here, Jane, speaks eloquently about it, is informing the American people. Listen, we get the American people involved in the seriousness of the threat. I mean, the first thing we say to them is how bad it is. They say, what the hell are you going to do about it? And we got to have a plan and tell them what to do about it and how it involves them.
But what when you say, well, we're going to raise your taxes to deal with it? I mean, how do you get the American people on board with this?
We've done that in the past. Our taxes were much higher during the Cold War and certainly during World War II. I mean, it's not fun to raise taxes, but it's not fun to lose a major war with China either. I think that would get people's attention. And I just wanted to stress one other thing to add to what Jack said, and Mara mentioned this. All elements of national power means far more than any platform or any software the Pentagon could design. It means the Pentagon lashed up to the State Department, lashed up to AID, lashed up to other agencies that have a role in this, lashed up to the tech sector, not as an add-on, but our whole business model needs to move away from building hardware to building software, which the tech sector is enormously skilled at doing, lashed up to partners and allies. Some of them can not only build, but can repair things in theater, think Japan, that would make it so much easier to deter China from attacking Taiwan.
Thanks. So obviously, raising taxes for many people is the third rail. We went back to look very specifically. I'm not going to mention the numbers here, but it is striking what what the regular tax base was when we were in the Cold War period, as well as World War II. But we need to have people understand. We need to have people understand that we are all in this together. And in fact, there has never been a time, I think, for this country where the term united we stand, divided we fall resonates as deeply as it does now. And that's part of why it's such a frightening time for us in this country, as well as in the world, because we have extraordinary ability when we are united. We have unmatched ability in the world, and we've proven it time and time again. And so we need to figure out every possible way, and it takes all of us, everyone in this room, everyone in your community, everyone across the country, to work together to make this happen.
Yeah, as we heard on the space panel this morning, I mean, one way is just to bring it home to the people by, hey, your ATMs and your gasoline pumps aren't going to work anymore if they take out the satellites. Simple things like that. Any last words, Mr. Ambassador?
No, I don't think I could improve on what Mara just said.
Well, thank you all
I'd just like to add
much.
one thing. You know, half the capital in the world is resident in the United States. This is where people still put their money. Why? They have confidence in us. They have confidence in our capitalistic democracy and our ability to innovate. We can outthink these guys and out-innovate these guys. We just got to turn all of that on. You saw what we did during World War II, dealing with a threat that was much larger than anything we could ever imagine. And they had far superior military on the battlefield than we had. And look what we did. It was quite remarkable, using the power of the American people, the power of our innovation, the power of our capitalistic democracy to overcome that. We can get there.
Well, this is a rare treat to really have four of you up here giving us a preview of the Commission's work that's not out publicly yet, so we all look forward to reading it in just a couple of weeks and seeing you on the Hill. Thank you all very much.
Everybody.
Hey, thanks for the call.
Yeah, we got to dress you up. Well done.
Oh.
Much. If I could have your attention, please, and a little bit of quiet for our last panel of the morning. We're delighted to be bringing you a panel on India, and I'd love to ask our panelists to take the stage, please. Great. If we could have some quiet in the room, that would be terrific. Thank you. Many of you know. Great. Thanks all. So today on stage, we're delighted to have a spectacular group of people to discuss India's challenges and opportunities. It's just a third term of Prime Minister Modi, and we're looking forward to hearing about this. We've got Ambassador Bob Blackwell, who's the Henry Kissinger Senior Fellow in U.S. Foreign Policy at CFR, and a former U.S. Ambassador to India. We have Mr. Bharat Lal, who's joined us from Delhi today. Thank you so much for making the trip. He's the Secretary General of the National Human Rights Commission of India. We have Dan Twining, who's here also. As you know, he's the President of the International Republican Institute. And again, it's great to welcome Ravi back to the stage, the Editor-in-Chief of Foreign Policy. Thanks. Over to you, Ravi.
Thank you, Neve. Thank you, all of you, for being here. And just a round of applause for our panelists, please. Of course, we have Ambassador Blackwell, Dan Twining, and Bharat Lal. And you've traveled all the way from India for a very short period, so we're very grateful. We have a very broad topic. It's India, challenges and opportunities, and we could go any which way. But what I'm going to do is play to the strengths of our excellent panel here. And so I'm going to begin with Mr. Lal. It occurs to me that not everyone here might know what the National Human Rights Commission is and does. In a sentence, can you explain what your mandate is?
Good morning. Thank you, Ravi. National Human Rights Commission is a statutory organization responsible for improving the quality of life and dignity of people. In any case in the country related to human rights violation, it is the NHRC, National Human Rights Commission, deals with.
So that's a very clear, succinct definition. And so let me put to you, sir, as a representative of the Indian government here, a lot of people, a lot of indicators show that human rights in India have been declining in the last, well, the commission has been around since 1993. There are a lot of rankings that we could list out that show that, but in particular minority rights, and especially in the last decade or so, Muslims have faced challenging circumstances. And I'm thinking here of, for example, cow vigilantes targeting Muslim herders and butchers. I'm thinking of statements by leading members of this government, including the Prime Minister and Home Minister. They have called Muslims infiltrators, termites even. What is the role of the National Human Rights Commission here, and why can't you stop them?
Let's, as you all know, that country of 1.4 billion people, yes, there have been instances where one or two MPs or somebody is speaking out of turn and using not very appropriate language. But the policy of the country is, please understand that this country is a secular country, and Constitution has guaranteed it its fundamental rights, civic and political rights. And thirdly, one example I'll give, that some MPs who have spoken out of turn, I think I'll suggest you just look at certain information. In fact, the ruling party has denied tickets also to them. So far as the National Human Rights Commission is concerned, the MPs who have spoken, it was not in consonance with the Constitution. Commission issued notice. Criminal cases have been filed. In fact,
are you telling me you issued a notice when Prime Minister Modi called Muslims infiltrators? No.
First thing is that, as per our understanding, Prime Minister Mr. Modi did not call Muslims particularly as infiltrator. No, he didn't. He mentioned about infiltration from our eastern border, from Bangladesh, but it was not particularly to Muslim. So if you read very carefully, it is not like that.
Well, he did also say, for example, not to get too mired in this particular topic, but he did say that Muslims are more likely to take away the jewels of your Hindu sisters and mothers. I mean, that's extremely worrying. And as someone who's lived in India, I do wish Indian officials acknowledged it acknowledged there was a problem, and tried to deal with it.
See, at least what we have seen that nowhere Prime Minister has been speaking that language. If you look at the whole speech wherever he has spoken, it is not targeted to one particular committee. And I again repeated that 2 or 3 MPs, including one minister, I think I can name Mr. Anurag Thakur, who spoke against particular committee and was responsible for spreading hatred. The case was filed. National Human Rights Commission took up the case, and in fact, criminal case has been filed, number one. But number two, please understand in India today, what is happening? That each and every individual should have all basic amenities, whether it's a housing or water or electricity or cooking gas or financial assistance, and B is ensuring dignity. No one is left out. So the whole governance philosophy is about socio-economic and cultural rights, where quality of life of people is being improved. And if, for want of time, I would not like to delve much more. Just imagine that in 10 years, more than 40 million houses have been constructed. 140 million households, 700 million. I was responsible for providing clean drinking water, tap water. 140 million households have been given tap water connection. 110 million toilets have been constructed. We don't find that somebody's X, Y, Z caste or religion. It's a universal, phenomenon.
Your point is well taken. I've written about exactly that myself. Again, I do wish the rhetoric was different. But I want to move on. I'm going to come back to you. There's a lot to discuss for us. Dan, let me bring you in. India just had elections. Frankly, they were surprising elections. Everyone, pundits, pollsters, even the exit polls, everyone thought that the ruling party, the BJP, Narendra Modi's party, would come back to power with an incredible majority, 400 seats out of 500 plus. And what happened in the end was they came under the target required to form a government on their own. In many senses, this was a check on their power. Modi's now running a coalition government. I'd like you to reflect on what that means from your vantage point, how you think that changes India's approach to the world, for example.
Great, Ravi. I'm so happy to be here with you and everybody from the Aspen Institute. I've been very lucky for many years to travel with the Aspen Institute to India with Professor Nye, with Anya Manuel, with Master Blackwell, and other friends here. So this is like completing the circle. Look, India just had an amazing election. An Indian election arguably is the largest organized activity in human history in any given year that it occurs, right? It's miraculous. How this works. India is such a diverse, pluralistic place that it only works as a democracy. I mean, this is the genius of India's constitutional design. You could not run a country with over 200 languages, et cetera, as a dictatorship. An extraordinary thing about India, of course, is not just the power of the center, but frankly, the power of the states. There is a great federalism story in India. I think India is an amazing example. So I run a democracy institute. We work obviously mainly in the global south, all over the world, in more than 100 countries. India is an extraordinary example, frankly, in many ways better than the United States, of how to develop and deepen democratic institutions and popular participation and make sure that the ultimate authority in a country is its citizens. So I think we just have a huge amount to learn from India. Maybe not so much in the United States, though we do, ideas of pluralism, tolerance, et cetera, inclusion, but also, frankly, for countries that are looking for development models. China, under Xi Jinping, is not a successful development model. India is now growing much faster than India. There is a bottom billion that is rising up in this country. I think it's the most exciting thing happening in the world today.
Fair enough, especially on the evidence of this election. It was a very exciting election where it was unpredictable, but also to see people power work in the way that it did, and I would argue in the face of some opposition, which we can discuss, was an exciting development. Ambassador Blackwell, you've observed India for so long and invested in the US-India relationship. A lot of where we are today is because of a lot of the work you've put in. What's your sense of how India's foreign policy might change given Prime Minister Modi's reduced mandate?
Well, thank you. Let me just first make an aside. I'm not sure we Americans are the best folks to lecture other countries on excess political speech. Let me leave it at that.
Agreed.
Now, as for the U.S.-India relationship, I think the Modi foreign policy is going to continue more or less. But I'd like to put it for this audience and those who are watching in a broader context. And I do that also believing that Prime Minister Modi is certainly a contender for being the most successful democratic politician in the last quarter century, along with Prime Minister Abe in Japan and Chancellor Merkel. Notice there aren't any Americans in my list. So the essence of this relationship began in the early George W. Bush administration with the following bet by each country, the leadership of each country. The Indians bet that in departing from non-alignment and getting closer to the United States, that the United States would over time be a successful, resolute balancer of the rise of Chinese power. And that's why they proceeded as they did, and even to this day, in many respects, to get closer to the United States. The United States bet that this India would gradually, over time, come closer and closer to our vision of world order. And each made that bet. And I fear that both those bets are now in question. We heard in the last panel, the last terrific panel, about the deficits in American competition with China. The Indians see this and they wonder, did they make a good bet? Is this America, looking into the next decade and beyond, capable of balancing China? And if they are on YouTube watching this, they, I would imagine, are even more deeply concerned. So that part of the bet is under challenge. As for the United States, we know, those of us who follow India every day, that Prime Minister Modi chose to go to Moscow and embrace President Putin the day before the 75th anniversary of NATO. And this bewilders me, and I'll wrap this up. This bewilders me. India has one of the finest diplomatic services in the world. Small, too small, but by and large terrific. I worked in the White House several times, and the first thing you do when you look to see if there's an important event you wish to schedule, you look to see what else is happening in the world. And it is unimaginable to me that India did not know that they were scheduling this visit the day before the NATO summit. And it bewilders me why they did it, but it's an indication that that the anticipation by successive American administrations that India would get ever closer to the United States, not an alliance, but ever closer, is now in question. And I'll finish with a quote over the weekend by H.M. McMaster, former National Security Advisor for former President Trump, who said, "We have to lower our expectations about the future of the U.S.-India relationship."
Fascinating. I want to pick up on one of those points with you, Mr. Law. There is arguably no better American friend for India than Ambassador Blackwell. When he says he is bewildered by Modi's decision to go to Russia, what does not surprise me is the bear hug. I think Modi hugs every leader he meets. That didn't surprise me, but the timing did surprise me. What is the message India is trying to send here?
Please appreciate that India and Russia relationship is more than 50 years old. And I think in diplomacy, I think it's very important that we keep on talking. And Indian Prime Minister and India is in position to talk to Russia, to talk to Russian leadership, talk to President Putin. I think, quite frankly, that what about war or whatever position. So in my opinion, I think it should be seen in this light that India is in position to convey certain message.
So if I may, I feel like the theme of my first few questions to you was that words matter. And the theme of this line of questioning is that symbolism and imagery and timing matters. No one, I think, is questioning even Indian purchases of Russian crude, which have been dramatically ramped up. India needs cheap oil. We get it. It's the timing and the symbolism.
See, this visit was overdue. In fact, last 5 years, it could not take place because of a number of reasons. President Putin came to India 2 years back, and India and Russia has annual, summit planning, and this was scheduled during this time, and I think, in our opinion, there is not much to read between the lines, in any other context. But yes, there was a necessity that India should be talking to Russia about these things, and Prime Minister Modi publicly also spoke on that issue.
Well, you're here in the United States. You will hear a lot of people like Ambassador Blackwell ask you about the timing question. So clearly it is on the minds of one of your close allies. Let me segue from there into another topic, soft power. This has come up a lot already in the 24 hours of this conference. We still have Joe Nye in the audience here who coined the term soft power. There's an argument to be made that India enjoyed tremendous soft power around the world through the 20th century, largely because of the moral force of its project and what it stood for and its foreign policy. There are many observers now, people who love India even, who will say that that soft power is being eroded.
Well, so far as the India's soft power is concerned, I think you are one of the examples.
How so?
Indian produced people like you who go rest of the world and take things forward.
But I'm among the people who would argue that India's soft power is being eroded.
But let me give example, just few examples, today's soft power. Let's take G20. India still has the same values, same ethics when it spoke on behalf of African Union and brought everybody together that G20, African Union was admitted as 21st member. Take during COVID to 100 countries, India provided vaccine. Wherever in war zones and war, when we have to evacuate our people, we always evacuate people from other countries. Take yoga. Take our engineers and our doctors. India producing roughly 1.5 million engineers annually and roughly 110,000 doctors annually. And wherever they are going, including United States of America, I think they are contributing very, very, very positively. So whatever knowledge, whatever skill, whatever value systems are there, we try to take it to other countries, and people who go from India, they carry forward. Take yoga, or meditation. It looks very small thing, but I think all those who practice yoga or meditation, I think it makes you a better person. If see India's track record in many, many fields, India never wages war, it never goes against, it never promotes violence. So these are the certain values I think we stand for and we work for.
Dan Twining, let's talk about China. 10 or 15 years ago, one could argue that, in terms of India's defensive posture, it was focusing a lot more on Pakistan than it does today, and a lot less on China than it does today. Everything changed in 2020, in a sense, when India and China had their skirmish on the border. And in a sense, that was a huge own goal on China's part. Where do you see that headed in terms of India's willingness to engage more with the West as it has an open border conflict with China?
Great question. We could run a seminar on this all day, Ambassador Blackwell. I think India, by and large, made a strategic decision in 1998, and it's culminated and grown. 2020 was a wake-up call when Chinese forces invaded and took Indian territory in the Himalayas. that China, not Pakistan, is enemy number one. Pakistan in this configuration is actually kind of an agent of China rather than its own danger, which it remains because of fostering extremism, etc. So India has more to lose, arguably, than any major power in the world from a future if America should retrench and retreat and put our head in the sand, and China commands the heights of the world economy, the international political system. India is in huge trouble, right? India has a foreign policy strategy premised on the rise of a multipolar world. Now, this is different from the strategy of Russia and China, because in fact, one of our Indian friends, who sometimes has been a China skeptic, made this point just last week during the Modi summit with Putin, which is that India wants a multipolar world, but unlike China and Russia, is actually quite comfortable with American primacy in that world. India wants more international space, more strategic space for itself to rise and flourish and develop, the way China had quite a lot of strategic space to rise and flourish and develop. Unfortunately, now we're dealing with some of the consequences of that. India has very little margin for error. They share, this is the longest contested border in the world. The configuration of forces on that border right now is a clear and present danger to India. China claims a large tract of Indian territory. So India wants a multipolar world. It is aligning with the United States and other friendly democracies, Japan, Australia, friends in Europe, etc. That is the primary thrust that I still see of India's foreign policy. Russia, last point, there was a logic to the India-Russia relationship for many years, right? It was kind of a Cold War carryover. India's military is still very dependent on Russian supply. What's changed since the invasion of Ukraine, which connects very directly to India, even though India has tried to stay out of it, what's changed is that Putin is now Xi Jinping's younger brother. And so the Indian equation, I don't think any longer works, which is that Russia can help India balance China and Pakistan. In fact, I think India needs to make a new set of choices that recognize the reality that Russia and China are in a proto-military alliance. This is a huge danger to India.
Ambassador, if you can expand on that. You know, what strikes me, I'm not sure everyone realizes this, but China is India's biggest trading partner. And Prime Minister Modi is under some pressure now from corporate Indian companies that want India to actually open up some of the things that were closed off from 2020 onwards. I'll also point out that India has lost some territory to China, refuses to admit it in public. It's a very tricky situation for India to navigate.
It is, and I agree entirely with the eloquent generalizations of Dan. Here is an irony and a peculiarity, and it has to do with the India-China relationship. China is challenging Indian sovereignty and consistently violating it. And yet across the world, when Putin sends his army in to commit war crimes in Ukraine, India is not able to condemn that and continually avoids condemning it. And the connection between the two is ironic because India has an enormous power on its border, which is challenging its sovereignty, and yet does not defend the proposition that you don't change borders by force.
Mr. Lal, do you want to reflect on that? I mean, again, to tie into our soft power conversation, it would be a soft power win for India to make the kind of statement that Ambassador Blackwell just suggested.
You have seen it, what Ambassador Blackwell is saying. I fully endorse it, that India has consistently, it has told President Putin, Prime Minister himself has told, that this is not an era of war. And in this visit also he has told. But let's keep one thing in mind. Neither it is in the interest of the whole world, nor in India, that Russia and China come together. So I think if India is able to have some kind of relationship with Russia, I think it is in everybody's interest. It serves certain purposes.
Let me ask you this. Is there a reason why India can't publicly admit that China has sliced off some territory?
No, not necessarily. See, there are borders which basically both the sides, they keep on patrolling and they go back to their lines. But 2 years back, China tried to, undertake certain construction activities and permanently occupied, that case. And as per my understanding, in 2 or 3 sectors, it has to be resolved.
That was a non-acknowledgement, but I'll let that pass. Let me ask you about business. We haven't talked about India's economy yet. The trend lines have long been very strong in terms of annual growth rates. The biggest concern that all of us have for India is job creation. Unemployment rates are stubbornly high. Youth unemployment is running at around about 15%. Many observers will say one of the primary reasons why the BJP didn't win as many seats as it wanted to was in some sense a build-up of youth disaffection. However you interpret that, it is a problem India needs to do more about. India also needs to figure out foreign direct investment, which is down year on year for the last 3 years. How are you thinking about approaching those challenges in the next 5 years?
See, Indian voters has, if you see the result very carefully, it has voted for continuity. A third term has been given to this government, NDA government. But second point is that if you see the voted percentage, take BJP, whatever, last time it got 37%, almost same number it has got. But it was tactical alliance in different states which basically resulted into certain other kind of numbers. This is the first point. Second point, that in different states, as you all know that India is such a diverse country, 29 states. Each state has its own challenges, own issues. Somewhere military reforms is playing out. Somewhere farmers or agriculture reform is playing out. Certain places, some kind of permutation and combination, the partnership with regional party comes out. But the most important part is that so far as the direction of the reforms, direction of the governance is concerned, I think Indian electorate has given a very clear verdict that yes, they want this government to continue in certain direction. Certain message is also there. But more important, our challenge is that roughly 46% of our population is involved in agriculture, which is basically share is 15% of the GDP. And 70% population is dependent on it. So 15% GDP, 46% workforce, and 70% population dependent. I think this need to be sorted out. This need to be sorted out. And second part is that yes, we have been focusing on manufacturing, but as we all know that manufacturing has a certain limitation when it comes to job creation. So the third dimension, that service sector in India, I think it has a huge role. And it has to be backed by quality education and quality skilling, and that is being done in addition to infrastructure and digital physical infrastructure and other issues.
If I had to ask you one last question about the election, it would be this. Your government got a reduced mandate. The vote share is still 37%, you're right on that. But it wasn't what you had wished for. And so, in as much as the voters are telling you something, that there's something they're unhappy about, is there a lesson to learn there?
Well, my current position doesn't allow me to deliberate on those electoral politics. But I think all those who understand that, you will find that case by case, state by state you will go, you will find that some tactical regions, if you take one state after another, a state is specific issue, and it is basically community. Are there some economic challenges, as I hinted? It could be farming, it could be military reform when recruitment is taking place in armed forces. Only for 5 years, earlier it used to be 20 years, this thing. So these are the factors which has reduced the number, It's not like that there has been any kind of angst against the government. But yes, in certain pockets, in certain sphere, there has been different expectation from people, from the government. And especially on two counts, agriculture reform, and second thing is that, Agniveer, what we call military, reforms.
I'll take that. Okay, we're almost out of time. I want to get in a couple of audience questions. I will take 2 questions. I'll take them together, and we'll put them to our panel. Let me see. Hands. Okay, only in the front row. There's one here, and one there. So both front row questions, please make it a question and short, and we will put them to our panelists. Sir, you're first, and then here.
Hello, my name is Kim Monroe with the State Department and also a rising leader. My question is, India has been accused of forced allegations of engaging in transnational repression, particularly against political opponents and activists around the world, particularly Canada. What do you assess as the broader implications of India's international relations and measures that the United States and other countries can take to address this? Thank you.
That's a great question. This is about an alleged assassination, an actual assassination in Canada that the Canadians allege India was behind. India says it played no role in it. Ambassador, I'm going to put that to you, and we'll take the other question as well.
Hi, I'm Joey with The Outpost, also a rising leader. A lot of our hope for the India-U.S. partnership is based on the economic dependency that we can help facilitate over the next 15, 20 years. We took the same strategy with China a couple decades ago. That hasn't worked out well for us in building the alliances closer and aligning our incentives for the future. What else do we need to do differently to help bring our countries closer together?
Terrific question. Okay, a very quick last one from Asha Jadeja, right there behind you. A question, please.
Thank you so much. Just a quick question is about the role of the diaspora. How do you see, Bharat, how do you see the role of the diaspora, given that we are adamant that the U.S.-India partnership has to be stronger, and we are working 24/7 on this mission at every level, from regulations to AI to, to funding various think tanks in D.C. and stuff like that. Do you see that as a positive, and do you think India would support that kind of momentum from us and say, we build trust based on the fact that we have 5 million strong Indian diaspora here?
Okay, that's enough from questions. Bharat, I'm going to ask you to maybe take on Ms. Jadeja's question, and then Ambassador, I'm going to end with you on the other two.
See, as Asha, you know better, the Indian, wherever they go, I think by and large, they prove to be a kind of role model citizens. And we expect that diaspora, wherever they are working, in US or in other countries, they must contribute in that society, in that country. And B, I think they can bring prosperity. When they do these kind of things, I think they are going to make huge contribution in basically building this relationship between respective countries, India and US or any other country, So my message would be that yes, diaspora who have come to US, they must contribute in American society, in this country's, prosperity, and that will help, the whole two countries coming together.
Ambassador Blackwell, I'm going to give you the last word.
Well, on the issue of the assassination, this is now being investigated. As was said, the Indian government denies it, but we have to see what facts emerge from the investigation. And it's, in my judgment, too early to begin condemnations about India without the case being proven. So let's let the judicial process proceed. I want to say something about, lest I be misinterpreted earlier, about the U.S.-India relationship over the period ahead. The Chinese military philosopher Sun Tzu once said, "Don't worry about the challenges in front of you, worry about the challenges beyond the third mountain range." I think we'll be with India beyond the third mountain range. But there's going to be a bumpy period here where India has to leave, and this was said earlier by Dan, has to leave many of its tried and true diplomatic frameworks to deal with the rise of Chinese power. And the United States, as the previous panel emphasized, has to be confident and resolute in the period ahead to reverse these negative strategic trends and to persuade India that it's a good bet to bet on the United States. Because, just to vivify it, India now basically has a strategy that the United States is capable of dealing with China to produce the necessary equilibrium. If it concluded that China was inevitably going to dominate the Indo-Pacific, it would have a very different strategy.
That's a great response and great note to close on. I want to thank Ambassador Blackwell, Dan Twining, and frankly, especially Mr. Bharatlal. It's not often journalists like me get to speak with Indian officials in America. So thank you very much for coming and subjecting yourself to these questions.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to our panelists, please. And now it's lunchtime. You have several options, which I can outline for you. We're serving it over in the Isaacson Center in the Davis Room. We're serving it in the Google tent. And if you're interested, the one I commend is to go downstairs to listen to a talk on David Sanger's new book and Dmitry Alperovich's new book, which are taking place in the Kaufman Room downstairs. And we look forward to resuming programming at 1:30 today. Thank you very much.
Then I look at you, and the world's all right with me. Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be
If I could have your attention, we will begin in 5 minutes. If I could have your attention, if you could take your seats, we will begin in 1 minute.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. You're so well-mannered and quick to call to order. It's unbelievable. I guess you're ready for a lot more content this afternoon. Well, we have an amazing lineup for you. We've already covered a lot of the world this morning, and now we're heading straight into a topic that is very near and dear to my heart. I live out in California, in the middle of Silicon Valley, and one of the things that we're hoping to do with this forum is to help rebuild those important bridges between the tech and innovation community and the national security community. So we are very grateful to have with us today some of the most innovative defense startups. And you've all probably heard it. Doug Beck will tell you a little bit more about it. but there is an enormous valley of death between the development and acquisition of new technology and the transition of something that's a great new technology and actually getting it into the hands of our armed forces to be useful. There is a great institution out in California called the Defense Innovation Unit. It is run by my dear friend Doug Beck, who's doing a great job here. You should all meet him and his team. And there's no one better to talk about that than Doug and some of the innovative defense companies that are actually making this work. So please hold your applause, but I'm going to call to the stage Doug, Tara Murphy-Doherty, the CEO of Govini, Igor Yablokov, who's the founder and CEO of Prion, Troy Demmer, who's the co-founder of Gecko Robotics, and the best possible moderator for this, because he really knows this stuff in detail, is Gordon Lubold, who's the national security reporter for the Wall Street Journal. Please help me welcome everyone. Thank you.
Well, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm reminded of being here a year ago for a similar panel. Doug was here on the same panel, so there's some new faces, but I like to say some of the same old questions. So we're trying to kind of assess where the next-gen defense industrial base is, and whether it's still so very aspirational or if it's actually getting there. So I'm hoping that in this, I think, a 40-minute conversation today, we can kind of get substantially to some of the questions that I have, some of the panelists, I think, hopefully have for each other, and maybe in the last few minutes, some of you. But I will, this is going to be awkward because I have to hold my, I'm like talk show host here. I wanted to read an excerpt from a study that just came out from the Defense Innovation Board, and I'll keep it short, but I just think it's a good scene setter. So just bear with me. The the DoD faces an existential challenge. Its incentive structures are broken, consequently obstructing innovators from adopting new technologies faster or at all, demanding urgent reform. Incentives are the intrinsic and extrinsic motivators that drive talent to take calculated risks, think critically, and move faster to develop and deliver capabilities to support the warfighter. Bear with me. Without swift and widespread cultural change in the ways the department incentivizes talent to innovate, our national security remains at risk, leaving us vulnerable to being surpassed by our adversaries. And I think we all know this. Anyway, so what I wanted to do, one is we have a very smart and informed audience, I realize, but I've tried to encourage the panelists to be kind of jargon-free, speak in English. What I'd like to do, though, is maybe start with you, Troy, and give me your view of the world in that context of what I just read. You can say kind of who you are, what you're doing, but they can read your bio. And then we'll go along, and then we'll get to some other questions. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thanks, Gordon, and to the Aspen team for having this discussion here today. In this moment, this will be no secret to those of you in the room that our industrial base has been hollowed out. We are about 40% less than we were decades ago. And increasingly, how we think about reinvigorating the industrial base is really critical. There are technologies today, Gecko, for example, uses AI and robots to ensure the health of our most critical infrastructure. Things like sustainment, ensuring readiness, and as well as bringing new builds online in a timely and quality manner. But this is an important discussion because today we cannot out-brute force our adversaries. We have to have a technology forward approach. And there are things that the non-traditional defense companies that exist out there today are trying to break in. And I can tell you, from personal experience, it is challenging. But once you do, there's a great partnership there. And I'm sure my colleagues on stage will also share that message as well.
Troy gets an extra star for keeping it nice and short. So for these introductory remarks, Igor, go ahead.
All right, I'll attempt to do the same. AI, has anybody heard of that before? Everybody thinks it's a new thing over the course of the last 24, 48 months. But when I started my career at IBM, we discovered the baby version of Watson in 2002. And I was frustrated that they didn't greenlight it, so I departed, stood up our last company, where a year into it, we prototyped Siri with Apple before the iPhone even existed. That's how early they were thinking about that stuff. 5 years later, we got acquired by Amazon to develop what many of you know as Alexa. Alexa is my older sister's name, which is a coincidence. But the code name for it was Prion. That's where this strange word came from. And then 5 years later, we knew that this style of technology needed to come to more serious pursuits, right? Whether we're talking about critical infrastructure, commercial entities, government agencies, and things of that sort. But the public sector and the private sector have been entangled in AI for decades.
We used to just call it math. Thanks, Gordon. Thanks to the Aspen Institute for this amazing panel. My name is Tara Murphy-Doherty, and I'm CEO of Gavini, as Anya mentioned. We think this topic is so important, we literally dedicated the entire mission of our company to it. So Gavini is a defense software company, and our mission genuinely is to accelerate the defense acquisition process. We believe that if DoD can do this in tandem with the broadly defined next generation defense industrial base, then we can actually make acquisition a strategic advantage for the United States. We think of acquisition not as procurement. This isn't writing contracts. This is about the end-to-end system of fielding, conceiving of, producing, and for generations often sustaining military platforms. That's the system that has to change, and I look forward to discussing it today.
Doug, go ahead.
So, when we sat up here a year ago, we were just getting started on this DIU 3.0 mission. And as a reminder, DIU was set up back in 2017 to try to get after this exact problem, right? And initially, it was just about what I call DIU 1.0, it was about just building a bridge at all between these two worlds who weren't even talking. DIU 2.0 is about proving that you could solve real military problems with commercial technology and or commercially derived technology and make a difference. And that's great, and we've done that now many, many times all over the place. What we have to do now is take that and deliver it with scale at the level that it can achieve true strategic effect. That means first focusing on those most critical problems we've got to solve for in order to deter major conflict or win a forced to fight. And then it means working with the rest of the department and everybody else to scale those things so that they can actually deliver the strategic impact, and importantly, so all those companies out there, the ROI works and the scale can be self-reinforcing. That's the American way of doing this. That's what DIU is built to do. You're asking me before, Gordon, how it's going. And the answer is we are further along at this point than I ever could have dreamed that we would be in just a year. And we have so much further to go for all the reasons that we were just talking about. And I'd love to drill into that a little bit more, maybe, as we get into this.
Absolutely. I'm tempted to let me come back to that. Since scaling is always the kind of looming, or the subtext of all these conversations, and I think there's two kinds of scaling that we were chatting about. The scaling that we talk about, which is like, how do you get innovation? You kind of get it in the front door, but then how do you get it into the rest of the house? That kind of scaling, but also scaling to the capability that DIU brings and bringing it to across the department, the Defense Department, not necessarily through DIU, but just getting the systems. And I think to Tara's point, I was talking to her earlier, like the bureaucracy is still not wired to help folks like these guys get in the door. So we don't have to go in order or whatever. But like, Tara, do you want to just talk a little bit about the building wiring and how do you scale on both those fronts?
Yeah, absolutely. I think until DIU and the types of activities that DIU has very successfully established to help companies enter, turn into or get incorporated into the normal operations of the Pentagon and its systems, we're always going to struggle here. And I'll give you a perfect example. Well, first of all, on your point about scaling, which I think is exactly right, one thing that DoD has scaled in this regard in the wrong direction is mini DIUs. The Department of Defense is a single cabinet level department. It does not need more than 40 different technology incubators and accelerators. But today, that's what exists. So yes, well, the reason that happened is a good one. It's because DIU got some things right, including early on, and the department said, we need to do more of this. So now we've brought these companies in. I think the door is open for businesses to enter. But then once you get past that CBER phase 3 or that OTA, and you're looking for that production level, procurement level contract, that's not DIU and its 39 friends anymore. That's contracting command. That's the PEOs. And that system needs to change still.
Across the services, I assume, and across the department.
Yes, exactly.
Can I build on that one, Gordon, a little bit?
Yeah.
So I couldn't agree more with Tara's point. And this DIU 3.0 strategy, which we were kind of talking about a little bit when I was here last time, and which we submitted to the Secretary actually the next month, and we're now just about a year in.
And you've since got $1 billion, right, since we talked?
And Congress has been very generous both with the appropriation as well as with the nature of the appropriation, which gives us increased flexibility about how those dollars get spent, which is something I hope we talk about a little bit today as well. That DIU 3.0 strategy is really all about trying to help crack exactly what Tara was talking about. So without going into all the details, I'll just maybe tick through some of the key pieces of what's in there. First, it's about embedding with the warfighter. So that's about going deep with the combatant command. So, for example, now the CTO and Deputy Director of the Joint Mission Accelerator, it's called, out at Indo-PACOM, which reports directly to Admiral Paparo. That's a DIU embed, and we've got a team around that. Or out in EUCOM, General Cavoli, I think, is here. We have an embed in his immediate staff, as well as the Security Assistance Group Ukraine, where the S&T lead is a DIU embed, whose role is to help bring in the capability from a cross-whole innovation enterprise. So that's about really being there to help both understand and shape the needs so that we can figure out where commercial tech can help leapfrog and get after it. Then the second big thing is about partnering in every way, and this is exactly to your point, with what I call the true engines of scale of the department, which is the services, as well as our partners in places like A&S, acquisition and sustainment, research and engineering, other places around the department that are all about helping to scale things. And we've shifted from what used to be at DIU, a bar that would say, hey, we need to have a transition partner for this, that there's somebody in the department who wants it. Now there has to be a pathway to scale, or we're not going to do it, because there's got to be a pathway there. And that's also about being now embedded in real ways in these core operations of the department in the Pentagon. And we've got a new Deputy Director for Policy Strategy and National Security Partnerships who's sitting right there, Aditi, who's doing this all the time. That's about all kinds of things like that you don't want to know the acronyms, things like DMAGs for budgets and the new DISG and Replicator, and all of these things are about helping to take that innovation and connect it with the scale so that we can actually get there. So that's the second big one. The third one is about the 40. There's actually 267 organizations around the department that self-identify as an innovation org. We've created something called...
Self-identify, I like.
We've created something called the Defense Innovation Community of Entities, and we have the role of convening that group, making sure that we're working together to identify synergy, eliminate dis-synergy, and also use that group to find the place where there's systemic barriers that get in all these people's way so we can go knock them down. The fourth is about taking what we do with the tech sector to the next level, and we'll talk about that, I know, more later, and this is about international activity. Those are the pieces, and as I said before, we are way further along than I hoped we were going to be, and that's because of enormous support, great partnership with our tech sector partners, but enormous support from leadership across the department, and importantly in Congress.
Good. Thanks. I think it's fair to say that we wouldn't be up here right now if everything was rainbows and birds chirping and stuff. Let me bring in you two a little bit. What do you think is not working thus far in this continuum of startups.
Here's a fun one for you. Where do you typically get French food? In a place called a bistro. Do you know where that word came from? When the Russian imperial troops counterattacked and they ended up in Paris, the Russian word for faster is bistro. That's it. So that's where the word came from. So
Today's fun fact.
Yeah. So what I would say is just move at velocity. Now, why do you even care about these startups? Why do you care about little tech? You know, why did DIU care, to have a vision to even give us a seat at the table, right? With things like Liz McNally is working on, like the Ensign Accelerator and the like. I'll tell you why. I know the answer to who's going to solve and cure cancer. I know the answer who's going to solve faster than light travel, and I know the answer to who's going to create unlimited energy. You know who it is? It's an infant that's out there right now. And so while you never heard of these three brands before until they showed up on this stage, and you wonder who they are, that's what little tech represents, and that's what DIU's vision was. Get them at the table, get these obstacles out of the way, allow rapid prototyping, fast early growth, make them aware of the requirements and connect those dots because of those opportunities that are before us, and do that before adversaries do.
We serve, one of the ways that we were able to break into the government business, I think, was through partnerships that we had on the commercial side. Without that backing, without having worked with hundreds of the largest Fortune 1000 companies in energy and manufacturing, and having that support, having that revenue base, having that ability to iterate on our product, it would have been very challenging to break right into the government sector for us. And I think furthermore, one of the things that we've learned is that when we have when we can approach a problem with a less from a requirements or regulatory standpoint and more from a needs-based, here's the outcome that we're trying to pursue, these types of companies that are represented up here can move very quickly and fill those gaps and leverage existing technology stacks that they have to go fulfill that mission. And so, to give some credit here, I think, to what, DIU is doing, that has enabled some of these other, contract vehicles to be put to good work for our types of technologies.
Tara, I felt like you wanted to say something.
Can I give a specific example?
We love specific examples, yes.
So just to make it real, when we talk about the progress that has been made on getting these non-traditional companies, little tech is a great way of putting it, because importantly, we are not small businesses. Scale is the goal. We've made this phenomenal progress thanks to DIU and others at getting these businesses in the door, entering into the system, and that transition that we've talked so much about is the part that's so hard. Why? Why is it so hard? That's the interesting conversation to have. And I think there are a few reasons, but a major one is the fact that once you get outside of the apparently 267 incubators and into main DoD, the understanding of little tech or even the big successful tech companies that have already IPO'd, their business model does not exist. So the Army recently put out some market research, notified the market that they are going to establish a 10-year, billion-dollar software development contract. That's pretty exciting. I would like to go after $1 billion to do amazing things for the Army and the Army's mission when it comes to deploying Gavini's software. Their entire contract, all $1 billion, is going to be issued as a cost-plus contract. No firm fixed price. No venture capital-backed company that DIU and every other part of DoD who has worked so hard to get us into the system, none of our companies can bid on that. And that disconnect, that's it. That's what we're talking about here. So until we get the parts of the department who actually put the $1 billion 10-year contracts in place to understand what it means to work with companies like ours and how to, this isn't going to work.
So who's the villain, though? I mean, I like this word villain, but I mean, who is the villain when it comes to scaling, when it comes to rewiring the building, to getting these things to work better together and actually get something done? Go ahead, Doug.
So I don't know if I like the word villain.
I know. Moderator's prerogative.
But I do think that the challenge, first of all, the challenge has changed. So even 3, 4, 5 years ago, senior leaders across the department didn't even know they wanted all that tech, and and certainly didn't know they wanted it from amazing companies like the ones that we work with. And I see Josh Fortera, Nini, sorry, he's here from Vannevar Labs, and I see lots of other partners of ours out there. Didn't even know they wanted that tech. What's changed now is they know they want it. And the villain, if there is one, is sometimes it's policy, and sometimes it's law, but much more frequently it's culture. It's just culture. It's learned behavior. This is how we've always done it. Sometimes it's rice bowls. Sometimes it's ego, but it's human, and that takes time to change. And the way you change it is with success. And so we're working really hard right now. At DIU, but across the department, at putting points on the board. Because what we need to do is put points on the board, not just for successful companies, but successful companies that can get to scale. So, an example of one that's a positive example, kind of that people are probably familiar with, is you think about counter UAS and the role that Anduril plays in that. That started off back in 2020. There was in 2020, DIU with SOCOM did a CSO, which is our kind of rapid acquisition vehicle, to come up with a counter UAS capability. Came up with something. DIU funded the first 8 sites, and then SOCOM came in with $1 billion, which is still now happening. Now, right now, DIU is helping the Marine Corps to extend those things into Marine Corps installations. This is installation UAS, counter UAS, but we need lots more success stories like that, so that it's easier both inside to say, I'm going to take a risk on that, and it's also easier outside to say, I'm going to take a risk on that.
So I have a couple of nitnoid questions, but one other thing first. Bob Gates, when he was in the building, famously pushed the MRAP through the process. But he did it by meeting regularly, I think weekly, if not multiple times a week, to make sure that all the pieces were moving to do it. Is there anybody now in the Pentagon who's doing that with that fervor? And I want to ask you guys that.
I want to give you a villain, since you're not. I don't think you'd be satiated. I'll give
more villains.
All right. John Chambers, the former CEO of Cisco, said, "You get in trouble when you do the right thing too long." So a lot of times, whenever we have admirals, generals, SESs, what have you, they always apologize, when they get introduced to me, because they put AI on a pedestal. And I'm like, don't apologize for not knowing these technologies. So they're like, yeah, we have to talk to you because our designated nerds are saying we need AI. And I'm like, the problem isn't, that you don't have it yet. It's just you've been doing the right thing too long. The wrong things get weeded out of our systems fairly quickly. But you have to follow the model that you see in commercial circumstances, like where Doug used to work. At Apple, they have decided, product generation after product generation, to cannibalize themselves before their competitors do. And that's what we need to do in some ways. This is disruptive. And I remember saying this because I was one of the first speakers on a podcast that the CDAO folks have, the AI.mil folks. And I basically said, when you disrupt it, the way that you have to approach it is tell them the reason why you're doing it is because you love the organization, not because you're an antagonistic entity. You want it to survive and thrive to the emerging needs and conditions that the world is giving them. And I think when you approach it that way, I think all bets are off.
To illustrate this, we've been working very closely, and to give credit to Secretary Del Toro and his team at the Navy, we've been working very closely in the shipyards to help things like 1/3 of our ships get out of dry dock on time. Today we're trying to build new capacity. We're not building it fast enough. We have brought a proven technology to one of the fleets. They've adopted it. They've, quite frankly, changed the way that they operate, taken drastically long turnaround times to get data to make decisions on how to make a repair scope or how to plan availability down to days. And so this is a capability that the entire Navy wants. However, we're getting blocked at the contracting level because the contracting vehicles that exist today don't fit that business model of a firm fix. And so we get into a scenario where the existing structures that Navy could use to directly contract with us don't work. And so now we're looking at other avenues like GSA, et cetera. And there you run into some other challenges, which is there's not a PM to staff it, despite having a 3-star admiral banging on the table saying we want this.
Gordon, to your point about who's the person doing the right things at the Pentagon in this regard, I actually think that what this highlights is that there are a lot of people at the service acquisition executive level, the undersecretaries of the services, the deputy secretary herself, who are trying to push. And then there's this disconnect once we get to the point of writing the contracts and structuring the acquisition for a program of record. And so what strikes me is that while this group broadly has been having this conversation about driving innovation in DoD for a decade now, it was always with the acquisition community, and we left the contracting community out. We've got to bring that group of people into this conversation so that we can raise the aptitude about business models and our kinds of companies and how we can work with DoD, and raise the comfort level to Doug's point about culture too.
Well, I build on that, although I would say it's not time to declare victory with the broader acquisition community either, right?
No, I don't think anybody is, right?
Yeah, and so I think, my role in this is to show the light a little bit. I also want to be clear, we got a long way to go, right? And part of that is that, this is about putting points on the board, showing the way, but it's also about, in some cases, training. Because a lot of those folks, it's not like they wake up every day and say, how do I make this slow? These are hardworking, patriotic Americans who are trying to do the right thing, and they're trying to avoid what they perceive as being risk. And so we've got to help them understand, first of all, there are other ways to do this. So we have some pieces in place that we're doing now with the acquisition university, Defense Acquisition University, to help train. And I want to 100x those programs.
Well,
right?
It's a good point because somebody actually texted me a question last night. There's a dearth of contracting officers. Is that correct? And how does that impact any of this?
Creativity takes time. Training helps with that. And I do think this point about risk is an important one too, because there are a lot of folks who they think they're protecting the department from risk and obviously themselves from risk of doing something that might be different. And that's a very proximate risk. The risk that is there if we don't solve these problems and we end up not being able to deter major conflict, if we're forced to fight, those risks are abstract. And so what we've got to do is help bring that forward, right? The most innovative place I've ever worked in my life was a Joint Special Operations Task Force downrange. The least innovative place that I've ever worked in my life was also something I've been involved with in the Department of Defense.
You want to say?
No.
You kind of left it there. Is there enough of a welcome sign for other startups who are not on the coasts and in other places who are not necessarily getting the attention because they're not bi-coastal?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, you've got to ask our Pittsburgh representative that question.
And you have a large workforce in Pittsburgh as well, so I think it's well-fitting, especially in hardware. The places where cutting-edge technology is being developed for Industry 4.0, robotics, drones, sensors, AI, a lot of this is in the interior of the U.S., in the heartland. And I talk every day to companies that are trying to break in because they know that they've got a solution that can greatly help our national security initiatives. And they have challenges. And so we're trying to help not just ourselves get to more programmatic levels to be able to fulfill the mission, but also support those next-gen companies that are also coming online throughout, really throughout all of America.
Can I pile on with some
quick response, and then I got another thing.
Okay. So the answer is yes. So DIU is located we're in Silicon Valley, Austin, Boston, Chicago, obviously in DC. We've got our partners in the innovation community are in a whole bunch of other places, and we've now created these defense innovation on-ramp hubs we call them with help from Congress. So they're in, Ohio, Washington, Hawaii, Arizona, and Kansas, and more to come. And then there's also, this is, you mentioned Liz is here somewhere. Her team is bringing all that together. And this is partly about taking, what was that National Security Innovation Network and DIU, although they were kind of under the same hat, we brought those together, getting the full synergy, because we need to be there's incredible talent all across this country. We've got to be able to tap into that. And to your point, different pockets of capability are in different places, and we've got to get after it. But like at Apple, we knew that, right? And we know it at the department too.
Good. My clever colleague, Heather Somerville, wrote a clever piece the other day, and I'm going to screw up the numbers so I can just look at it a little bit. She reports that there's a study that came out that the U.S. has spent $22 billion in recent years on technology from the top 100 NATSEC startups, compared to, this is where I'm going to screw it up, it's less than half of what the venture capitalists have invested in those same companies. Meaning, the VC world sees opportunity that the federal government does not. Why? And anybody can jump in. Do you agree? Or
without a commercial base that Gecko had, I think, and an investor base that understood DoD, and more broadly, national security type programs that had the fortitude to know that we were going to have to spend ahead of the curve before we recoup that, especially as a company that is trying to build, again, technology sets that expedite things and have the incentives to bring these things to market as quickly as possible. So I think to answer your question, we have gotten some sponsorship of government dollars. Our first contract was with a SBIR, right? That is only possible if you have a matching fund source, and one of those fund sources is venture. So I think these worlds are starting to converge, and we're excited about continuing to make those possibilities inside of the government more and more accessible to other companies.
It's largely a rhetorical question, but because I think the number is low. But what do you?
Let me cross a couple of Ghostbuster streams because I'll connect the previous question to this one. We're based in North Carolina. You know who took a shine to that? And you have to assume our scouts in terms of venture capital.
This is a good story.
All right. JD,
keep it short.
All right. JD Vance led our first big round of financing. Because I told him, look, I'm going to do I'll be on the down low with the fact that we could be dual use and things like that. He joined our board, for a couple of years as well, and then it triggered a chain reaction to that as well. Certainly through the pandemic, it was stark that you needed innovation in all corners of this country. Every nook and cranny was tossed, upside down to find solutions for the things that our communities were crestfallen with.
Gordon, can I just add, because Gavini data helped inform Heather in that story, and the numbers are telling, to your point. So the companies that she references, essentially the defense tech community has raised more than $55 billion in venture investments in the past few years. Notably, the past 2 years, that number on an annual basis has been declining. And in parallel, that same set of companies is only winning about 1% of government contracts every year. And that has stayed flat over the same time period. From an investor perspective, that math does not work. When you're looking for 25 and 30% annual returns, you have to see better growth. And what I fear the leading indicator in that story is that we're not talking about the community here that's looking at all of this data, is the fact that the investments are going down. Partially that could be because the economic landscape is changing, surely. Some of it could be because now these defense-interested VCs are saying, okay, we've written our checks. DoD, it's time for you to write yours.
Doug, quick response, and then I got one other thing that we got to show.
Two things. First of all, I actually think, I think the metric about the total investment in defense tech going down is, I'm actually less worried about that one because it's actually going at a little bit lower rate than most of the rest, and there's a really good study that just came out about that. So the whole sector is going down more than defense tech. What I'm more worried about is the other one, which is why we've got to put points on the board. It's deliver time now. Points on the board. And so that's where we're 100% focused. And I would love to do a really quick story of kind of that one I was telling you about before. If I could do it in 1 minute, do you think?
Can you do it in 1 minute?
I can do it in 1 minute. Okay. So with all these tools that we've been given, including one of the things we were talking about before, one of the things Congress gave us is much more flexible ability to use funding. The way it's supposed to work is not the bridge to nowhere. It's supposed to work that first, the Army in this case, the Army Futures Command, General Jim Rainey, who we work with really super closely, they identify a critical need based on what they see in Ukraine for company-level UAS. They want to do that. We can help them with the initial prototyping and selection of all that in the way that we always normally would, and DIU can help fund that the way we always normally would. We now can also help with that initial fielding in this year. So in FY24, we can get started on that because we can now, in addition to the onesie, twosie millions, we can put tens of millions because we are no longer restricted just to prototypes. We can help with initial fielding. That's a law change. That's in 24. In 25, the Army can figure out how to start leveraging money that they've already got or that's already their lines for to be able to help continue that thing along while we're bringing our funding for it a bit down. And then in 26, potentially, without getting ahead of the president's budget, that's enough time for even our traditional processes to actually have budget there to help scale the thing for real. That's an example of kind of how we got to do this thing.
That's really important.
So you touched on budget. Igor touched on J.D. Vance. So I have a budget politics question quickly, and I still want to try to get out here. Doug does not want to. He wants to sit this one out. But I guess the real question is okay, so depending on the outcome in November, do any of you see a significant contrast in what might come of it? But I guess the real question is, certainly Republicans would throw more money at the problem, but I think the issue then is more money doesn't always help if the building's not wired right, if the bureaucracy is not wired right. So what are your quick takes on the impact of November?
I think it could potentially be positive to have a Trump administration for the tech industry trying to work with DoD. And I say that on the basis of two data points. One, the fact that they're already talking about Manhattan projects for AI shows they're serious about the adoption and acceleration of artificial intelligence for military purposes, which when done responsibly is absolutely essential to guaranteeing American leadership in years to come, and frankly, being competitive against China. And then the second data point is the fact that the former President Trump has picked a running mate who comes from this space. And if there's somebody who can force the rest of the bureaucracy to see the light, then it might have to come from an office like the vice president's.
Yeah, I'm on the board of a bipartisan group called With Honor, that has, congresspersons from both sides of the aisle as well. And so I think you're going to see a lot of that continuity. I mean, Doug wouldn't be able to, and his organization wouldn't be able to do what they do, without, that strong ecosystem behind them to have that continuity, right? Because we're competing with folks that have 10+ year plans, and I think that's what happens. This is a place of convergence where both sides, care about defense.
For the missions that we serve, it's very bipartisan. I think we all care about critical infrastructure being there and not collapsing around us. And I think we expand the aperture beyond just the defense industrial base to, the broader industrial base. Thinking about, what did COVID teach us? Supply chains are fragile. 50% of our steel today doesn't come from the U.S. It comes from China. 4% comes. So if we're trying to onshore manufacturing, if we're trying to create some independence, we have to move a lot faster in a lot of domains, and I think it goes, much more broadly to public infrastructure and beyond.
Great, thanks. There's a big virtual hook, and we just got it, I think. So we have to close. I want to ask you to join me in thanking our panel. I also just want one quick PSA. I wear a button for my colleague. He's stuck in a jail in Russia, and he's not getting to enjoy the mountains and the breezes. Sorry. Please keep him in your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. As is normal for the Aspen Security Forum, we don't give you any breaks. You got to get your coffee when you can. We're moving straight into a really fantastic session that we are so excited about. But first, I'm going to give a shout out to Gordon Lubold. It is a great moderator who gives himself the hook, so we really appreciate that. Thank you. And it is now my pleasure to introduce a very important office in the Department of State, and that is the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs. You may not know it, but in addition of the hostages that you have in Israel, in the Gaza situation, there are hostage situations in Afghanistan, in Russia, all around the world. So this is a really important dialogue to be having. We are lucky to have with us today Roger Carstens, who serves as that presidential envoy. He's a former Army Ranger, former State Department employee, and is doing a really impressive job in this role. And to interview him is the indomitable and wonderful Courtney Kube from NBC News. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya. So Anya is always right, for starters, but she's especially right about this event, this panel. I'm super excited to be up here as a part of this because I think the audience is going to find Roger and his job really fascinating. There are a lot of people who may not even realize that this job exists, the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs. And I imagine it's probably one of the most difficult, frustrating, and rewarding roles in government. So we're really lucky that we have a chance to talk to Roger. Thank you so much for being here. His job is to bring home Americans who are wrongfully detained abroad. So as we just heard from wonderful Gordon Lubold, my dear friend, one of those people who we get a lot of, who gets a lot of attention, and you'll see a lot of reporters wearing buttons for, is Evan Gershkovich. I guess, could we just start by telling us what's the latest with his case?
Thank you for that question. And first off, I would like to thank Anya, of course, Professor Nye, Neve, and everyone else at the Aspen Security Forum for setting up this event and giving us a chance to interact with you. Thank all of you for attending. But jumping right into that, I think everyone knows that many people know that Evan's hearing is taking place tomorrow. It was scheduled for the 13th of August. The Russians have moved it up, so that will take place tomorrow in Yekaterinburg, Russia. The U.S. Embassy will make an attempt to try to get in and observe. We were able to observe his last hearing on the 26th of June. We weren't able to talk and engage with Evan, but we at least had some people from the embassy who were able to get eyes on. It's obviously it's a tough case. I think everyone here would agree that Evan is not guilty and that the Russians should really just let him go, both Evan and Paul Whelan. And that statement that I think the State Department uses, we came up with for a reason, and I think the Wall Street Journal did as well, and that is journalism's not a crime. But if you know what's going on in Russia right now, you'll know that there has been an increase in repression for not even just reporters, but those with independent voices. So we're wrestling with this by way of Evan Gershkovich's case.
And you mentioned Paul Whelan, the former Marine. He was also convicted in 2020, I believe, but he's been detained since 2018. Can you talk? I know you don't want to negotiate these deals in public, understandably, but what can you tell us about whether there's actually a deal on the table for either Paul or Evan, or perhaps the both of them at the same time?
I love that you hit that. I seem to have an angel on one shoulder saying, "Don't make news today. Don't negotiate in public," but the devil on this shoulder is telling me, "Don't make news, don't negotiate in public."
Noticeably, I'm on the side of the devil of two as well, on his side, but yes, please.
But I think you're right. In a way, sometimes, in fact, when I first meet a family, when a case becomes mine, it leaves the Consular Affairs Bureau, someone's declared as a wrongful detainee, and it comes over to my office. Within about a week, we're in the air. We fly anywhere in the world to see the family of those of that person that's being held. And in that first meeting, which usually goes on about like 4 hours, you can picture sitting in someone's living room, talking about their loved one that's being held, trying to get a sense of what happened, see pictures. Eventually, you kind of shift the conversation and you discuss how the U.S. government is going to work and partner with the family to bring their loved ones home. And in doing that, I always say that there's going to come a time in the life cycle of every case where I can't talk about it as much as I would like to. You know, up to that point, we are extremely transparent with the families. We give them lots of information. We actually have a person in my office from ODNI who works to declassify information so that we can give families the freshest, newest, and recently declassified information. But there does come a time where you just can't talk about it as much because the negotiation's in motion, and you just can't take the chance that that one errant word, that one wrong thing that you said, might somehow shift the negotiation in the wrong direction. And that's why when I say that, you know, it's clear that we've had a channel with the Russians. Obviously, we've got Trevor Reed back. Brittany Griner came back a while back. So there is a way to talk to the Russians, but getting into the details, as much as in a way everyone would love it, and I would actually be interested in telling you, I can't. So.
But that does sound positive, right? I mean, without saying anything about where that, right? Am I right? Come on. I mean, that sounds like it's a positive development, right?
I would actually counter that, and here's why. I can remember I told a family member that things were trending in a positive direction. We'll still give them a sense, you know, of if we think things are going on up or down. But we were getting close, and I told that family member, I said something like, "Hey, I wouldn't plan anything for the next 2 weeks," and it's been years since I said that, and that person's still in jail. So you think you're going to get someone home, and sometimes you just don't get them home. You know, so it's sorry. You just have to watch the optimism. Now, I only hire optimists. You cannot have a pessimist in this business. You really have to look at even when everything's going wrong, and to an extent, hostage negotiation, it's always going wrong until the last second. But we try to be careful about saying, you know, it's going in the right direction. I would leave you with this. I know Evan and Paul will come home to the United States and step onto U.S. soil. I just don't know when.
Clap. That's good. Let's just all hope it's sooner rather than later. How often do you talk to them? When was the last time you spoke with Paul and or Evan? And can you tell us how are they?
I'll give you a little color. So Evan was visited by Ambassador Tracy on the 23rd of May in La Fortava prison. Paul Whelan had a consular visit in February with the United States government. Evans, he's just in a different part of the process right now, so communication's not as, doesn't happen as often. But Paul Whelan will call me every now and then. I think I spoke to Paul about 10 days ago. He called me. I was in Europe at the time. He gave me a phone call, and I just happened to pick the phone up, and we talked for probably about 30 minutes. But I can tell you about Paul Whelan. He's strong. He's resilient. He's been deployed many times. Once or twice he said, you know, Roger, this reminds me of a long military deployment, but I'm ready to come home. But he's a tough guy. And I can remember the story I'll tell you about Paul is when we brought Brittany Griner home, you know, Paul called me. We just dropped Brittany off at 4:30 in the morning in San Antonio, had some follow-up. I finally got to a hotel room at 9:30 in the morning. I'd not slept in about 3 or 4 days. And I only had like 2 hours. I was just going to lay my head down and close my eyes. And as soon as I laid down, Paul called me. And the first thing he said was, what happened? How come I didn't come home? And I said, you know, Paul, we had one deal. We wrestled with the Russians for months on end. We had one deal, and that was Brittany Griner for Victor Boot. We did everything we could. We couldn't get you home, but we remained committed. And I'll remember, he said, at the very end of the phone call, he said, Roger, this is a great day for Brittany Griner's family. It's a great day for Brittany Griner, and it's a great day for the United States of America. Keep driving on. I mean, what strength to sit there in a prison knowing that he didn't come home and yet still had positive things to say about Brittany, her family, in this country.
But that opens up the possibility that, you know, now that there's Evan and there's Paul there, that the same thing could happen again. Is it possible that Evan could come home and Paul doesn't, or vice versa, that it could be that you could see another scenario where one of them is left behind?
I mean, obviously, anyone in the audience, if your loved ones were being held, you would not want me to say, yes, I'm planning on failure. So my greatest answer, or the most true answer is, the U.S. government is going to bring both of them home. And when we go into negotiation with the Russians, we are intent on something that brings both people home.
I think one thing the audience may not, because I have to admit, as I was getting to know Roger and I was studying, preparing for this event, is I didn't understand why the State Department takes certain cases and doesn't take others. There's upwards of 6,000 Americans detained or arrested overseas every year on average. Can you explain why you take certain cases and not others?
Yeah, I can do that, but I would be remiss if I could jump back and parachute back into the Russia side. I'd like to thank everyone in the audience that's played a role. There's so many people, the Wall Street Journal team, there are a lot of journalists out there, a lot of NGOs. I think we have Hostage US in the house. Dave, are you out there somewhere, Peg? There we go, right there. There are a lot of people that participated in this. We've built this big community, and it reminds me of what Jane Harmon said today and Mara about building that community so that everyone knows about it and everyone can participate. So for all those who are working hard on Evan and Paul and all these other cases, thank you. To answer your question, though, on why we take cases, there was a time from 2015 when my office was created until about 2020 when we didn't really have much of a system. Eventually, you'd come across a case where you knew that another country was using that person as a bargaining chip, and that was the no-brainer. You would take that case. But we were very grateful in working with our allies and friends on Capitol Hill, Republicans, Democrats, Senate, House, members, their teams, their staffs. We worked over some period to build out the Robert Levinson Act, which was passed in 2020 by the U.S. Congress and passed into public law. And it gave us criteria with which to evaluate a case so that we could determine whether that someone was wrongful or not. And in the 11 criteria that were given to us by the U.S. Congress, it also stipulated that the Secretary of State has the discretionary authority to select a case as being wrongful. So what we did at that moment is we took a look at thousands of cases around the world to see if what happened in the past would somehow elevate them to be wrongful or not by applying this criteria. And in the current day and age, if an American is arrested anywhere on earth, in any country, members of the U.S. State Department take a look at the facts of the case. They apply essentially the criteria that was given to us by Congress through the Levinson Act to see if there are indicators of wrongfulness. And if they feel that there are those indicators, they send that up to Washington, D.C., and then it starts the internal process within the building.
So take the case of Alsu Kurmasheva. She's a journalist. She was living in Prague. She came to Russia, I believe, to visit her mother. She's been detained there for about a year now. I don't believe she's been charged that we know of. Radio Free Europe. Why is she not one of your cases?
Yeah, that's a fair question. My answer might be unsatisfying. I mean, we've been following that case since it happened. I've had a chance to talk to her husband and, frankly, her kids too, Pavel. It's a case that the President of the United States has actually has been made aware of. In fact, he called for Alsu's release. And yet, within the parameters of how we go about deciding whether a case is wrongful or not, it's a deliberative process, and we just don't discuss the details. I would say, again, though, in general, if a case seems to be wrongful, it eventually comes up to the State Department. We take it through a more thorough process. And what I will share with you is there is no magic number. Like, if I suddenly got 10 cases tomorrow and then 30 cases 3 weeks from now, the Secretary of State would say, hire more people. So we don't fear taking more cases, but we want to make sure that we apply the law that Congress gave us in a way that ensures the purity of the process.
There's another case that's gotten a little bit of attention just recently. Mark Fogel, whose 95-year-old mother, he's from Butler, Pennsylvania. His 95-year-old mother met with former President Trump right before the rally on Saturday to talk about her son's case. He's also been detained in Russia. That's another one. And she has come out in the media and been very critical, saying that her son's been forgotten, whereas other Americans in Russia are being taken care of. So, I mean, can you just explain a little bit more? Or how do you handle, I mean, when a family member says something like that publicly, how do you respond to that?
The first thing that comes out of me is something from the heart, and that when a family is talking about their loved one, regardless of the facts of the case, I just have to show and feel empathy. You know, as being a member of the government, in fact, in a part of the government where we spend so much time with family members, You have to bring a huge dose of empathy to the game, and frankly, you have to bring every part of yourself. This is not one where you go home at 5:15 and check out, and the next morning come in and check back in at 8:15. So when a mother is concerned about their son being held, I mean, my heart goes out to them. In terms of his case specifically, I can tell you that we've called repeatedly for Russia to release him on humanitarian grounds. But in terms of the case making it through the process, it's the same thing with Al Sue. We have a deliberative process. We are blessed to have this criteria that was given to us by the U.S. Congress, and we're working through that, and the case has not yet come over to my desk yet. But his case is still being monitored by the Bureau of Consular Affairs.
Because his mom says and his wife say he's in bad health, and that his health issues are not being addressed in the prison as well. So that's the humanitarian grounds that you've called for.
It's funny. I'll let you draw your own inferences. There is something called the Privacy Act, where if it's something that's happening in someone's individual personal life when they're being held, I'm frankly not allowed to talk about it. But we have called for his humanitarian release.
What about the hostages in Gaza? Are they your cases? And if so, if not, why not?
So our case handles, the cases that come to me are wrongful detainees that are taken by a nation state. Or it can be in conjunction with the hostage recovery fusion cell, a hostage case. Now, the difference is a wrongful detainee is taken by a nation state like Russia. A hostage case, think of Hamas, Jainim, Al-Qaeda, a terrorist group taking someone. And the nation-state cases come right to me. The hostage cases are owned by the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, but we participate when it comes time to work on the diplomatic negotiation. So with those that are held by Hamas in Gaza, those cases actually belong to the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell. The diplomatic effort to get them out falls within my level of responsibility. However, since really October 7th, this has really captivated the nation's attention. It's a whole-of-government effort, and I think everyone's been following the news, I would imagine, to where you've seen the President of the United States go to Israel. My boss, Secretary Tony Blinken's made numerous trips. Jake Sullivan, CIA Director Bill Burns, Brett McGurk. There's a whole-of-government effort to negotiate for their release. And so in this case, I'm not necessarily the one sitting across the table negotiating. And I'm okay with that, because you can't have an ego in this business. In fact, we have a saying in our office that we don't care who comes up with a plan, who negotiates, or who gets the credit, as long as the job's getting done. And with Gaza, our nation's definitely, they have their foot on the gas and the car's moving forward.
Since you like to talk about how the negotiations are going, can you give us any update on, can you give us anything on the latest on the Americans in Gaza?
I'll revert to the angel and the devil that are on my shoulders. It's one of those cases, it's just in motion. And the funny thing is, even if I did tell you, when I look at my watch, things may have already changed. But it's best to just let the people that are forward do what they need to do and not talk about it in public.
There's another case that's coming up on another sad anniversary. It's Austin Tice. He's been in Syria for more than a decade now. Can you give us any update on what your office thinks? Are you talking to the Syrians about him, the Assad regime, about him at all?
I probably, maybe I'll refer back to some of the work that we've done. As was reported widely, we did go to Damascus and talk to the Syrians about Austin's case. We've been able to engage the Syrians about this, and we just continue to press. I can't really get into the details, but it's not something that's fallen off our plate. We're very mindful that every case is urgent, and if Austin's been held for 10 years, that doesn't decrease the amount of urgency. That's not something that we put over here on the we'll do later file. Austin's case is, to my mind, just front and center still.
These negotiations don't happen in a vacuum. So it's like you look at something like the Austin Tice case. How do world events like, what's the tensions between the U.S. and Iran, October 7th, do those have an impact on your negotiations? Do you find that sometimes these, especially when you're talking to a country as opposed to, when it's dealing with a terror group or something, does that impact the negotiations?
Every case is different. So I think October 7th had some impact in some of the cases, and yet there are countries with whom we have horrific relationships, like great tensions, and we've somehow found a way to sit down with them and bring Americans out. If you want to take it to the extreme, Russia, Ukraine right now, shooting at each other, and yet they're still taking time out to conduct POW exchanges. There's something about this that sometimes allows you to silo this topic off and get the job done, even though there are great tensions, and the geopolitical madness is just swirling around you.
I mean, that's one of the focuses of the forum this year is the idea of these collaborations with kind of unusual partners, right? So you must deal with pretty much all unfriendly groups, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, can you take us into some of these negotiations? I know that you can't talk about specifics, but I mean, are you sitting across the table from? Who are you sitting across the table from in some of these? Right? I mean, it's fascinating, right? Who do you talk to in these negotiations?
I'll answer that, but I would like to say it's never really just me. One journalist once asked me, they said, Roger, you've brought X number of people home. So I said, stop there. I never bring one person home. It's always this huge effort. There's like maybe 100 people in the U.S. government. It could be NGOs like Hostage U.S. or the Foley Foundation. It could be another country. Qatar's been very helpful to us in many of these negotiations. Members on Capitol Hill, the media, everyone plays a role. So when someone walks off into the United States of America and falls into the arms of their loved ones, there are usually maybe 100, 200, 300, sometimes thousands of people. And if one of those people didn't do one action, that person would not be there. So I can't take any credit. But if you're asking what it's like to sit across from these people, some of them are very normal, and the relationships with that country are really not that tense. Other times you're talking to people who have stolen elections. They've killed their way to the top. And you do have to sit right across with them and get right to business and figure out a way to build a relationship and see if you can somehow get them to release that American. And we used to say in the Army, the enemy gets a vote. In this case, meaning that you come up with your brilliant plan, and yet the second you get off the helicopter and the bullets start flying, your plan's just out the window. And to an extent, it's the same way in hostage negotiation. You come up with your brilliant plan, you sit across from the person who's holding your American, and things start getting dicey, and you have to keep adapting and flowing with it. But at the end of the day, the other side holds the key to the jail cell. And that's what we're trying to be mindful of. I would say if Russia wanted to let Evan and Paul out tomorrow, they could.
Do you have any indication that Americans are increasingly being taken hostage or taken to be used as political pawns? Is there any evidence that might be happening more?
So common sense would dictate yes. I mean, we've made some trades to bring people home, and so, again, common sense would say, well, this is a way that we can leverage the Americans, so let's go out and take a few more. Strangely, it's absolutely the other way around. There was a time when I had 54 cases on the docket. We're now down between 20 and 30, depending on how you want to analyze that. So actually, my numbers are going down.
But because you don't take every case, is that really true? I mean, your numbers of cases are down, but are the numbers of Americans that are being caught up in this overseas? Are there numbers on that?
We could probably churn data, but what I would tell you is that we don't. We're not like keeping a pile of like 70 Americans over there that we don't want to deal with because it will somehow make our numbers look bad. It doesn't matter to us. If the facts of the case with the Levinson criteria essentially stacked over them indicate that there's wrongfulness, we're going to take the case. And so there's not a bank of Americans that are not really coming on to the Excel spreadsheet. So in a way, my numbers are going down. I hope that remains to be the same. But I will say that we're also working on prevention and deterrence so that one day, maybe 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now, I can dismantle a good chunk of my office because we found by working with a multilateral group of nations, we can raise the cost of taking people as hostages and make this problem go away.
What do you say to critics who say that by making these deals, and I'll point out the Iran deal about a year ago, 5 Iranians were released, 5 Americans came home from Iran, but the U.S. also unfroze about $6 billion in frozen Iranian money that I understand is in an account that they can only use for certain things and they aren't really using. But there are critics who say just making that deal incentivizes further hostage taking. What do you say to that? How do you address that?
I'll probably say a few things. First off, the numbers don't back that up. And there's Brian Jenkins and the Rand Corporation would show you that some of the data that he's been trying to churn. The numbers just don't support that. Number two, I think if you don't make these deals, people just don't come home. So you got to picture it. People that you love, your son, your daughter, your wife, your husband, your grandfather, they get arrested, they're thrown into jail, and the United States of America just says, well, we don't make those deals. But there's no other alternative at times. And we'll spend years trying to try everything we possibly can to bring someone home. And no matter what that deal is, it's probably not going to be something that's too pleasing to everyone. But we're committed to finding a way to get it done. And what I can say is that we do a lot of mathematics. It doesn't just come down to saying, oh, yeah, we'll make that deal. We'll take a look at the if it's a personnel swap, with Konstantin Yaroshenko, for example. How long was he in jail? When's he getting out? Is there a chance that he'll be out of jail in a year, 2 or 3, and yet the American's going to get out in 10 or 20 or 30 years? What were they in for? What do we think the intelligence community believes and the Department of Justice on whether they'll return to a life of crime? So we'll take a look at all these factors to try to eventually make that hard decision. Sometimes the decision's going to be no. And other times the president's going to assume the responsibility and make that decision, and then we all execute. But under President Biden, we've brought back 47 Americans, and a lot of that comes down to the president making some pretty tough decisions on behalf of bringing these Americans home. Secretary Blinken has this saying where he says, look, I can't help it if another country wants to bring a criminal or a thug or a spy home. That's their value system. Our value system's different, and I'll take ours over theirs any day.
Do you have any indications that any of those criminals or spies or thugs that have been released for those 47 people have returned to crime or might even be in some way able to threaten the U.S. right now?
So we track that, and right now, no. No, I think so far everyone's gone back to their lives. Could that change in the future? It's hard to predict. We'll never know. But we do make very rational decisions about whether to let them go or not. And right now, there's no one that comes to mind.
All right, so we only have a couple minutes left. And again, I think you have a fascinating job. And so we're going to do something I like to do in a fireside chat called the lightning round. I know, it's super fun. Just wait. This is where we get to learn a little bit about Roger. All right, first of all, what was your craziest moment during a negotiation?
I can't tell you. I've had so many things happen. But no, I'm going there. I'm going to give you something.
Okay.
But the one I can tell you that was, I thought, interesting. There was one country where they said they were never going to talk to us. It was clear they were never going to talk to us, and then they decided to talk to us. So we met in a third country, and the person I was talking to is known to be a master negotiator. Like, this guy is famed for just squeezing people. And so I sat down across from him, and he said, he very confidently said, I hold X number of your hostages, and I could probably make 25% of your workload go away if we can work on something. So he was taking charge of the negotiation. And I looked at him, I just kind of leaned back and I said, no, let's not talk about our hostages right now. Why don't we grab that bottle over there and have a few drinks? Because I want to get to know you, because there's going to come a time where your president's going to be squeezing you and my president's going to be tough on me. But you and I have to have a relationship, because no one else is coming to do this. It's you and me, and we've got to figure this out. So why don't we go ahead, have a few drinks, get to know each other, and maybe it'll make sense in an hour, 2 or 3 to talk about our hostages, or even the next meeting. And I swear to goodness, in ways that I can't tell you, that paid off in great ways, and that we were able to do just that. To build a relationship, even with someone who's coming from a country with whom we have bad relations, we built some semblance of trust, and in some very critical moments, it paid off in Americans coming back.
It reminds me of Jim Mattis used to say that he could do more, rather than some of these enhanced interrogations, he could do more with a pack of cigarettes and a cup of coffee talking to someone in the Taliban. What has been your most rewarding case?
They're all rewarding to me. So let me just tell you of a case. The Iran one was special in that we landed. It was dark. There weren't very many people there. The families were there. They had some Klieg lights on, so they had this really weird glow. And I'm going to try not to cry in this one too, but I was talking to someone, and then I looked over and I could see Siamak Namazi, falling into the arms of his family members, and there were tears, and it was very emotional. And some of you might have heard me say this before, but it's so intimate and personal to watch a husband and a wife who've not seen each other connect that you really feel like you shouldn't watch it. You should just avert your eyes. But you're also stuck and captivated by this very human moment. So you watch it, you tear up, you watch a few more people connect, and in a way it makes everything worth it. And I just wish we had more of those moments, because right now there's still Americans in jails and their families waiting for them to come home. And we've not yet found a way to get that done. And that weighs heavily on all of us.
What are those flights like, bringing people back? I mean,
they're amazing. I've been stunned every single time they want to talk. And so if you have a 17-hour flight from country X back to San Antonio, Texas, you're going to be awake for 17 hours, and they're going to be telling you everything raw about their experience. So their tears, hugs, explanations, news briefs. They'll ask what's going on in the elections. They'll ask what movies are out. But they're fascinating times, and it's always a pleasure to stay awake and keep talking to these people.
One last quick one. What's been your toughest case?
Yeah, I know. They're all tough. And the reason that might actually be a legit answer is Canada is not holding any of our Americans wrongfully. The UK is not holding any of our Americans wrongfully. And so they're all tough. But I would say it's the ones that go on the longest. Iran was pretty excruciating, because there's always the chance that your hostage negotiation is going to jump into the broader policy discussion, and that can be good or bad, but you lack some control there. But everyone has been absolutely excruciating, and I'm grateful for the team that we've brought, that have people with empathy, that want to talk to the families, that are willing to cry with the families, and I'm grateful for the leadership in this government that's willing to make the hard decisions to bring people home. And lastly, I'm grateful for all of you. This is one of those things where the more people know about what we do, the better it is. It keeps people safe from going to tough countries. It also allows you to support the president when he makes hard decisions. And so if you're here and you're listening to this, you're now a part of this community, and I'm going to encourage you to follow, watch, and support what we're trying to do to bring these, all of us are trying to do to bring these Americans home. And by the way, since you're going to end it, you've been amazing. Thank you.
Roger Carstens, thank you so much for your candor.
Great. Thank you so much, Courtney and Roger. That was simply fascinating. All right, now we're going to pivot. I'd like to welcome our panelists on stage for a conversation about global energy challenges. You had a test of your knowledge of the periodic chart of the elements and our title, From Cobalt to EVs. Welcome. Great. So this afternoon, we have Dr. Ernie Moniz, who's the co-chair and CEO of the Nuclear Threat Initiative. He was also the 13th Secretary of Energy for the U.S. Department of Energy. Megan O'Sullivan, who's the director of the Belfer Center at Harvard. Dan Stevens, who's senior partner at McKinsey, and a man who needs no introduction, Steve Clements, who's a contributing editor at National Interest. If we could have quiet, please, for the panel to start. If we could have quiet, please.
Hey, everybody. Can we give a big round of applause for Roger Carstens again? He does incredible work. It's so important. Okay, now we're going to start our new panel. Let me just open this for a minute and ask a question, which I'm a realist. I worked for Richard Nixon in the last 2 years of his life on Earth, and so I thrive in cynicism and darkness. I'm joking, but I want to have a realistic discussion about the global energy challenge, what's happening, but also where we stand on our climate targets, where we stand in the green energy transition. And let me start with you, Megan, and ask this question. When I sort of look at the world and Joe Biden's sanctions of BYD and cars are being produced that are apparently have a 1,000-mile range and run about $9,000 a car. If I look at February 23rd, 2022, and the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and what had been a process of the weaponization of energy, and I look at Houston today, at restaurateurs and others that haven't had energy for days. Dan and I were talking about this. I'm just interested in whether gravity, whether the geostrategic picture out there, whether our energy grid is designed in such a way that as you think about this energy transition, which is lofty goals, is a realistic goal in any way, shape, or form. But let's start with the geostrategic picture. U.S.-China competition, U.S.-Russia competition, and are there any forces out there helping us win?
Sure. Thank you, Steve, and it's great to be here with you and my fellow panelists. You didn't even mention the whole question of AI as a huge consumer of energy. Well, not only is it coming in, it's here, but I think, more than any other single thing, I think about its potential to blow the world off track or further off track on its energy transition. But going to the big strategic question, I would say what we have is exactly what you described. We have a situation where we have a deteriorating geopolitical environment, right? We've got more fragmentation, we have great power competition, polarization, all of these things happening at a global level in a way that hasn't really happened for decades. And all of these trends are actually complicating the energy transition. And at the same time, the energy transition, because it is not something that's smooth and easy to plan out, the energy transition is reinforcing some of these negative geopolitical trends. So we're sort of where we don't want to be in this intersection of geopolitics and the energy transition. So the good news is, though, I think there's an opportunity to shift that cycle. And Jason Bordoff, who is somewhere here,
he's out here. He's a great guy. Jason's in the corner, and if you guys get bored, he's with us. He's really interesting on energy. He's at Columbia University. Yeah,
so
go ahead.
Jason and I write a lot about this topic, and we've just written about how to reverse this cycle. There's so many different ways to pursue net zero, to execute the energy transition. Let's try to do it in a way that actually can be a
before I jump to Ernie and Dan.
Solve.
I'm going to ask you, are we serious about that in the United States? And I ask this not in a facetious way or a cynical way, but I'm really, when I look at China, China is threatening to dump vehicles all over the world. China has invested so heavily in solar panels and solar. I mean, I've spent a lot of time interviewing Ernie Moniz and learning about technology that might, make the inflection point in a lot of this stuff. And I've seen China adapt it in many ways more quickly than we have in the United States. So are we serious?
I think, are we serious about the energy transition? Yes. Are we more serious about the energy transition than national security? No. And so and this is what we see, these two things are coming up against each other rather than working in tandem. And when forced to choose between national security and the energy transition, national security is having the upper hand. And the question is there a way to rejigger that so that choice is not as stark and so that the energy transition can be pursued in a way that, at the very least, it's not in competition with national security aims. I mean, the EV question, all these advantages that China has in clean energy supply chains, those are seen not only as national security advantages for China, but they're also seen as challenges to the American domestic economic scene. And you put those two things together, it's very powerful to say, well, if the energy transition matters, then we should just let China supply the world with very cheap inputs and technologies and vehicles. That's not going to happen as long as those things are in tension.
Ernie, Secretary Moniz, I should say, but Ernie, we know each other. I keep saying that Ernie is, if there was a modern-day Oppenheimer, which meant an energy-smart nuclear physicist who had a soul, it would be Ernie Moniz. And so, Ernie, let me ask you the question. I don't know if you remember the interview I did with you at Carnegie many years ago, in which it was sort of during the ARPA-E. So one of the greatest organizations out there is called ARPA-E. It's about sort of new energy development, sponsored by the Department of Energy in partnership with the private sector. And it was kind of like a James Bond-ish moment where you kind of walked through unbelievable technological innovations that we were on the edge of in the energy space. This was years ago. And I'd love to know whether that future, which you shared with us, is coming to fruition, or whether there are villains in the story that have become enemies of this transition that you described long ago.
Steve, first I'm going to answer your first question, the one
and the second, right?
And the second as well. I think, and I'd say this to Megan as well. I think that actually the events of the world, you mentioned Ukraine, for example. Although I remind you, Ukraine 1.0 was in 2014, not in 2022, and that's actually relevant to this point I want to make. that one of the things Ukraine has done is force a pragmatism in the climate discussion that I think is most welcome, namely that energy security, clean energy, climate, and social equity, which is part of the same geostrategic argument, I think have been realized to be one conversation and not three. And that's where I think there are alignments. For example, in 2014, when the Crimea events occurred, the G7 and the EU looked for the first time since the 1970s at saying something modern and somewhat formal about what energy security meant. There were many aspects. Among them was that in the longer term, at least, decarbonizing the energy economy is part of energy security. Energy insecurity is all about carbon.
And
right?
did Germany play well in that moment?
Germany played, by some measures, very well in that moment. Yes.
I mean, I'm referring to Germany giving up its nuclear power industry.
Correct. Look, in the broad push for that declaration by the G7, which was put into effect in June 2014, Germany pushed very hard for the green components of energy security. Now, I think their decision on nuclear power was not well aligned. But again, in my slightly Pollyannish, pragmatic mode, I would say that on nuclear power, there was, again, a pragmatism at COP28 that not only allowed one to say the word nuclear in polite company, but even had Germany as the dog that didn't bark, which was progress in the German case. On the social equity, some may think that that is not part of that conversation of energy security and clean energy. I beg to differ. We can start with the Gilets jaunes and go from there. The pushback that we are getting from societies all over the world in terms of the clean energy transition is very, very real. And that's why we have to discuss all of these as one conversation. Now, in terms of, I'll just end with a few words on your actual question.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
On the technology, look, first of all, are we serious, you asked? We have always been serious and relatively bipartisan on technology innovation. We have not been on policy innovation. That remains to be seen. But on technology, there has been constant support, and that continues, including for elements of the clean energy transition that are not so popular broadly, like nuclear power, like carbon capture and sequestration, large-scale carbon management. All of those are progressing substantially, but still have the big cost reduction curve ahead of them. Another one is hydrogen. Whether hydrogen proves or does not prove to be a major part of the transition, I think we really don't know yet. But what we do know is if we don't get the cost trajectory going down, it will not address the hard-to-decarbonize sectors. But a lot of innovation going on, including, by the way, the third element of innovation, besides technology and policy, that I think is critical, is business model innovation. And that is going, I think, quite well in various sectors. And finally, just to end on the highest note, the technology that I think has made enormous progress, even since we spoke back at Carnegie, and which could be the savior or a flop in terms of clean electricity, and that's fusion. And that's been not entirely in the public eye, but there's been over $6 billion of private capital in innovative fusion approaches. I'm on the board of one of those companies, so I'm not completely neutral here. But I think that the scientific answer as to whether that dog hunts will be known in this decade And I think the odds are pretty decent it's going to be a positive answer.
Before I jump to Dan, and I want to ask Ernie one question. Was it a smart move of Joe Biden to raise tariffs on BYD?
I don't think, well...
And in case people don't know, BYD is sort of the Toyota of electric vehicles,
EV
right? So, or the Volkswagen, you know, pick your... It's the next sort of Uber... cheap, high-performance, popular EV car. Warren Buffett, you know, invested in it, but we're blocking it. So, but is it good for the world that we put a bunch of tariffs on that?
I'll answer your question a bit more broadly, but briefly. It's all about addressing the real need we have for resilient supply chains in many sectors of the economy. We need to do that. There are some areas in the clean energy space, like critical minerals and metals, not only the mining of them, but I would say especially the refining of them, where we need better hygiene in our supply chain. Whether that argument applies to solar panels, electric vehicles, I think is much more dodgy, shall we say.
Well, let's jump to Dan. Oh, Megan, you want to jump in with a two-finger? I apologize.
Just very briefly, and supporting what Ernie said here about there can be all these great advances in new technologies, and there are, and hopefully there are more on the horizon. But that can be true, and at the same time, it can also be true that year on year, the world is emitting more carbon emissions every year. And that's where we are in a situation where we haven't really begun the hard work of transitioning, of displacing carbon-intensive energy for zero emissions energy, even though we're having all these fantastic technological innovations. So it's good to keep both of those things in mind.
Dan, let me ask you a question. You know, Dan's at McKinsey, and McKinsey studies lots of simulation scenarios about, you know, where the right equilibrium is between these different forces. And, you know, one of the things that really interests me is Milwaukee right now in the Republican National Convention and what all that means for this topic, right, down the road. The IRA, which was celebrated, the Inflation Reduction Act, which was celebrated by a lot of renewable energy enthusiasts, is really only half renewable energy. The other part of it was about energy security, including fossil fuels, including coal and oil, et cetera. And I'm interested in how you see the future and the equilibrium point between the energy challenges in this country, like what we're seeing in Houston today, and if President Trump is reelected, whether that renewable energy part of the IRA is thrown into the trash.
Well, you know, I'll tell you what I think the balls industry has its eye on. I mean, I'd start from the U.S. energy industry now is doing very well. The oil and gas industry in particular is doing very well. There are some signs. There's a story in the FT this week about markets anticipating negative impacts for renewable developers. I think Ørsted was down 6 or 7% earlier this week. There's some view that particularly offshore wind in a Trump administration would have a harder time. You know, I think there's a few balls to have your eye on. There's a set of carrots in the IRA that are mostly tax credits, and so you need Congress to change them. And certainly things like residential solar, electric vehicles benefit from those credits. There's a few, Ernie mentioned one of them, hydrogen, maybe would be fatal to remove the tax subsidy now because of what I already described, because we don't yet know what role hydrogen plays and how. The Biden administration has pursued a set of sticks, right, which presumably a Trump administration would turn off. That's in automotive efficiency and in utility scale power generation. Those might fail in the courts anyway. There's a role government plays in demand in buying these technologies, which my view would be governments massively underutilize that lever. And then there's the role that government plays in, you know, allowing us to build things. And you know, I years ago saw an interview between Bill Kristol interviewing Paul Begala. Paul Begala, the mastermind of the '92 Clinton campaign. And this was in 2015 maybe. But he had a phrase which was, folks tend to focus on our polarization, but the real issue is that we're paralyzed, not polarized. And I think that's actually the biggest ball to have your eye on, that certainly a Trump administration might make offshore wind permitting more difficult. But a lot of the unlock that needs to happen in the American energy system is building more stuff faster. And neither administration has really moved quick enough on that front.
Look, one of the things I've learned from Ernie Moniz, and he mentioned it here just a minute ago, Dan, was sort of what businesses themselves were doing, particularly at scale. Large-scale transnational businesses are very obsessed with net zero and reaching goals and deploying new technologies, and you see that. The other thing that I find is, for whatever reason, state and local governments tend to be very focused on achieving things. Even in red states, I've noticed this performance. And so I want to ask you, and I want to ask all of you, particularly with the energy transition here, are we a little bit too obsessed with the federal government's contribution and place in this? In other words, could we have a future where we actually make a lot of progress on a green energy transition and America's energy needs, even if we don't have a cheerleader at the top? Dan?
Well, I'd say on some topics, like permitting and construction, the states can do a lot. State utility commissions can do a lot. There are other topics, I think nuclear is in this bucket, where you need federal dollars in order to buy the U.S. back down the cost curve, or down the cost curve for the first time, and in order to create sustainable demand such that industry marshals the capabilities to build those things. It's hard to see the states having enough money to do it.
Ernie?
Well, I think the federal role is very important, but I would start out by saying it's not only dollars. It is in policy and regulatory areas. But here, there are some big uncertainties, and for the industry...
Didn't the Supreme Court just remove some of that uncertainty?
No, they added to the uncertainty.
Well, I mean, I think they removed the certainty of the regulators,
that's
right?
That's exactly where I was going. Yes, exactly. That the so-called Chevron decision in particular in the Supreme Court that is taking away the primacy of administrative expertise in certain areas and putting it more in the hands of extremely well-educated judges on technology advances is going to cause some chaos here. That includes, like, for example, FERC. While it still fell short of what I think is needed, but FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, I should have said, just, I don't know, a month ago or so, came out with its most substantial order on building high-voltage transmission lines in over a decade. That's probably going to be a casualty of Chevron, for example. So I think there are those problems. But I would also add, if I may, that, Dan, with all respect, you used the word sticks. I would have said twigs. I think the current policy is carrots and twigs. And I think to move to a more forceful, coherent discussion, I think it will come. I can't predict exactly when, but extreme weather is driving the public polling way over onto the side of we need to do something. And I think it's very much like, I won't go into the details, but it's very much like the dynamic with the Clean Air Act amendments of 1990, where there was a science discussion about acid rain going on and on and on. And when it flipped fast into regulation. So I think that's going to happen. Extreme weather will be the driver, but I don't know if that's going to be in 1 year or 10 years.
Megan, you're a former deputy national security advisor. You worked in Republican administrations, and I want to take the temperature of the Republican crowd you know so well. Excuse the pun, but what is the temperature inside, the Trump circle on the kind of issues we're discussing today? On, whether you think about it through technology advancement that may help with green energy transition, or you look at it on, a much more big tent energy security portfolio where fossils remain a very big. I mean, what do you think the dance card looks like for the Trump team?
So I think there are a lot of people who would question you asking me for the
Well, you're the
Trump
closest
circle,
we've got.
You'll have to do. Yeah, I'll have to do. I'm happy to take it. I would say, I mean, we saw it just with the appointment of J.D. Vance as the VP nominee, and his perspective on climate change being very, very skeptical, I think suggests where the inner circle in the Trump world is on climate. I think the reality, so what would that mean if there were a Trump administration? I think we would probably see a repeat of the U.S. coming out of Paris. We'd see a lot of rhetoric that would be negative, but there are a lot of new things on the ground. There's a lot of new realities that cut in multiple ways that I think some elements of a Trump administration would be supportive of. In line with what Dan was saying, a lot of those carrots going out through the IRA are going to red districts. They're going to Republican areas of the country, like hundreds of billions of dollars. And there will be politics within the Republican Party. There will be constituents who will want to keep those incentives, will want to keep that pipeline of money. So I think it becomes more complicated when we get down to the execution of things. There's a number of the new technologies that Ernie mentioned, which Republicans are going to be in support of. Nuclear energy, carbon management, carbon capture and storage, all of these things I think will continue to have Republican support. So, I would say at the high level, the rhetorical level, not going to be very encouraging. But if you look at the people of the United States, Republicans and Democrats and independents, I think you do see a shift in how people are looking at climate change and the reality of it. And I think that will reflect itself in politics, even though, at the very top, we're going to see a setback.
Yeah, and then Dan.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, support what Megan said, that, look, I don't want to be Pollyannish here because a Trump 2.0 will be...
Get us to 2.0 degrees?
Will quickly, and will be tough on certain elements of the program. But data, Trump 1.0, you could hardly notice the difference on the ground. And that was, sure, out of Paris. Paris didn't change anything on the ground. And the private sector had made the decision that they were going to stay the course, basically. I think there'll be a bit more wobble if there's a Trump 2.0, but it's not going to be like everything tossed overboard.
Dan, let me ask you, to respond to any of this, but at the same time, put your McKinsey hat and take advantage of your expertise here. One of the things I'm interested in is the domestic dimensions of this energy equation, because I interviewed governors. I interviewed Governor Westmore of Maryland, and asking about national electric grid, and what a more efficient distribution of systems that would benefit both in conservation, but all distribution would help bring in renewables better. And yet, if you talk to him about how he's getting along with the governors in Delaware and Pennsylvania and Virginia, it is a complicated picture. And so I'm interested in the challenge of ego management and these national investments in things like the grid, but also in EV infrastructure. If you look out there, a lot of people talk about it, a lot of people want to see it, and I certainly see it more and more, but not to the degree that you could imagine we're anywhere near. So I'm interested in if you were to give the federal government, state governments, and the industry some counsel, what would be the things you need to get out of the way to achieve EV infrastructure, a grid infrastructure, the things that make this all easier?
Yeah. Well, let me add one thought to the previous discussion, which
but then you'll get to my other
then I'll get to your question for sure. We didn't talk about the European Carter border adjustment, which I actually think maybe I'm in Ernie's optimistic camp. Maybe this is Pollyanna-ish. I think that will have the impact of triggering other regions to create similar mechanisms for no other reason than if you don't, the tax dollars either go to the Europeans or they stay at home, and I think most jurisdictions will choose to keep them at home. Is that as good as a perfectly efficient carbon price? No, but it is a step probably in the right direction, and I think that's probably true in either administration, that U.S. industry will not like the idea of paying taxes to the Europeans without a domestic mechanism. On the domestic build-out front, the things I'll tell you the things I worry about is I got lots of concern about cybersecurity on the grid, lots of concern about resiliency on the grid. All that's much more serious in the context of a Pacific conflict. Our grid's not well prepared for the intermittency that it would have to deal with if you were to ramp up renewables.
So you're saying we shouldn't build it?
Right. And I think the governors, to varying degrees, the states are realizing that. I mean, I think Texas is in the midst of the last few years has realized that very deeply. It's pretty hard to fix, right? It's not a simple fix, and is to me the interstate collaboration is. My instinct would be the interstate collaboration is actually less important than the intrastate activity. That there's enough the states have to do to get their own ducks in a row internally. There's probably a lot more work to do there before they are ready to tackle the more complex, I think, as you said, more complex interstate.
Ernie, do you have any thoughts on this national grid investment? And I remember you interviewing Eric Schmidt, who was here yesterday. And Eric said, hey, don't poo-poo old technology. Floppy disks are protecting us from hackers breaking into our nuclear weapons infrastructure because they're all on floppy disks still and haven't been improved. But I'm just interested in why so many elements of our national energy infrastructure seem to be locked in the 1970s.
You're being optimistic. The Federal Power Act was passed in the 1930s and continues to have an impact, I would have said perverse, but I probably shouldn't, in terms of the separation between state and federal approaches. I mean, this is a really important question because when those acts were put into place many, many decades ago, electricity was fundamentally a local phenomenon. The whole point today is how do we get that to be more of a interstate, interregional, possibly even continental, although I think that's going a bit too far, activity. So we need very, very serious change. Dan mentioned Texas. I think maybe it's worth just giving a factoid to people to understand what it's going to mean to have a clean, modern electricity system. So Texas, as you all know, I'm sure, is the king of wind in the United States. And it's very inexpensive wind, and they move it from West Texas to East Texas very efficiently. However, I keep using this alien word, data. If you look at the hour-by-hour dispatch of wind in Texas for a year, guess what? There's 90, we looked at for 1 year, one particular year, nothing unusual about it. 90 days of that year with no wind in Texas. 9 days in a row with no wind in Texas. In other words, it's great to have that wind resource, and it really does lower the average cost. But then you have to realize somebody has to pay for the backup system because 24/7, 270 days a year isn't good enough.
Right.
And so we need to, that's where, again, all of these things come together in terms of technology. Also, I'll give you another dirty little secret in terms of
quick one.
The way we have to revise our regulatory structures. We could do a lot right now with the existing transmission lines by upgrading their capacity. But it's a lot more expensive to build the new lines. However, if your profit is a return on equity, that may look interesting.
I'm going to go to the audience and grab a couple of questions. We're very short on time, but just before that, real zinger answers if here. One of the other areas that I was interested in is during the time the United States was condemning the Nord Stream pipeline and gas pipeline, the United States was quite dependent on Russia for nuclear fuel. And Ernie, you and I talked about this, and I'm interested in the nuclear industry because I don't know any way our climate targets are achievable without the nuclear industry. Is the United States able to have a nuclear industry that's not dependent on Russian nuclear fuel? Ernie?
Yes. The dependency, by the way, I think is less important on the uranium metal as it is on the enrichment services, which we can't so easily do. But the key is going to be, Steve, that what we need to do, and we are seeing it now with the big customers, the Googles, et cetera, Microsofts, they are now pushing for demand aggregation to meet the load with clean electrons. What we need is demand aggregation and some form of public-private risk sharing that will encourage supply chain investments and build out a nuclear infrastructure.
Great. So that's a future thing. Megan, your thoughts?
On this particular...
Yes. Well, I'm interested in the fact that we don't make a lot of nuclear fuel in the United States.
Sure.
And I remember Ernie Moniz gave me a line, it was on the record, says America is abrogating its responsibilities in the nuclear proliferation agreement that it was supposed to create nuclear fuel to supply its allies. We don't do that.
Well,
yes, it's on tape. I have it on tape.
You will have noted, though maybe not everyone in our audience will have noted, that actually just, was it a couple of months ago, you had an American company start to enrich uranium for the first time in decades, I believe. So, is decades not there? Give me the right number.
Tiny itty bitty little bit.
Mainly U.S. enrichment is by the Europeans, Urenco.
Right. But I'm saying that we actually just started it in a recognition
Dan
that we can't.
Poneman was involved in that, who may be here somewhere, I think. Yes.
Could be out here. So I think one, we acknowledge the problem. Two, there is a path forward. And again, it's not just Russia. It is other members of the international community that we're closer to that can.
Very fast reaction, Dan, on nuclear, like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, our math on nuclear is to get a reasonable amount of nuclear to the U.S. energy mix is something like a $700 billion investment over the next 10, 15 years. And probably the money's not even the long pole in the tent. The long pole in the tent is capability, which enrichment's one example, but it's true about the construction capability. It's true about talent to run the facilities.
700 billion. All right, that's not an optimistic number. Let's take one or two quick.
Can I just jump in with one little factoid on that enrichment, American enrichment, appropriate for the Security Forum? What we need to do is a twofer in the United States. We do not have the capability to supply things like tritium for our nuclear weapons stockpile, and we should be being a twofer for the civilian and the military side.
So we got a two-finger on that. Okay, real quick here, just real quick lightning, as Courtney Kuby said, lightning round. Quick question.
Yes, hi. You guys had mentioned critical minerals and getting better hygiene on supply chains. I know that there's the Critical Minerals Partnership, which in my view doesn't have a lot of teeth. I'm wondering what you guys would suggest.
And quick shout out to Scott Nathan, wherever. Scott, are you here? He's way in the back. Oh, he's way over there. When you're done, and because they're not going to have enough time to answer you, Scott Nathan knows all all about this. He's that at the U.S. Development. So a great guy to have you. Come find her.
I agree with you.
One other question.
Second of all,
let's go to this gentleman in the aisle right here.
Don't forget the refining of the minerals, not just the mining.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's
real quick question, sir.
Dominance.
Can the government, or should the government, create an insurance company to handle potential nuclear accidents to give some peace of mind?
Great. So we've got two great questions, one on the hygiene of critical mineral supply and toughening that up, and the second on nuclear insurance. Megan?
Let me quickly respond to the critical mineral question. So I would agree with you that we need to do much, much more. And you asked what would be some things that I would recommend. One is we have to expand the number of countries and partners that we're willing to work with and encourage the development of their own resources. Right now, we're focused on free trade partners, trying to find a way to get other allies to qualify for those incentives. We need to think much more broadly. The second thing is that we have to revisit some of our trade policy, that in order to incentivize other countries to make huge long-term investments in areas where China has the ability to dump critical minerals on the global market and tank the prices,
which they're doing,
we need to recognize we need more incentives like trade access or market access. So I think we need to revisit some of our trade policy.
Thank you. 30 seconds.
Yeah, on insurance. Governments are good at buying things, and governments can be good at financing things, at lending. There's a long track record of governments insuring things, and it doesn't work out well.
Excellent. Ernie, final word.
On the insurance, we already have what's called the Price-Anderson Act, which is essentially a collective insurance. It's never had to be drawn upon in the history of the nuclear power sector in the United States, but it is there as insurance, if you like, for an accident.
Let me give a commercial for all three of these people. If you Google them, which I've been doing in research in your background, there's great material out there. But in particular, Ernie Moniz, who is the CEO of the Nuclear Threat Initiative, interviewed Eric Schmidt, and their discussion about AI and energy and the race and critical minerals and the green energy transition is one of the best I've ever heard. Megan O'Sullivan has discussed, as you open this with AI and the AI question at Harvard at the Belfer Center, incredible resources and material. And of course, McKinsey's got everything. You're sort of the Wizard of Oz out there. So please give a big round of applause to Dan Stevens of McKinsey & Company, Megan O'Sullivan of the Belfer Center at Harvard, and Ernie Moniz, former Secretary of Energy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just want you to know that was not me. Let's leave our mics up here. I like twigs. I'm going to keep that. That's good.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moniz, Megan, Dan, and Steve. That was fascinating. Okay. Moving on to our panel called Flammable World, Who Will Help the World's Most Vulnerable? I'm really looking forward to this discussion today. And joining us, we have far left David Miliband, who's the President and CEO of International Rescue Committee, Ndidi Okonkwo-Nwuneli, I hope that I did that reasonably well, thank you, President and CEO of the One Campaign, Eileen O'Connor, Senior Vice President for Comms, Policy and Advocacy at the Rockefeller Foundation, and moderator today is Dan Kurtz-Phelan, the editor of Foreign Affairs. Thanks. Over to you, Dan.
Great. Thanks so much, Neem. The title of this panel is Flammable World, but I think it could easily be called a world in flames if you look at the number of places where we are not just looking at risk, but actually looking at crisis. There's no shortage of crisis spots that we could spend 40 minutes talking about, whether it's Sudan or Ukraine or Gaza or Haiti or Myanmar, or for that matter, probably forests in Western Canada that are on fire right now. But I want to both get our panelists to address some of those specific crises and specific geographies, but also to step back and consider some of the structural causes and also some of the solutions to these. If we look at this from a policy perspective, what is working and what policymakers and decision makers and governments and business and civil society and elsewhere should be doing that we're not doing as well as we could at this point. David, I'm going to start with you. This is such a complicated global moment. The IRC, which you head, works across, I think, almost all of these crisis spots, as well as in developing countries that are fielding some of the consequences of crises elsewhere, if you look at migration in the US or Western Europe. Before this, you were Foreign Secretary of the UK. I don't imagine when you were leaving that job a decade and a half ago, you imagined the world looking the way it does today. As you try to make sense of this moment and make sense of this global picture, what do you see as the causes and contours of this?
Thanks, Dan. So in the last 10 years, the number of refugees and internally displaced people has gone from more or less 40 million to 120 million. The number of people suffering food insecurity, which means they don't have enough to eat and don't know where their next meal is coming from, has gone from something like 80 million to 330 million. The number of people in humanitarian need is now over 300 million. So the world in flames, I think, is right. Those are symptoms, in my view, of a flammable world. And we have to ask and answer three questions. Why is there more dry tinder around, metaphorically and literally? What's happened to the sprinkler systems? And where's the fire brigade? And very briefly, the flammable world is in flames because the tinder is getting drier and drier. It's getting drier and drier because of civil conflict. Over 50 civil wars going on around the world at the moment. Those civil wars are being exacerbated by the climate crisis because the overlap between conflict and the climate crisis is growing. On the International Rescue Committee's top 20 humanitarian crises of 2024, 14 of those countries are in the top quartile for climate vulnerability. So you've got the overlap between conflict and crisis. You've got the internationalization of civil conflict. So more and more civil wars are not just coming from bottom up, they're being sponsored from abroad. Not just saying this because everyone has to mention AI and social media in every panel as either a source of greatness or ill, but there's no question that ethnic cleansing is being powered, hate is being powered by some of the darker sides of new technology. So that the tinder is getting drier. Second, where's the sprinkler systems? I mean, the sprinkler systems came from international laws and norms that were observed. They're in retreat. They came from international institutions led by the UN that held the ring in retreat. They came from international aid delivery that mitigated the worst aspects of poverty and inequality, because what we know is that unregulated, undertreated humanitarian crisis leads to political instability. So the sprinkler systems are not working at all well. There's been if you like, a vacuum's being created by the retreat of Western countries from global engagement, and that's left a vacuum. And that's been exploited so that the norms that you don't invade your neighbor were abused by a permanent member of the Security Council. I mean, you couldn't have a more telling example of the breakdown of laws and norms. And that leads to the question, well, where's the fire brigade? And I think this is where the international nature of this conference becomes very, very important. People say we're living in a multipolar world. I think that's wrong. We're living in a multi-aligned world that is more fluid, more transactional, with many more players, some of them states, some of them non-state actors, some of them businesses. And so the traditional fire brigade that either was the balance of power between Cold War enemies or large swathes of the globe that were allied with one side or another. 150 years ago, they were in empires, then they became part of alliances. Those are splintering. Geopolitical fragmentation explains why the fire brigade's not there. And so I think that sets the agenda for how we then have to think, well, how do we all become firefighters, whether in the business world, whether you're in government, whether you're in the NGO sector. We've both got to prevent more fires, and we've got to douse the ones that exist.
I know this fire metaphor is going to carry us through 40 minutes. We'll try not to abuse it, but it is a useful one. Ndidi, let me go to you to focus on one of the strands of that, one of the strands that David alluded to. If we look at sub-Saharan Africa, I mean, Sudan is really one of the worst humanitarian crises and one of the worst conflicts in the world right now. It's not one that gets the attention of Ukraine or Gaza or risks of conflict in East Asia, but it is in some ways symptomatic of a breakdown of democratic progress and economic progress across a much broader swath of sub-Saharan Africa. If you look at the series of coups over the last few years, debt crises, plenty of other signs of this. As you look at both Sudan, but also the bigger crisis that it's a part of, what do you see as those basic causes as you watch these playing out?
Thank you so much. I would say that just building on this metaphor, economic crisis and the debt crisis have fostered quite a bit of the instability and the sustained poverty indices that actually lead to more fires. And we see this in Sudan, and I also believe that anywhere in the world where you have young people who are unemployed or underemployed, they become great tools in the hands of anyone who wants to use them. It's not unique to Africa, it's a phenomenon, and we have to create jobs. But African countries, and the vast majority of them, are burdened by debt. I think the last statistics showed that about $184 billion was paid out in debt. And this debt was expensive debt taken by many of our governments to do what we thought they were going to do with infrastructure investments, with health and education investments. But if a country is spending $184 billion, and that's leaving the country or leaving the continent, that's huge. And let me break that into numbers. I think Ethiopia, for example, spends $26 per capita on debt repayment and only $8 per capita on health investments. Kenya spends 75% of its tax revenue on debt repayments. And that's why we recently saw the riots in Kenya, because young people are upset that the funding that's supposed to go to healthcare or education or even infrastructure investments is going to other nations. These nations in Europe or in Asia, or some in the United States, some lenders in the United States are taking this funding away from the critical issues. So we have to address the debt issues. And I think David made this point, I want to reinforce it. Giving is at an all-time low. In fact, one campaign's data showed that we're at the 50-year low from the G7 countries. Countries that committed to 0.7% of their GDP to give to other nations are now closer to 0.3 and retreating. And this is unacceptable. At a time when we need the world to step up, to support each other, to ensure that we avert crisis, we are seeing countries retreat into very insular focus. And we believe that it's time to rise up. It's time for countries in the G7, the G20 to really step up to their commitments. They made these commitments because they recognize that no one is equal until all of us are equal.
I want to pick up on both that question of development assistance and also the underlying debate about hypocrisy that you see in the debt conversation. So much of this stemmed from fiscal spending during the pandemic, which was fine for economies like the United States, is a different story in much of the developing world. But Eileen, I want to go to you to pick up on the climate dimension of this. This is something that Rockefeller has, of course, been extremely focused on. I think for probably the last couple of decades at conferences like this, you'd hear these kind of chestnut conversations about the ways in which climate was going to become a driver of insecurity and conflict in the short term, not just a long-term challenge. I think in many ways we are seeing that now in ways that you and others had been warning about for years, but we did not adequately prepare for.
Yeah, I mean, I think migration is a perfect example. This is the first year the IOM has basically declared climate as the biggest driver of migration. But I'd like to just build on what my two colleagues have said, is that, underlying all of this really and the problem of political paralysis is economic inequality within our own country, within the G7 countries, and then, of course, between the global north and, can I say, the global low and middle income countries. And that is driving polarization in our country. We've literally moved percentages of GDP that existed in the sort of the balance of GDP going to workers and the financial sector that existed before the 1970s, and we've really shifted that. And so workers get less, and they get, in the United States, for example, 40% of full-time workers in the United States have less than $200 in savings. That no wonder they are looking for alternatives. And this happens in country after country. And, and so I also think that also makes these countries much more insular, looking at domestic policies and less inclined to give aid. And so I think we have to really look at more inclusive capitalism and also look at humanitarian assistance as a methodology to also bolster development. For us, the climate crisis is an opportunity. We can actually drive down inequality if we really address climate in a way that can actually use technology to, for example, actually electrify most of Africa. There's 1.7 billion people that don't have enough electricity to run anything that can give them any kind of economic value. We can fix that with off-grid technologies, but we have to see it as a rising tide lifting all boats, and we also have to see it, if we really want to fix migration, fix the symptoms that people don't want to leave their country. They really don't want to leave their societies. And so the climate change crisis is going to affect the most vulnerable, and is also, though, an opportunity for us to turbocharge development if we do it right.
There's a bit of a danger that we all agree with each other, so let me try and find a bit of disagreement. Look, I think it's really important that we don't conflate the political crises and the economic crises. They're related to each other, but they're different. 9 million people are on the move in Sudan, which you mentioned, not for economic reasons. They're on the move since April the 24th, 2023, because there's a civil war there. They weren't on the move before then, despite the economic troubles that we're having. 120 million people on the move because of war and climate disaster. Wholly separate in numbers from those who are moving for a better life, moving for climate reasons from northwest Syria to cities in 2008 to 2011. There's economic movement powered by the climate crisis. There's conflict powered by the climate crisis. But when we talk about migration, let's understand that there's a phenomenon of conflict spurred by climate and the failure of diplomacy and the internationalization of conflict that needs to be understood in and of itself. And you're absolutely right. Sudan is the prototypical case, because not only are 9 million people on the move, not only are allies of the United States supporting both sides in the conflict, to the multi-aligned world point, there are 19 million people in that population who depend on humanitarian aid to survive. And so when we think about the relationship between humanitarian aid and development, let's understand humanitarian aid is the first step on the road to development because it stops things getting worse. But in the end, an aid budget is not going to get you into the middle class. It's going to be a stable society with an economy that's able to power private sector development. And by the way, some of that is spurred, more of that is spurred by remittances from around the world than by development aid from around the world.
Eileen, do you want to respond to that? Just to
well, I mean, I do agree with you that I do agree, and then I also disagree, though, because I would say that the lack of good governance is also fundamentally for decades, and political instability and political alignments of opposites have driven the crisis in Sudan. But I do think that the problem with this polarization that is turbocharged by social media as well is polarizing our economic and our ability to address these problems.
Yeah, just to push again. So before I took on this role at the One Campaign, I was an entrepreneur working in Nigeria. And through my work in agriculture and food, what we're able to show is that if you can provide jobs to the lowest income people, it quells violence and conflicts. So the question is, it's a chicken and egg, which comes first, right? And many people say, let's give them aid, and then we can bring economic development. You need to do both at the same time, because unfortunately, what the aid industry has done is actually strip a lot of communities of their ability to rebuild. And we see that in the food ecosystem. And so through our work with dairy farmers and the private sector, we got these nomadic communities that actually were warring with farmers to settle because we could give them an option. And we met them at their point of need. And it's still an ongoing project in Nigeria that has scaled tremendously and had impact. So I think a new paradigm shift where it's a private-public partnership that looks at governance, peace and security, the negotiations. Aid has a place, but it's not an end in itself. And we need to be very, very careful in our ecosystem that we build out together.
But I think we'll try to get to some of the solutions towards the end of this conversation. But David, let me go to you to address. I mean, Sudan is, of course, one of the most acute crises in the world. The other is Gaza. IRC does humanitarian work in Gaza and around Gaza. As you look at the situation on the ground in humanitarian terms, where do things stand? And especially, have you seen it getting better? Especially in the month or two since the World Central Kitchen strikes and some pressure on humanitarian access. And as you look at the policy and very complicated debates around this, what are the things that you think are essential now to really change things in fundamental ways? Ceasefire aside.
I mean, I spoke to our team yesterday. We have a relatively small team, 20 people in our team. We have an emergency medical team separate from that in the Al-Aqsa Hospital, and we have a range of partners around Gaza. Look, I think it's mind-numbingly bad for hostages and their families since October the 7th, and it's mind-numbingly bad for civilians in Gaza at the moment. I think that there are some ebbs and flows in the amount of aid getting into Gaza, but you all followed the farrago of the pier that was built as a substitute for using the most direct route, which was the land-based crossings.
That was a nice term for it. So.
But now even it's easier for us to get people in than it was a month ago, and they're doing some extraordinary work on this is our 7th emergency medical team, and we've got a child nutrition team and some child protection work going on. But although the scale of the fighting has reduced. The intensity of the fighting that does take place is very, very heavy. And the blockages on aid moving inside Gaza, including with looting problems, are very, very severe. And I can't give you, I wouldn't be doing my job if I said anything other than a desperate need for the UN Security Council resolution that mandated not just a ceasefire, but a three-stage process. It's wrong to say you can't do anything without a ceasefire, but you're never going to be able to protect civilians and protect aid workers and deliver aid and get civilians to come to receive aid, never mind begin reconstruction, until you can get the ceasefire in place. And it's now 4 weeks since that President Biden's plan went through the Security Council. And that is a very long time to be left waiting.
There'll be a discussion tomorrow morning with Amos Yadlin and Salam Fayyad and others that will pick this up, but I wanted to make sure we address that. Let me get to some of the global dynamics and dynamics in the US and other economies that I think are making the response more difficult, and you've alluded to some of these. Didi, let me start with you. As you've noted, this is a moment when the thrust of US economic policy, of European economic policies, which are in most wealthy economies, is more inward-looking, whether it's Buy America or tariffs, industrial policy. All of this presents challenges to the kind of growth that you've been stressing is so essential in the developing world. There's a kind of strange irony when you watch developing countries suddenly being the champions of free trade after years of the dynamic playing in the other way. How much of an impediment is, leaving aside the development assistance question, is just the economic policy and the trends in economic policy across parties in the US and other wealthy economies?
Yeah, so what we see, and one campaign fights for investments that drive economic growth and healthy lives in Africa. What we see with the US in particular is that the US has had more of a kind of a friend of Africa relationship, but not really seen the continent, and we're talking about 54 very diverse countries, as an economic engine of growth, and really seen the potential of real trade. And yesterday we started talking about the Belt and Road Initiative in the first panel about China. And sometimes it's a debate like, oh, let's get in before China. Let's see what China and Russia are doing. And I think President Russo put it very well when he came to the US, and he said, I'm not looking east or west, I'm looking forward. African presidents and African leaders are looking forward to drive growth for their people. And what we would love to see is more economic and bilateral relationships, not with a continent, well, we have the Africa continent, but with pivotal countries. I would like to see a Nigeria-US session next year at the Aspen security section, not Africa and the US, we understand, or South Africa. Let's get our countries talking about our competitive and comparative advantages beyond green minerals and agriculture. The entertainment industry has blown up. We have so much that we can be doing together as nations. And I think if we can see that relationship as one of equality and one of growth, mutually beneficial, it changes the mindset. We want to change the face of Africa from a hungry child to a successful female entrepreneur. And I think that helps us with security, it helps us with long-term growth, and it helps us with really the peace that we see in this world is predicated on seeing human beings for who they are and as equals.
Is the fear in Washington and other allied capitals over Chinese and Russian influence in sub-Saharan Africa fundamentally constructive in that it motivates attention that's going to go to good ends, or is it ultimately leading to problematic kinds of partnerships? I'm sure it's a bit of both, but
it's a bit of both, and it depends on the context, and I would prefer to stay away from that topic.
Fair.
I like what Russo said. We're not looking east or west, we're looking forward.
All right. Eileen, go ahead.
Can I just add that 75-year anniversary this month of the Bretton Woods Agreement, and we really need to modernize it. And there's been a lot of research out there, and there are ways that even the private sector and the public finance and can actually create some innovative financial solutions like guarantees that could boost a lot of money going into and actually pull in private investment capital. There's a lot of private investment that is sitting on the sidelines because they say it's too risky. And we work with them all the time to come into our climate infrastructure projects in Africa. And they all say, oh, you haven't mitigated the risk enough. The problem is I also think their risk equation is still based in history, and they're not thinking of the risk of doing nothing. If we don't do anything, the warming of the climate and the Earth is still going to rise higher, and that's just going to create more of these disasters.
Did you want to respond to that, David? I mean, let me stick with climate, and again attempt to get at one of the kind of fissures here. I think it's easy to sit on stages at conferences and talk about the way all good things are going to come together when it comes to climate solutions, and it's purely going to be an economic opportunity for Africa and South Asia and other parts of the developing world. I think when you get into conversations with policymakers in many of those countries, you tend to see a degree of resentment that makes a lot of sense when you look at historic emissions, and you'll hear people say, a Nigerian official wrote for Foreign Affairs a couple of years ago about the hypocrisy of us constantly imploring Nigeria to leave its fossil fuels in the ground or in the water when we have, of course, done so much and continue to do so much to exploit ours. How much is that dynamic a problem in motivating global action, or do you think that's the wrong way of looking at it?
I mean, it has been a motivating factor in terms of pushing for things like a loss and damage fund. But I think, as Ndidi said, there's so many more people and African leaders, like in Kenya, Nigeria, who are really pushing for green infrastructure investment, because they know that instead of loss and damages, which is trying to just put a Band-Aid on a problem that's just going to get worse, they need to address the problem at its core. And it's not just lowering emissions, which again, they did not build their economies as we did on fossil fuel. But if we don't help them lower their emissions, or at least address future emissions, we're kind of locked into coal and diesel and others. But that said, there is a lot of initiatives around the Africa Green Infrastructure Investment Project, but they need capital and they need debt relief. And there are innovative ways. For instance, the German government has been using debt swaps in Kenya to invest in regenerative agriculture. There's a way to do this. I would argue that the African countries, yes, they have resentment. They'd rather turn that resentment into a force for economic development versus just a loss and damage Band-Aid.
Let's stick with the debt question for one second, Ndidi, because this is, I think, for the reasons you laid out, such a kind of overarching problem when we look at any of these issues. Part of the challenging dynamic here is around the Chinese role and the U.S.-China tensions right now, which make it harder to do anything global. I think you could apply versions of that concern across almost any issue when it comes to motivating real global action. When you look at formulas for debt relief, do you see anything that the world should be building on that leads you to think there are going to be better solutions we'll be embracing a couple of years from now?
Definitely, and just like Eileen said, we're starting to see creative measures, debt swaps linked to climate, debt swaps linked to nutrition and school feeding, and I think that fits very nicely into the work that David and his team do. But we're also starting to see very creative work by the World Bank and others, and IDA 21 has been one that we have been working very closely on. IDA is the International Development Association. It's a concessional financing, and countries contribute to it, but it's not a grant, right? It's a zero interest or 1% or 2%. And guess what? African countries have started contributing to IDA as a way to also invest their money. And so we would like to see a lot more creative financial instruments that pull in private sector, public sector money, and even innovative ways for domestic capital resource mobilization in countries so that countries take ownership of their own development. And accountability is key. Accountability is key from the donors, from the funders, and from how the funds are used on the ground. And one works very closely with CSOs, civil society organizations, and activists, because we have to hold governments accountable across the world to make sure that funds are being utilized for exactly what they're being allocated for and that they deliver impact to the people, especially the most vulnerable.
My sense is that we're being nicer to the Bretton Woods institutions than is totally warranted. That, we've been having conversations about reform of the IMF and World Bank for years and years and knock on a lot of traction. Eileen, you work on this quite a bit. Where does that stand, and what are the priorities?
Well,
as
it's
you
not
look ahead?
necessarily the institutions, it's also the donor countries. They've got to step up more. I mean, so the institutions can only do as much as they can. So I do think that that's a big question. And we're constantly trying to push for that. But, I think that we really have to be focused in on preventing the next disasters. And as David has said, even the next political conflicts and other things, as well as these climate disasters.
I think we've got to really understand that the humanitarian development community that I'm part of and the climate community have done a terrible job at working together. We've done a terrible job at risk mapping of humanitarian crisis and climate crisis. We've done a very poor job at cooperating on innovation, especially for adaptation, because the 40 countries that we work, they haven't got much mitigation to do. If you're in the Central African Republic, you need help with adaptation to a problem that other countries have created for you. And we've done a very poor job about thinking of financing together. Now, I really want people to hold on to this. $50 billion or so is the total global humanitarian aid budget, $50 billion. The international development budget is probably $150 billion. That goes to richer countries, actually, middle income and richer countries. Here's the thing to understand about the climate capital and the way in which the multilateral institutions work. In the fragile and conflict states, the risk aversion is so great that only 50% of the committed funds actually get dispersed. And the reason that only 50% of the funds get dispersed is that the traditional model of delivery is through governments. But the whole point about a fragile and conflict state where there's a conflict going on is that a quarter, half, 10% of the population don't get on with the government. And you can't rely on the governments to do the immunization. You can't rely on the governments to do the climate adaptation. You've got to break the monopoly of state institutions on the delivery of World Bank funds. If you do that, you're unlocking huge energy in civil society. You're taking more risk, but frankly, the greatest risk is that these people get no help at all. So if you're in the north of Cameroon or the west of Cameroon or the east of Cameroon, it's got 3 different crises in Cameroon, you need help from the multilateral system, not just bilateral help from donors. And I think that we need a real mind shift change. The NGOs like us, we have a bias to action and we have a strategic embrace of risk. Both of those things are missing, I would argue, from the culture and structures of the international financial organizations. And the excitement that exists at the moment is because you have in Ajay Banga someone coming, nominated by the US, coming in as a new leader of the World Bank. He gets risk. I mean, he really does. And he wants to follow the numbers about where the poor are. Last point, sorry to go on for too long. 50% of the extreme poor in the world live in those fragile and conflict states. But only a quarter of the total $200 billion of aid that I was talking about goes to those fragile and conflict states. That's the mismatch that has to be overcome, because in 5 years' time, in 2030, it'll be 2/3 of the world's extreme poor who live in the fragile and conflict states.
I have a final question for each of you, and then we'll go get a few questions from people in the audience. Eileen and Ndidi, I've heard the two of you disagree about the ways in which the private sector is and is not stepping up. Eileen, I think you're a bit more critical, and Ndidi, you have, I think, higher hopes here. Very quickly, Eileen, what are your concerns or what are your criticisms of business and the private sector as you see it, and where do you see, if you could make a call to action, what would that be? And Ndidi, you can, based on some of what you've seen and done, perhaps take issue with some of that.
I think there's 2 things. It's both intellectual property or thinking. We hear this a lot. Technology is going to fix this. Don't worry, technology will come. But we know that technology often does not actually get down, and the intellectual property is not, and it's not inexpensive enough for the low and middle income countries to utilize effectively. And so I actually was at a conference that we held last week with frontier technology companies and venture capitalists, where we're trying to bring them together, introduce them to entrepreneurs, and there's many in Africa, who have some really incredible climate solutions, but also for them to bring in corporates and do business in Africa, as Ernst Muniz was talking about, demand aggregation, maybe around the energy-sucking data centers that AI is going to need, and sort of get technology and investment that would normally happen in the global north, get it into these low and middle income countries. That's one way the private sector could do that, as well as, so it's a creative way, and as well as really thinking about their risk portfolio and what the risk is of not doing anything.
Yeah, no, I agree with her. I think in this case we agree that there's a role for big business, there's a role for small business. And where we see a lot of innovation on the ground in many of our emerging economies is the small businesses who are agile, who can adapt. And I want to build on David's point in terms of delivery on the ground. It's the local organizations closest to the ground who know how to meet the needs of the most vulnerable. And we have to figure out, even during times of crisis, how to empower them to act.
David, just 1 minute, there's a thread that we haven't gotten to that you've written and spoken about for a long time that I think underlies a lot of that, and that is impunity. So much of the system that was constructed after World War II was supposed to be about addressing impunity, and it seems to be going in the wrong direction year after year by all sorts of measures.
So there's a British radio program called Just a Minute, where you have to speak for 1 minute without hesitation, repetition, or deviation in the course of that 1 minute. So thank you very much for that test. Look, I believe we're living in, and by the way, you're allowed to use the title of the question as many times as you like. That doesn't count as repetition. I believe we are living in an age of growing impunity, an age of impunity. And it is the collapse of some of the most fundamental norms that pertain to conflict. Because the right of civilians not to be targeted in conflict, the majority of people who die in conflict now are civilians, not soldiers, the right of civilians to receive aid in conflict, and the right of aid workers to go about their business without threat to life or limb, the burden of proof seems to have been reversed. Instead of them having those rights to life and livelihood, it's now conflict actors who have the ability to decide whether that's observed or that is not observed. And that weakening of the global system is demonstrated in conflict zones, but also in a range of other areas. And when people talk about the rise of autocracy, what I always say to them is, look, think about impunity versus accountability as the dividing line, not democracy versus autocracy. And the rise of illiberal democracy is a big part of that. And in the international domain, what you see is not just democratic recession, but the recession of the hardest of won rights that were established after 1945, never properly and fully observed, but nonetheless enunciated for the first time in international law that people had rights, not just states. And just a final piece of advertising, in my spare time, I chair the advisory board of something called the Atlas of Impunity, which ranks every country in the world on 5 dimensions of impunity: on conflict, governance, human rights, and then economic exploitation, which can be of workers, or the grabbing of property rights by overstrong states. And then fifthly, the environment, because actually the climate crisis, viewed through the lens of what previous generations are doing to other generations, what humans are doing to the planet, is actually an example of impunity, which, to finish, the definition of impunity is the exercise of power without responsibility, which, as Stanley Baldwin said in 1923, is the refuge of the harlot throughout the ages.
So you nailed it, except you went a little longer for a minute, and for that reason, I'm not going to take questions up here, but you can buttonhole each of them. But I want to go to Eileen and Didi to close. Looking at policy change, as you look at, and we're going to have the Summit of the Future in New York in September, where there'll be a lot of kind of high-minded discussion among global leaders on this set of issues. If there's one near-term policy change that you would have people advocate for and stress, what would that be? And Didi, you start, and then Eileen, you can close.
Okay, so I'll start with something controversial. I'm new in Washington, and in one of my early meetings, someone said, if you want to get bipartisan support, get Americans to sell more guns in Africa. And I said, what? I said, guns? I don't want guns in Africa. I want economic trade. Maybe we'll take some of your AI technology, we'll take, we'll bring some of our music, right? And Nollywood, Hollywood partnerships, agriculture, seeds and fertilizers. Yeah, we can talk about that innovation. That mindset shift has to happen. We have to change our narrative about a continent like Africa. So that's one. The second is we need a commitment from our countries, G7 countries more broadly, to be the commitment they made to give to international development assistance. Meet that commitment with IDA 21, meet that commitment with Gavi Global Fund, which are critical for security. Because we need our countries to rise up to recognize that economic relationships and investing in long-term growth is ultimately what will keep all of us secure.
Eileen?
I think we have to know that trickle-down economics doesn't work and finally declare it as a dead and unworkable policy. That would be one great change. And also, I think the other great change would be to try to address economically this inequality, the economic inequality, which is growing in countries and it's growing among countries. And that means really more inclusive capitalism. We're working with a bunch of companies who also say, look, the hollowing out of the middle class ultimately destroys our economy and it destroys our economic growth. And we have to really focus on that.
We covered a ton of ground. David, Eileen, and Dee Dee, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long and substance-filled day, and we have really run the gamut from the Asia-Pacific to the Middle East to Africa to the Global South. We are going to bring us right back here home with this last and really incredible session. I am very grateful that we have Mark Esper, who was the 27th Secretary of Defense, with us. And we have Jay Johnson, who was the Secretary of Homeland Security under President Obama. Jay Johnson did his very best to try to come out here, but he just couldn't make it work with the flight, so we will have him virtual. This is a really critical discussion because the threat landscape that the United States is facing, I think, has never been more complex. You're seeing great power conflict, you're seeing a high threat of terrorism and sub-state conflict, and you are seeing political violence at home. And so we have put together this interesting combination of Dr. Esper and Secretary Johnson to talk about those threats at all different levels. And there's no one that can bring all of these topics together more effectively than one of the nation's great treasures and fantastic journalists, Andrea Mitchell, who's the chief Washington correspondent for NBC News. Please help me welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Anya, thank you very much for that overly generous introduction, but it's wonderful to be here at Aspen Security. This is maybe my favorite place, my happy place. So it's great to be among all of you again and to be with Secretary Esper and Jay Johnson. And is Jay on a screen? He's going to be joining us in 1 minute on Zoom. So we'll start here and Jay will join us. I know something about...
I guess I get the first question then.
Yeah, I think you will. By process of elimination, I know something about the flight challenges, having had my own last night. And, it's not the easiest time to travel out of Washington, D.C. It was about 102 in Washington, so there are a lot of reasons to be happy to be in Aspen today. So I wanted to start, Mr. Secretary, with the most recent issue on all of our horizons right now, which is the assassination attempt against former President Trump over the weekend. It's why I came a day later than I had intended to come, as a matter of fact. First, your reaction to the obvious security lapse on the ground.
Well, first of all, it was an horrific event, and we're glad that the president is safe, and yet mourn for the one American that died and the others that were injured. But look, I'm not a security expert in terms of law enforcement, but clearly there was a failure with regard to securing the outer perimeter. What they did on stage was quite remarkable, and it showed the bravery of the Secret Service and their quick thinking and reaction, but the leaving exposed a rooftop less than 150 yards from the podium seems like a glaring error to most people.
And I will ask Jay about this as well in more detail, because as the former Homeland Security Secretary, he had supervision and responsibility for the Secret Service. We know that the Secret Service Director has now been subpoenaed, will be testifying before the House next week, and there's a lot of controversy over what she said, over comments that implied that it was a local responsibility. What is the division between federal and local, between the Secret Service? I've started, my first contact with the Secret Service was probably in 1978 when there was a presidential campaign, and I was a local reporter in Philadelphia. I've had nothing but great experiences with them over years of covering the White House and covering foreign policy with federal, with dignitaries who also have Secret Service protection. So it's painful for us to see what is the gold standard for American security with such an obvious failure, and I know there'll be a lot of investigation. But you also, I think, come from Western Pennsylvania, not far from Butler, where the assassination attempt took place. And I started my career in Pennsylvania as a reporter statewide and locally in Philadelphia. There's a gun culture there. And my first campaign in '68 was covering a U.S. Senator, Joe Clark, who got defeated largely on the issue of gun rights. And we come back to the issue of why there are more guns than people in the United States, in contrast to all of the places that you have responsibility for around the globe.
So you want to drag me into the guns issue, huh?
I think we're just
So look,
among
I am from
friends.
Western Pennsylvania. Any Pittsburghers out there? Yeah, some. All right, two fellow Yinzers out there. You guys know what that means. Yeah, Steelers, go Steelers. If it wasn't, so we were the Reagan Democrats, and if it weren't for the union, heavy union membership, I had uncles who worked the mines, friends who worked in the mills, then they would be Republicans. And at this point in time, there's been a large movement over the time. But yes, there's a culture of hunting in that Western Pennsylvania. There's a culture of strong faith, belief in God. Small government. If you kind of go down the list of conservative principles and objectives, they would tick off nearly all of them. And so, look, I think jumping ahead, though, what we need to find out is what motivated this young man. And interestingly, we don't know much. After, 3-4 days, about he didn't have much of a social media profile. They've talked to his friends, teachers, but we really aren't learning too much at this point in time to understand what motivated him to do what he did, and how did he go about doing it? There's some indication there was some advanced planning going on, but it just doesn't measure up right now. So I think there's more to be discovered.
No, absolutely. And in fact, it's conceivable, given the fact that they've already sent his phone to Quantico and did not find any motive and did not find any leads. And obviously they're looking further, but it's possible we won't know the motive. And I'm careful not to leap to any judgments about whether it's a political motive. I covered the aftermath of the Reagan assassination attempt when I was a White House correspondent. And we, in fact, did not know until recent years how close that Hinckley bullet came to killing Ronald Reagan. Just think about the implications of that. And there was a great White House effort with the release of the jokes he told and his speech to a joint meeting of Congress, a joint session of Congress shortly afterward, and projecting strength, and it did transform his presidency politically in the opening months of his presidency. But we didn't know the details of it, and it was not a politically inspired assassination. It was John Hinckley trying to impress Jodie Foster. So one can't surmise anything from what is going on when people are unbalanced. Clearly, this incident could fall into that category. I want to move on, and we'll return to this with Jay Johnson, but let's talk about now the Iran threat against former President Trump, that we now know from officials that security around the former president was ramped up even before this happened because of a threat from Iran. And in fact, I'm aware, and everyone in Washington who covers this stuff knows, that there is continued security around all of the national security officials, Secretary Pompeo, John Bolton, others, ever since the Soleimani killing in Iran, that there is a revenge motive. Maybe you can address how to protect American officials from the threat from Iran after, to their mind, the martyrdom of the leader of the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guard, the leader of their terror group.
Yes, that was very interesting news that came out, that there was an Iranian plot to go after the president, and once again, very disturbing. And, to me, it's personal as well, because I'm in that group that's on their hit list. And so, like a few of my colleagues, I carry around a very robust 24/7 security protection detail that watches over me, and several of us have that, and it's going on 4 years now, which for the killing of Soleimani, which I think was a just act. I think it was the right thing to do at the time, given the intelligence we knew, and given Soleimani's long history of killing hundreds and hundreds of our service members in Iraq. But look, we got to do better than just playing defense. I mean, there was a plot against John Bolton that was discovered. There have been attempts against others that have been out there, and just sitting back playing defense and waiting for them to get lucky or not get lucky, to me, is not a winning strategy. Not least because of our own personal livelihoods and what that may mean to our welfare. But think about it. If the Iranians were to conduct or hire somebody to kill the former president of the United States, what would that mean? That would mean war, in my mind. It would be an act of war. And some would argue that it's an act of war, that they're even plotting and planning and preparing and doing everything up to that point. And so I think this administration needs to do a far better job in terms of how we deal with this problem, because it's not just, could not just be current government officials, it's former government officials. We know there are Americans in this country, I forget her name, she's been profiled, that have been under threat from the Iranians.
Masumeh?
Sure. So I think we need to think about how do we take this on more offensively and kind of counter the threat more directly. So,
what would you do?
I don't know, but I think you can get around the room with a lot of smart people to figure out how do you go after those folks, the actual people who are doing the targeting, the planning, the Iranian cell. How do you go after them? Do you use legal means? Do you use kinetic means? Whatever the case may be, until the Iranians get the point and understand that they need to knock this off.
What do you make of what we're told was the intelligence assessment that regarding all of their proxies in the Middle East right now, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, that at least Hamas and Hezbollah, not the Houthis, are pretty much under some operational directives by Iran, by Tehran, but that Iran has not, since the beginning of the Gaza war, wanted a widening of the war. Do you think that's, from your deep experience, is that an accurate judgment?
Well, you've been around this a while, so you know that's not news, that Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, which are relatively new, the Islamic groups in Iraq and Syria, they're all motivated, funded, supported, resourced, financed. And actually, we know that the Iranians at times are there on the ground with them, planning and preparing. So they are the source of all the evil in the Middle East and all the malign behavior that's going on out there. And so it is surprising. On one hand, it's not surprising, though. They are smart enough to know that they will not win in an outright war with either Israel or the United States or any combination of us and our Arab partners out there. And so they skillfully, deftly use their proxies to cause mayhem throughout the region. It's the so-called axis of resistance. And so, but I do think it's changed somewhat. And what hasn't been talked about, by the way, is we have a new Iranian president who was just installed, a week ago, Pezeshkian, I think is his name. And we have yet to see what role he will play. And interestingly on that front, he's not a cleric, so he likely will not be in line to succeed Khamenei, which raised a succession question with Iran at some point, which is going to cause another big transition for the Islamic Republic. But let's just go back a little bit. I was surprised, frankly, that they responded with such force with drones and cruise missiles and ballistic missiles against Israel a few months ago. I thought that was a very bold move that really could have drawn the Middle East in a much bigger conflict to include us, and not least of which, of course, Israel, too. So I was surprised by that they made that move, and I think it shows a new level of daring do on their behalf to really take on their adversaries in the Middle East and show some muscle. Now, it also exposed their weaknesses, and I think Israel further exposed weaknesses by how they responded. But I think we're at a transition point with Iran and how they will behave going forward, particularly with this new government, particularly with an economy that's under duress, the people are unhappy, and you may at one point have a transition here soon of the supreme leader.
There was, in fact, a lot of surprise about this election, that people came out of the woodwork, and we have not been covering the protest by the women as much as we had 2 years ago. I mean, the attention deficit of the news media, this is part of it. Gaza has taken first place, and Ukraine is not as covered as intensively as Gaza has been, and we sort of know that resources are somewhat limited. But that said, it does seem that the focus on Gaza has supplanted a lot of other tensions in the region. What did you think of the American response with Israel showing the defensive capabilities against Iran in that incident in February?
Yeah, look, from the get-go, I've had mixed views on the United States response. I thought the president was very bold in terms of initially deploying 2 aircraft carriers. We, I think, had an amphibious group. We supported Israel in the Middle East within hours and days after October 7th. And but I thought we took too long to respond. I think we had like 150 or so attacks against U.S. bases and forces throughout the Middle East, principally Iraq and Syria, before we ever really hit them back hard. And once we did that, because I and many others were saying, you got to hit them back, you got to respond, they respect force. We did that, it stopped, right? So there's a lesson there. So I think, what Israel has built up over the years with American assistance, this layered defense, was very effective. I mean, Iran, as many of us know, has the most capable missile force in the Middle East, and basically the Israeli Defense Forces, along with, by the way, the Americans, the Brits, and we believe the Jordanians and others, knocked down nearly every single missile, and the Israelis only suffered 1 casualty. I think a young girl was injured. So it was a tremendous display of technology, of defense, of cooperation, of working with allies and partners, which is a good lesson for us to keep reminding ourselves of. And then I think they showed their ability to strike back by getting within the Iranian air defense system, striking deep into a target at an airfield next to what we believe was a nuclear facility. So I thought it was, again, a very good display of capability by the Israelis.
And the Israelis had a lot to prove after October 7th, given how weak their response was and how their own intelligence failures were exposed, which have not been fully investigated yet. Yeah, intelligence failures, the failure of the military to guard the border, right? I mean, a number of things that really shook the Israeli state and the people. There's now a sense of vulnerability that hasn't been there in what they would say is the largest killing of Jews since the Holocaust. It's really traumatic, and so I'm on the side of the Israeli government. They need to dismantle, neutralize, choose your verb, once and for all Hamas, and Hamas cannot be allowed to come back to govern, to rule, to police, to whatever, the Palestinian people in Gaza. There needs to be a new formula going forward. Well, let me ask you about that, because I've spent a lot of time with Defense Minister Gallant when he's here and over there. and on Secretary Blinken's missions throughout the region. And we always end up going to Israel after Qatar and Egypt and Jordan and Saudi Arabia. The military in Israel, led by the defense minister, does not believe that Hamas can be eliminated. Obviously, Sinwar, and Bill Burns was quoted over the weekend. It was an off-the-record session in Sun Valley, but it got somehow quoted, and I checked, and it was accurate. And that is the assessment, that Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, is under a lot of pressure domestically from the Palestinians, who are suffering and are now beginning to blame the Hamas leadership as well, but also under pressure from the Israeli offense. I just want to say that Jay Johnson has joined us happily. Jay is with us now, and I just want to introduce everyone, of course, to the former Homeland Security Secretary, former General Counsel at the Pentagon, Jay Johnson, to join our conversation.
I'm with you for the moment. My internet is a little unstable, but happy to be with you, Andrea and Mark. Nice to see you. I wish I were in Aspen.
Well, we wish you were here, too.
Yeah, we wish you were, too.
Just to break your heart further, because I know it was 102 in Washington, I was saying it was 66 here this morning. But they're still trying to get a plane, Jay. Jay,
if you want, I'll answer that question, and you can turn over to Jay and let him run for a while. But let me just say, the Israeli military is correct. You can't eliminate Hamas. It's an ideology, it's a cult, it's a movement, right? But what you can do, there are tangible things that you can do that a military can measure. You can dismantle the underground infrastructure. You can destroy all of their active brigades in terms of making them combat ineffective, and we know what that means. You can eliminate their top leaders, and we know in the past few days they went against Mohammed Deif, who is the top military commander there.
That we haven't confirmed. They haven't confirmed.
Not yet confirmed. And then you can, of course, secure the Philadelphia corridor, which is the boundary between Egypt and Israel, where they've been running supplies in underground. So you can do those things, but otherwise you're not going to eliminate Hamas. What you're going to have to do is have a presence there, or at least the means to, as we like to say colloquially, mow the grass every now and then, right? You see them pop up, you see them get strong, you go in, you take them out, you do these types of things. But you actually have to get a new administering authority there on the ground to do the police, the education, the governance, all those things that a normal state would do. And having it run by a terrorist organization is not a way forward, because we know they've said they said they're going to do October 7th over and over and over again, and that's simply intolerable.
And a lot of this is going to come to the head next week. Many of you may know that Prime Minister Netanyahu is coming to Washington. He will get his long-awaited meeting with the president. This has been a big cause of friction between Netanyahu and the Biden White House, because he did not get what he thought was the proper respect that he deserved when he was elected, because of differences over policy, and frankly also because of the speech he gave in Congress at the invitation of the Republican leadership, which opposed the administration's policy, the Obama-Biden policy in Iran. And now he is also giving a speech at the invitation of, both houses actually, bipartisan invitation next Wednesday. So there's going to be a very robust conversation. I should also add that several notes were handed to me. One was that Jay was going to be on the monitor. Another is, very unfortunately, and this could affect the summit next week, but maybe there are enough days to reschedule that meeting, that the White House has apparently announced that President Biden has COVID, which is certainly a setback for all of his plans, as he has a very busy campaign schedule over the next couple of days, as he tries to deal with, significant opposition from within his own party. But that's another whole subject. Jay, we talked about the threats and the Secret Service, and the Secret Service director has been subpoenaed to appear next week. And the question that you could answer better than any of us is why that perimeter was not better secured. Was it a local responsibility? If so, why was there not better communication between the locals and the Secret Service, given that people were pointing to him on the roof? There was a significant amount of time. There was, almost 90 seconds but they were not on the roof. Apparently one of the local police was hanging from the roof but couldn't get to his gun because he was hanging with both hands on the edge of the roof. All of this will come out. But from your experience on the way these things are planned, there's so much advance work by the Secret Service. Do you think that they are under-sourced, under-resourced? Was it because of the NATO summit the day before? Are they spread too thin?
A couple of things. First of all, can you hear me?
Very, very well.
And can you see me? I don't know whether you can see me.
We can see you. Are there monitors? Yes, we can all see you.
Okay, all right, great. So, Andrea, honestly, I don't have a good answer to your question. I suspect that there will be one or more multiple investigations that will dig into every single moment, second of that event, and at some point we will have answers. Now, a little bit of background. I was, of course, the cabinet-level supervision of the Secret Service for 3 years. I was a protectee of the Secret Service for 3 years. The Secret Service has to go out and pitch a no-hitter every single game, because if any runner gets on first base, it's catastrophic. They have a very, very demanding job. I believe it is no accident, it is no dumb luck that it's been 43 years since anyone's tried to take a shot at a president or a future president or a past president. A lot of that is due to the hard work of the Secret Service interdicting plots and threats at their earliest stages before anyone can get anywhere near a protectee. I believe first of all, Andrea, you're right that normally when you're dealing with an event, a public event, and I should add that in 2015, I was the one that made the decision after consulting congressional leadership to give candidate Trump Secret Service protection. When you looked at the threat streams directed at him back in 2015, he really did need it. And the Secretary of DHS has to make the decision about pre-nomination which candidates should get Secret Service protection, and he was very definitely one of them in 2015. But there is, under normal circumstances, a lot of planning that goes into an event like this. I don't know, but I suspect that this campaign event was on short notice. But the Secret Service, when you're dealing with a protectee like Donald Trump, has to coordinate the whole effort, just like they do with an NSSE or the UN General Assembly. The Secret Service is in charge. And what distresses me to see federal and local law enforcement doing this, because the Secret Service has overall responsibility. Of course, you're supposed to secure the perimeter of the event and mag everybody that comes into the event if that's warranted. But they also have to secure any rooftop, any open window that has a direct line of fire on the protectee, certainly within 148 yards. I keep recalling the story about how seconds before John F. Kennedy was shot, someone observed Lee Harvey Oswald with an open window and a rifle, assuming he was security. And a huge lesson learned from that experience is you have to secure any open window, any rooftop within line of sight, within firing range of the protectee. And that very obviously did not happen here. And 12 hours after the event, I spoke to a very senior retired member of the Secret Service, and I said, what do you think happened? Probably a failure of communication. There was obviously a failure of communication between those who observed this kid on the roof, including local law enforcement, and those with the earpieces in the immediate proximity of President Trump. The message did not get to them quick enough. And so there was obviously a failure of communication. And I don't know what level of heightened security there was around him because of these reports about threats from the Iranians. I'm sure that'll come out. But their major hard questions have to be asked. Hard answers have to be learned. You'll recall that about 10 years ago when I was secretary, we commissioned an independent study of the Secret Service. They are under-resourced. The Secret Service is a law enforcement agency. It is half law enforcement, financial crimes, counterfeit currency, and half protection. And the virtue of that is then when you enter a campaign season, an election year, they can surge people, pull people off law enforcement, put them into protection. But they're always challenged. Just Monday of this week, they picked up two new protectees, Robert Kennedy Jr. and the vice presidential nominee of the Republican Party. And that requires a dedicated team for each. But something went very, very wrong on Saturday.
Let me ask you one other question about that. When I first saw the footage on Saturday, I thought that what they had done once the former president was shot was textbook. Got him on the ground until they clearly had communication that the shooter was down, and then moved him to the armored vehicle. Then I looked at it over and over and over again, and questions are raised about the amount of time it took them to get him into the vehicle, the fact that his head popped up, the iconic fist bump, fight, 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 that he was above, he was not completely surrounded by them. And, where are my shoes? I want to get my shoes. Is there also an issue with a protectee having, with especially one with a large personality, let's say, having too much influence on the detail?
It's difficult for me to second guess that particular moment. The training and the instinct of a Secret Service agent on protection in close proximity to the protectee is to, first of all, shield him. So you saw the agents literally erecting themselves as human shields in case someone else took a shot at him. They were prepared to take that bullet. But the training and the instinct is to get the protectee out of the area into the armored vehicle and have the armored vehicle zoom away out of the sight. And, Donald Trump's not a small person, so it's not like you can just lift him up and cart him away. And the protectee has to cooperate with the effort to move him quickly. So it's hard for me to second guess that particular movement. In the first instance, they did what they were supposed to do, which was immediately surround him and shield him and be prepared to take a bullet for him. And eventually they got him on his feet and they pushed him into the armored Suburban. He did what he did with the fist. But it's a very, very difficult, challenging circumstance in a very, very stressful situation where you don't exactly know what the threat is and where it's coming from.
If I can elevate the discussion a little bit to speak to the bigger issues, because I think the tactics are important, but I think they feed into the bigger thing that troubles, I shouldn't say bigger, but another thing that really troubles me, and I'm sure all of us, and that is the harsh political discourse that's out there right now surrounding this event. So
that was my next question.
So now you have the blame game, as Jay rightly said, people pointing fingers. Was it local or state versus federal? Who did this? Who did that? You have folks on the right who each side has conspiracy theories about what happened, what didn't happen. And I think the lesson right now, and Jay and I have both been here, when something happens, and things happen when you're in these jobs, and I think this has harmed the service over the last few days, is you can't come out every day with a different reason, right? It was, maybe it was local. Then the next one was the roof was too sloped to put somebody on there. And now it's not enough resources. And there seems to be this drip, drip, drip. And I think that the thing is you have to immediately launch an investigation and hold firm and wait for that investigation to come out and get more details before you start throwing things out there. I mean, you do want to be transparent, but you got to be careful that you're not feeding the bigger beast, because now it looks like we're hopping from excuse to excuse. And I know that's not the intent. because the Secret Service is extremely professional. But it just kind of feeds into this broader turmoil of each side blaming and saying this happened, this didn't happen, and it's a cover-up, and the director should be fired and not fired. I think we just need to settle things down. And that first responsibility, by the way, lies with political leaders on both sides of the spectrum, right? Elected, non-elected, you name it, is to say calm things down. Let's let things sort themselves out. Having an investigation from the Hill is fine. That makes sense. Other things, but I think we just need to calm that piece of it down.
And if I could add, I think Mark is exactly right. You know, as I've gotten to know Mark, I've found that he and I happen to agree on a lot, and I think we share some of the same values. Mark, I hope I haven't blacklisted you from any future Republican administration by saying that. But
thanks, Jay. Love you too.
The political discourse right now is terrible, and I have said numerous times that unacceptable rhetoric makes unacceptable behavior acceptable, and for the dangerous, deranged among us, violence inevitable. And that's what happened on Saturday. That's what happened to Nancy Pelosi's husband. That's what almost happened to Brett Kavanaugh and numerous other high-profile individuals. But let's not also forget one of the major problems we have in this country, which led to the result on Saturday, was the prevalence of guns in America. Guns are part of our culture. It's enshrined in the Second Amendment, but it's not an all or nothing proposition. Every constitutional right is qualified to one degree or another, and it is appalling and inexcusable to me that an apparently deranged 20-year-old can get his hands on an AR-15 so easily, which in my judgment is a weapon of war with no legitimate use in civilian society. And we're back to that same issue all over again, unfortunately.
Secretary Esper, let me ask you also about the political climate right now, because you worked closely with Donald Trump. You wrote in A Sacred Oath about the experiences you had on June 1st, 2020.
I wrote where? You said I wrote where?
In your book, A Sacred Oath.
I'm just trying to get another.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Still on sale.
So it's still on sale, maybe in paperback. I interviewed you about it. Yes, the book is A Sacred Oath.
Mark, it's somewhere on this shelf back here, okay?
Thanks, Jay. That's what I needed.
It's front and center. I thought somehow I had misstated the name, but how could I forget it? So you wrote about the events in Lafayette Park and in the Oval Office. And looking forward, you talked about how there were conversations with you and Joint Chiefs Chairman Mark Milley at the time, and that the then president wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act and deploy 10,000 active duty troops to the streets of Washington. And at a pivotal point, the president asked the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, can't you just shoot them in the legs or something? And you were all taken aback. And you stressed that it was a law enforcement action, and if there were any role at all for the military, it would be the National Guard. So the question looking forward is, what if he's in office again and is not surrounded by Mark Esper and Mark Milley and other people to remind him of those, restraints? And, what concerns, if any, do you have? And what should the national conversation be about the use of force?
Well, I think it would be helpful to have a national discussion about the use of force, specifically the use of the military in some type of law enforcement role. And of course, it broadens out to get to the relationship between the military and in the American military and the 332 million people we serve here in this country to protect and defend with our lives and livelihoods. And so I think that discussion needs to be had as well. Look, my view is hasn't changed since then. I don't see a role. I don't see a role for the active duty military in law enforcement unless, as I said on 36 hours later on the morning of June 3rd, at the Pentagon, and I know some of the Pentagon reporters are here, that unless it's the most urgent and dire situations, and I don't see that happening. So, look, my view is always, as we argued in the Oval Office that day, subsequent days, and in subsequent weeks leading through the summer, that these are protests that get out of hand, and there was violence and protests in D.C. at the time, and later in Portland and stuff like that. That's the responsibility of law enforcement, and there is no role for DOD. If you get to the point where local, then state, and then federal law enforcement can't handle it, then there's a role for the National Guard under the governor's supervision first, and then really consistent with its role, which is really protecting government facilities and things like that. So look, my concern was always you shouldn't put the U.S. military in a situation that can go really bad. We saw that in Kent State, right? Remember that. Our purpose is to support and defend the American people, not to be used as a law enforcement tool against them directly. And so I like to kind of keep that relationship. I think it's important to defend the institution, the professional creed and ethics of the military profession. And I hope there will be people around the president, if he's elected, that will continue to emphasize those things and assert those things. And to me, that's important. And not just, by the way, to DOD as an institution, but the DOJ, which I think will be another institution under a lot of duress, and DHS, the J ran. So the institutions of our government are what preserve our democracy as it's been, as it functions, as the American people have known it for many, many decades.
And Jay, we talked a lot before you joined us about the Iran threat as well. And we only have a few seconds left, but if you want to speak to that, the foreign threats and the way the U.S. is responding to them since 9/11.
The threats to our homeland continue to evolve, and we've always got to stay one step ahead of it. If I could just briefly go back to something Mark just said, a bipartisan group of us led by Bob Bauer and Jack Goldsmith recently put forth to Congress recommended changes to the Insurrection Act. The Insurrection Act has language that is antiquated, it's quite broad. When you look at it carefully, you realize the president could invoke the Insurrection Act and call out the military in almost any domestic circumstance, which is really frightening. And the bottom line of all of this entire discussion is our Constitution, our constitutional framework has a lot of gray in it. And it assumes that the leaders, those in power in all three branches of the government, respect constitutional norms, respect their oath to the Constitution, and will not abide by the letter, but also the spirit of our Constitution and our rule of law. And if there's someone in office that does not do that, you can cause a lot of havoc and a lot of danger.
Jay Johnson, thank you so much. Mark Esper, I think we're out of time. A last word? Or?
No, look, I think Jay hit it on the head. I think regardless of what administration, Democrat, Republican, today, the future, I think your oath is to the Constitution, and your loyalty is not to a party, not to a philosophy, not to a president, but to the American people. It's country first, and that oath to the Constitution. And I believe that's what the framers intended, and I believe that's what our predecessors intended as well. And I think that's what makes America's democracy so special and so unique.
And if I may say, I know a lot of people who joined the military or went into public service after 9/11, inspired by that horrific event. And I can't think of a higher calling than being in public service. So I just want to thank Jay Johnson and Mark Esker for what they have done for our country, and just say that more people need to do that. We now have more members of Congress than we've had for a while in the immediate post-Vietnam era who have actually served, and it has really informed, from both parties, better informed the conversations and the decision-making in Congress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a great note to end on. Our oath is to the Constitution. I made the mistake in the last couple of Aspen security forums to try to sum up. I've learned my lesson. I won't try to do that today. But I do want to give you just a couple of highlights of what we heard today about our theme, which is partnerships and creative coalitions. And boy, we've heard a lot. First of all, we heard a Democratic Secretary of Homeland Security and a Republican Secretary of Defense saying how much they share the same values. I think maybe declaring their love for each other. We talked a lot about the really unusual and important coalition that pushed back that horrible Iranian attack on Israel, Iraq, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, the US, and the UK. That is really impressive. We had conversations about how the Defense Innovation Unit and the Special Forces are working together with young companies to create counter-drone capabilities. David Miliband up here from the IRC and Rockefeller were talking about how international humanitarian agencies need to work more closely together with environmental NGOs, and I think I heard them talking afterwards, they're going to start doing more together. We heard early this morning about the entry of the private sector into space, not only space launch, but clusters of satellites that will make our capability more resilient and helping to keep the assets that are already up there safe. So we're learning a lot about creative partnerships and coalitions. You guys have had a long day. You stuck with us. We're so grateful to you. You all deserve a glass of wine and a drink. I hope you enjoy yourselves. We have, I know everyone is peeling off for different dinners. We have one more really important talk tonight for those who would like to grab a glass of wine in the back and then join us back here. And that is, we have our chairman, Joe Nye, who has a really wonderful book out. And this is one of my favorite books on foreign policy that I've read in a long time. He writes about his life in the American century, but you will learn things from this book that you didn't know about Joe and I, like when he lived in Africa, when he and Molly lived in Latin America. And Joe, I was going to call you the Forrest Gump of foreign policy, but it's actually so much better than that because you didn't just experience all of the great events that our great nation has had to handle in the last several decades, but Joe had such a huge role in shaping them that I hope you will go out there, grab a drink, come back in, and join us to hear Joe. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
If I could have everyone's attention, just a reminder, the book talk will be starting at 5 p.m. That is 5 minutes from now if you make your way back in. Thank you. Once again, if I could have your attention, our book talk will be starting in 1 minute. If you could please make your way back in, we will be beginning momentarily. Thank you. If I could have your attention one more time, our book talk is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Book talks to Newcastle. Did they go on? How did David Singer?
Standing alone.
Oh, that's
but it's a
terrific.
smaller room, 75
Yeah.
people, but standing alone.
Well, that's good.
A life in the American century. Did everyone get their wine? Well, I learned from Roger Carstens today that that's very good for negotiating and making things better, it seems. So, Chris, should we start? Oh, okay. All right. Well, Joe's bio alone. Well, actually, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Niamh King. I'm the director of Aspen Security Forum, and it is my distinct honor and pleasure to be here interviewing this gentleman today about his fabulous new book. I read The Galley. That's how excited I was to read it, and I read it in one weekend because it was absolutely gripping. Don't normally like to give very long bios, but in this case, because A Life in the American Century was about Joe's bio, I'm just going to briefly go through it. So he's currently Harvard University Distinguished Service Professor Emeritus. He writes a monthly column for Project Syndicate that always appears in our Friday publication, The Weekly Leaf. He's a Princeton undergraduate, a Rhodes Scholar, a PhD from Harvard. He joined the Harvard faculty in 1964, National Security Council during the Carter administration, the chairman of the NIC from 93 to 94, Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs from 94 to 95, the chairman of the Trilateral Commission for 10 years, and the former dean of the Kennedy School of Government. And we like to call him the godfather of soft power. He's going to be on a panel, his penultimate piece, or no, maybe it was a couple of months ago, in Project, the National Interest. Was that piece your End of Soft Power piece? Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the National Interest was called the End of Soft Power ? So we're going to examine that with himself and 3 others on Friday. So Joe, let's start at the very beginning. You had a very rural upbringing, mowing grass for 25 cents a lawn. This is how this man got his start. Can you tell us, how did your bucolic and seemingly idyllic childhood affect how you think about the world?
Well, there's a lot to be said for growing up in a rural area. The town I lived in northwestern New Jersey, had about 500 people and total, and our house was in the center and it had 100 acres behind it. That's how dense the population was. But if you think about the divisions in the U.S. today between cultural divisions between urban and rural, having grown up in a rural area, I think has made me much more sympathetic to some of those cultural values that go along with it. So, you know, when you have to do things on a farm because animals need it, require it, you don't say, "Oh, I'll put that off for next week." So I think growing up in a rural area actually gave me a broader perspective on our culture. It just to relate it to politics. We talk a lot about today about how deeply polarized the country is, and act as though this is totally new. In the little township school that I went to, I remember in 1945 walking home with one of my school friends, and it was the day that Roosevelt died. And my little school friend, reflecting his parents' value, said, "Oh, good, the dictator is dead." You know, that in an area where there were all Republicans and no Democrats. I mean, and so when we talk about polarization today, we have to remember there have been parts of the country and times when we've also been deeply polarized, and we survived it.
Indeed. One of the first points in the book when I was stunned was to find out that at first, when Joe was studying, doing postdoctoral work, he was an Africanist. He went to Kenya, I believe, and Uganda was the other? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, good.
And Tanzania.
And Tanzania, which was just marvelous, and the work you did there on comparative politics, wasn't it, Joe?
Well, I was studying the efforts of the East African countries to hold together with a common market, which the British had bequeathed to them, and they also had an ideology of Pan-Africanism, that they were going to escape the colonial cages that the British had also bequeathed to them. And the economic rationality made all the sense in the world, to hold this common market together. And yet, even though they had commitments to broader Pan-African ideas, it turns out that they couldn't do it. The pressures that came on each political leader from below of responding to groups to which he was responsive electorally, and also the fact that the bureaucracies had all been established along these colonial lines, meant that the common market basically fractured. So it was a sad story. I mean, I would like to have seen it come out differently, but at least for my professional purposes, I called it right.
So then you pivoted. Tell us about what happened next.
Well, I returned to Harvard and wrote this up. Molly and I had spent a nice year and a half in East Africa, and I learned there was another common market among developing countries that was working in Central America. So I got a grant and went and lived in Central America and did a study of the Central American common market. And following that, I thought I should generalize this and ask about the big daddy of common markets, the European common market. And we spent a year in Geneva studying that. And that produced a book eventually that I called Peace in Parts, Regional Integration and Stability in World Politics. So it was, if you want, one thing leads to another. And it really, the moral of the story is if you follow your curiosity, you'll never be bored.
Talk a little closer.
Okay.
Yeah. So did you hear that? That was a great bit of advice.
Yeah, well, follow your curiosity and you'll never be bored.
Well, Joe mentioned his wonderful wife, Molly, who's sitting over there. Maybe we'll give Molly a lovely round of applause.
Yeah.
She's a lovely lady. And one of the other ladies that crops up in the book is Joe is very proud of his Irish granny, which I'm always very happy to hear when people are proud of their Irish grannies. So, Joe, in your book, you describe, I mean, we generally divide the world as often into hawks and doves. However, Joe describes himself as an owl, and we are doing bird watching at the Aspen Security Forum on Friday. So you have one owl already here that you have seen in case we come up fruitless on Friday. Joe, tell us about how you think an owl is different than a hawk or a dove.
Well, this grew out of the period in the early 80s when there was this extreme division about the nuclear issue, great fear of a nuclear war impending, and the standard line for the hawks, or that position, was build up weapons and more weapons and more weapons so that your deterrence is impeccable. And that's the way to avoid war. And at the other end, the doves were taking the position that you've got to meet with the Soviets, you've got to talk with them, you've got to negotiate, do treaties, arms control agreements, and so forth. And I was working with my friends Graham Allison and Al Carnicel at the time on a project we called Avoiding Nuclear War. We found that the things that were most important were ways to reduce risk. And you didn't necessarily reduce risk by building up a lot of weapons or by disarming or just signing treaties. You reduced risk by a set of procedures, which, like no first use and how the details of command and control were worked over. And so we called this book Hawks, Doves, and Owls to get people away from this complete polarization about how to deal with the nuclear issue and to say, wait, there's some things that can be done that can lower risks, and let's focus on that rather than the two extremes. And that was, to me, it sounds self-evident, but at the time, it was not. I mean, you had a nuclear freeze with millions of people in the streets, and one very distinguished Harvard alumnus said to the president of Harvard he would never give money to Harvard again because we hadn't condemned nuclear weapons strongly enough. So this middle ground can be expensive, but it strikes me it's more helpful in terms of ways you can actually approach a problem.
Well, that segues perfectly into the foundation of the Aspen Strategy Group, which this year it's our 40th birthday for the Aspen Strategy Group, and it's our 15th for the Security Forum. And Joe was present at the creation. And what you say now about finding middle ground, I think is what you're probably one of the most defining factors and what's great about the Aspen Strategy Group. And he tells amazing stories. If you catch him fly fishing with John Warner and Walter Mondale. I was particularly intrigued by the prospect of Joe whitewater rafting with Dick Cheney, which is also in the book. So, Joe, why don't you tell us about the formation of the Aspen Strategy Group?
Well, Aspen had a seminar in the 70s, which was focused on arms control. Paul Doty ran it, and it was a consortium of universities that met to talk about arms control. By 1980, the feeling was that it had run out of steam, and so the foundations that had been supporting it said, we're done. And so it looked like Aspen was going to go out of the nuclear business. And I worked with, Ford and Rockefeller had been the major supporters of the arms control seminars. And I thought, along the lines I just said, there's still a lot to be said and done. But what we need to do is restructure it. And we thought about the group of 30 in the financial area, of getting a mix of practitioners and academics and former government officials together to meet and talk about what are some concrete steps and measures that can reduce risk. So we dropped the arms control focus and started to think about this owlish position that I described for you. At that time, there really were very deep divisions on nuclear issues. The key to making this thing work was to get two co-chairs who were widely respected across the aisle. And so Ed Deagle, who was the officer in the Rockefeller Foundation who responded to my idea, helped me, and we said the two people who could really fill this bill are Brent Scowcroft, Republican who was widely admired both on the Republican and Democratic side of the aisle, and Bill Perry, who had been Undersecretary of Defense under Carter and, of course, later became Secretary of Defense under Clinton, but was highly regarded by Republicans as well as Democrats. And we also felt that it was important to invite people who were willing to listen to each other. And that's why in our first group, we had, we had Les Aspen, Democrat, who was head of the House Armed Services Committee, and John Warner, Senator John Warner, who was a distinguished Republican on the military side, and Dick Cheney, of course, was a significant figure in the Republican Party. But we basically balanced the group, and when we were about half Republican, half Democrat, and what we tried to do was to get people who would listen to each other, in other words, who would have real conversations, whose minds could be changed by argument. And lo and behold, it worked. We didn't always agree. There were deep disagreements on some issues. For example, the Iraq War was a very contentious issue that we dealt with. But nonetheless, people were able to continue conversing across these political partisan lines. And I think, the fact that we've reached the age of 40 with this year's meeting and still have people willing to listen suggests that that original design made sense. It's also important to realize that we built in leisure time, which is very different from what we see today. But the leisure time was where the whitewater rafting came in and other such things as hiking up into the mountains or going fly fishing. And that was a chance for people to talk to each other about what they heard in the morning sessions, as well as develop friendships which were beyond the political stereotypes. So the design was one in which people began to respect each other, even if they didn't agree with each other.
And I believe there was singing and frivolity as well, too.
Oh yes, we had a lot of fun. We had cookouts and hikes and so forth. Brent Scowcroft was an intrepid hiker and in extraordinary shape for his age. And he used to lead a hike up to a bowl in Mount Sopris, and people in the group began to call these Brent's death marches. but we had a lot of fun with it.
That's great. Well, I had the distinct privilege of getting to travel to Beijing with Joe. We did one of our Track 2 dialogues with China in April. Anya and Joe led our group. We had a meeting with the party school there, 3 days. Joe landed at 3 in the morning. I went and collected him from the bad terminal in Beijing, if you've spent time in Beijing. And just to watch how the Chinese responded to Joe was particularly wonderful. But I will have to tell a little tale about, we were in a meeting that was a little bit challenging and we were a bit jet lagged. And a gentleman started to read a very large script for us. And I think Joe, in his wonderful way, said to him, "Thank you so much. You may hand us your speech and we will read it at home and study it carefully." I've never been so relieved that he played like the card of being the godfather of our group to get out of there immediately. But it was so great. And now I've been monopolizing this. I'd love to open it up to the audience. So please raise your arms and we'll get some new questions for Joe. All right, Dylan, one of our rising leaders. I may have the only mic, so Dylan, you're going to have to come and borrow it from me. Tell them who you are.
Dylan Taylor from Richmond, Virginia, Rising Leaders Program. So in 40 years from now, what could we be doing in this program and with these networks and connections so that you can look back and see that it's continued for another 40 years? What can we be doing to continue that?
Well, I think the key is this point of listening, that we're very good in our political discussions at broadcasting. We aren't very good at listening. So the extent to which you can convene people in situations where they can actually get away from the sound bites and the immediate social media needs of their cell phone and talk about what an idea is or policy, how it can change. I think that's the heart of it. And then the question of what format is best for doing it. Aspen in the summer does have a certain attraction to people from 100-degree Washington. And as we just heard, Andrea's panel, so I think Aspen has a convening power, and if we can keep a structure where we truly are bipartisan, and in which we're trying to pay attention to the nature of arguments and what's good and what's bad about them, that to me is the guideline for making this work beyond just age 40 into the next decades.
I want to give a shout out to Eileen O'Connor, who's here. She's from Rockefeller, and so wonderful that 40 years ago, Rockefeller had the great wisdom to invest in Joe Nye And they still have the great wisdom to invest in us here. So thank you, Eileen. Clap, clap, clap. Thanks. Okay, another question from the audience. Yes, Sheila Roach is there. Let me give you my mic. Oh, no, my colleague has a mic there.
I may be able to shout. No, I can't shout. Hi. It's lovely to listen to you, but I'm interested to hear why you think a common market didn't work for Africa at the time that you were trying to get that together.
Well, it's a great question, because when I went out to live in Uganda and Kenya and Tanzania, I thought it would work. It made so much sense economically to have the economies of scale that went from a larger market. And it also fit with the expressed intentions. Each of these leaders of the three countries said that was their goal. And yet it fell apart. And I think what you see is the pressures that come from below. In other words, the political pressures of this group or that group are tended to be structured around Kenya or around Uganda or whatever. And so the leaders say, I want to do this taking a broader, longer range view, but the pressures they were facing day to day were immediate and short range and structured by the fact that they had these colonial states that they'd have been inherited. So you could talk about something broad like Pan-Africanism, but the instruments of power which you inherited were very much based on the colony, not on this larger vision.
Yeah, Ali Wynn right there from Harvard. No, not anymore. Not from Harvard anymore. Sorry, Ali Wynn.
Professor Nye, thank you so much. My name is Ali Wan with the International Crisis Group. I wanted to go back to part of the conversation that you were having, and it's a point that you've made in many of your books and many of your interviews. Tell us a little bit more about the role that growing up in a small town and being so fond of spending time in nature. What roles did your upbringing and your time in nature, how did they shape you as a professor and as a public servant?
Well, I find that when you're involved in policy jobs, that there's extraordinary pressure. I mentioned this in the memoir, that in 1995, when I was Assistant Secretary of Defense, I visited 53 countries in 52 weeks. It's every time you think you want to take some time, you can't. But what I would do was to reserve a certain amount of time to get out in the country, or to, we have 3 sons, and we'd go out and fish together, or go on a camping trip in Alaska together. So those times were hard to fit in because of the intense pressure, but they were absolutely central for not just sanity, but for keeping a sense of perspective. As I wrote somewhere in the memoir, if you spent a half an hour splitting driftwood in a river trying to get to a core of dry wood so that you can light a fire and blow on it to get the campfire going enough to be able to cook a meal. In the meantime, it's raining all over you and you're freezing cold. The issue of whether Iran goes nuclear looks a little different.
Well said. Yes, Henry, who's visiting us from China. Thanks for joining us, Henry. We're thrilled you're here.
Thank you. My name is Henry Wang from Center of China and Globalization in Beijing. So it's great to see Joe and Nia in Beijing at Attractive Dialogues. So congratulations to Joe for your great book. I know that this book is also going to be published in China. But you talk about Africa, in your previous discussion. I was wondering for the global South, the developing countries like Africa, but also how to get U.S. and China to collaborate more, because as you mentioned before, that there are 2 countries that we cannot really change each other. We may have to find a way to collaborate together and also And also maybe we're in a bad cycle. We're at the low point, but hopefully in the future we could have some new equilibrium and new acceptance. So particularly for the Global South, 80% of the Global South population, that needs really the largest two economies to work together rather than divide. So what's your view on how we can work together? Thank you.
Well, it's a good point. It's no secret to anybody that we're in an age of great power competition, and that means deterrence and competition. But we don't want to lose sight of the fact that there can be some overlap of interests. Those overlap of interests can be useful or beneficial to others. We heard a panel a few minutes ago here about this. Steve Biegun made a very good point yesterday on our opening panel on China when somebody asked him about the Belt and Road Initiative. And he made the point that everybody in Washington gets so excited about Belt and Road and thinks it's just a Chinese plot and so forth. He said, if it winds up providing infrastructure for poor countries, we should not get so worried about it. Maybe there are things we can, maybe the competition between the US and China to provide infrastructure may benefit some poor countries. And so we don't want to let the competition drive out the fact that there are also some overlaps of interest. I mean, the ones that are obvious are things that people talk about with climate or public health, disease, and so forth. But the one that you mentioned of providing infrastructure for poorer countries, I think is also an area of overlapping interest.
I see your buddy David Sanger over there, and I know you go fishing with him. So do you think you learned more standing thigh deep in a river or at all those fine educational institutions you went to?
Oh, I think David obviously got more out of the river.
So Joe's going to be signing the books outside afterwards. May I spoil the ending of the book?
Eileen.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Eileen, yes, please.
Sorry. First, it would be really stupid of us not to invest in Joe Nye, who's basically an expert on so many things. But to that point, I wanted to ask you, you've met so many people over all these years. You've seen so much. What are the characteristics of a great leader? And who have you met? Maybe I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who have you met through all of these endeavors that you found was really the greatest leader that embodied these characteristics?
Well, it's a tough question, Eileen, because leadership has to be put in a context. And somebody who's a terrific leader in one context may not be a good leader in another. And that context can either be academics versus politics, somebody who's a great leader in an academic sense who may fail when they're in a policy position, but it also could be changes in time. Somebody whose skills are just right for one period but stays too long finds that they're no longer an effective leader. And I won't mention any names, but effective leadership means the ability to use your emotional intelligence, which means how you relate to other people and get them to relate to you, and also your contextual intelligence. How is this situation different from the other situation in which I was successful? And not to repeat the same behavior on the assumption that what worked in period one or situation one is going to work in period two or situation two. So that capacity to adjust and adapt, I think, makes a very important basis for leadership. I wrote a book called The Powers to Lead, which tried to explain some of this. Of recent or modern leaders who have impressed me, I'm somewhat partial to Angela Merkel. I mean, here is a woman who is a scientist, a physicist in communist East Germany, who basically crosses over into Western parliamentary Germany and then slowly rises up. Remember, she was first called by Helmut Kohl the little girl when she first had an office. And that little girl gradually adjusted, adapted, and became a central figure for pulling the two parts of Germany, East and West, together, but also for helping Germans to adapt to the changes in the world. And I think one of the biggest challenges she faced was in 2015, when you had the Syrian civil war, and you had this million people influx from Syrian refugees into Germany. And this was bitterly divisive in German politics. And Merkel's argument, and she was able to convince the German people, we can manage this. That action wiped out the history of the 1930s of thinking of Germans as what they were in the 1930s. And so I think, the different leaders at different times for different places, but I probably, one in recent years I most admire is probably Angela Merkel.
I know we have a few more questions, but I want to be respectful of everyone's time and Joe's time, so you can buy his book and ask him a question while he's signing it. I was, after tearing through the American Century through Joe's eyes, I was very heartened to read at the end that he is a guarded optimist. So I think we should all take that to heart. And if the world was full of people more like Joe Nye, it would be a much nicer and better place. But we'll leave that for another time. So please join me in thanking Joe, and the book's for sale outside.
Thank you all. And